people are learning the facts of this case. It's so crazy.
I know, I know. Guess what?
What's up?
Um, we're live and I can't figure out how to turn it on.
There's an issue, but we'll bring it to your attention later. Could we approach the bench?
I know. See, boy, I never am. Why am I so unprepared all the time? I still can't even do this. Holy cow.
Good morning. What's happening?
He's right. Hey guys, how you doing? I'm a little slow here. All right, there we are. Coming in hot with us today. Camera doesn't work, but please welcome Divinity. She is here to join us today. She was here. It was a year ago. I think we were doing a live stream, and somehow we had Yaya on, and so we kind of found out about this and started talking to her from then. And anyway, so yeah, we're here. My camera doesn't work. There's Taylor, and we're seeing what this is. This is that's what Taylor wore yesterday.
Is it
So,
gross? She's going to wear this every day.
well, she doesn't have anything else, that's for sure.
I
Anyway,
think you might have spelled her name wrong in the title.
oh, I probably did. Wonderful,
I
wonderful.
just in case, it matters for getting viewers. I don't know.
I'm sure it does.
It might. Is there sound or no? Is there no sound while I talk to the judge?
I don't know what's going on.
Wallstorm says different top.
Oh, it's a different top. Okay.
That's why you're a lawyer and not a
Fashionista.
witness. Yeah, that. Good morning, Jen. Good morning, everyone in chat. Thanks
Yeah,
for
hey,
hanging in there.
hey, Tom Gills is here. Awesome. Oh, wait, that's not Tom Gills stuff. Hey, Jen with no filter. Yeah, Tom Gills, what's up, man? The popcorn ready. Woo! Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing yet, guys. Sorry. Overslept a little bit. My fault. And then go to fire up the camera, and it doesn't work. Oh, here he's talking now.
Perfect. Thanks, Murph. I turned it down. Hopefully that's better. Good morning, Lisbeth.
Oh yeah, I don't even have the live stream going on.
This judge looks familiar.
That is Yaya's divorce attorney.
Oh, nuh-uh.
Yes, yes. Is that not crazy?
That's wild.
That's what's so great about this whole thing. It's like she knows everybody and all these characters, but she got divorced, and that was the guy that did her divorce. And yesterday, a few girls in the chat were like, "Well, I mean, I can see why you go to him." And she's like, "No, it's nothing like that. Like he is so straight laced and so good and stuff." So I challenged them today if they came back that she would tell the chat at one point what his breath smells like.
Can you turn the stream feed up at all?
It's maxed.
Is it?
Yeah, he's not up at the microphone.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor. The state was done with questioning, but I believe that Detective Scanlon is now available for cross-examination.
Yeah.
Up here, we're going to re-administer the oath. wants to opine about the
Wait, hold on. What's going on?
drugs.
Sorry, I went back. Well, I wish I didn't hire a monkey to do this.
Your Honor, thank you. Morning, Detective Scaler.
Good morning.
You were called in on February 23rd of 2022 to assist in the investigation of a homicide that had occurred overnight on that particular date,
I was.
and you were briefed that there was a 911 call from 829 Stony Brook Lane, is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the report?
There was a report that a homeowner was calling the police from that address, that they had found their son's head in a bucket,
And where was that?
829 Stony Brook,
But I mean, what part of the house?
in the basement.
And then what did you do after you got the call?
I responded to the scene. I'm sorry,
This is the
responded to station.
cross-examination from last night.
Okay.
This was the
Supervisors
witness
got
last night.
briefed and was sent to
We
the
ended.
address
What time did you get to that address?
just before 6:30.
In the morning?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do initially?
Initially got there, met with the detective lieutenant on scene that was there, met with a couple
Is she
sergeants
cuffed?
that were in the address,
No,
Hmm.
no, she wasn't.
did a walkthrough.
Yeah, no.
of the
That's what
address.
we've been putting down. Yaya wanted to put
Shortly
$50
after
down
being
if
there,
she attacked
did
somebody.
a quick
Oh, for
neighborhood
sure.
And then as time progressed, the warrant was signed, and then we waited for the doctor to arrive, and then we started to process the basement.
In the driveway, were there cars parked?
There's two cars.
What kind of cars, you know?
There was a red Jetta parked closer to the garage, and there was I think a dark RAV4.
Did you guys see any of this?
Side door.
Yes.
So the defense attorney here keeps asking about like what the cars were and about this side door, and we're just wondering if that's where he's going to try to do a defense because they've not yet said, you know, the proof that she did this, you know, besides the fact that she said she did, but she was a little drugged
So
up.
her plea then now is not guilty? Or what's her plea?
Yeah, she pled not guilty on everything.
And they examined her for mental health 5 times?
5 times, and I think one time they said that she's not competent.
Is she crying?
Okay, you'll love her facial expressions. They change throughout the day. I mean, it is so weird. It's like, I think she's having a conversation in her head,
There was a Jetta and I think a RAV4, if I remember correctly.
but
Did you see a Forester, a Subaru Forester parked there?
I don't recall that.
Your Honor, can I approach?
And is the Forester her car?
she was in a Chrysler minivan.
Who drives the Forester? Do you know that at all?
The Forester is the stepdad.
Oh.
In Stony Brook?
It is.
Why did that just do
Is
that?
there a plate number on it?
I can't see it in this photograph.
Okay. Does it depict the house on Stony Brook Lane as well?
I believe so, yes.
The vehicles that you saw on
Oh.
the date of February
My headphones went out.
2022 were parked in a line, sort
And
of.
that's the way it's
on the
supposed to
driveway.
be.
Behind each other?
Yes,
Oi.
the Jetta was in front and the second vehicle is behind it.
Meme asked
And
if
that's
she
the
had
RAV4.
keys.
I believe so.
Does Exhibit 68 appear to be the?
Yeah,
vehicles
yes, she
that
did.
walked up?
Yeah, based on my recollection, there was a snow-covered red Jetta parked closer to the garage.
Okay. Then turn your attention to Exhibit 69, please. What is that?
That appears to be a picture of it from the trunk and license plate.
Different angle of the Jetta?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Any other vehicles in the picture?
No.
Same location?
Yes.
Exhibit 70? Exhibit 70, could you look at that one?
I have 67, I'm sorry, I have 66 through 69.
All right, hang on a second here. I'm going to change feed. I think the other feed is louder.
Okay.
So,
I wonder if the girl, the one who does the stenography or whoever, the typing chick, if she went home was like, "Am I on camera?" and checked and was like, "No,
all day.
my face just all day." Elizabeth says she looks 40. Meme was asking if you think that Schabusiness has took a bite of this human.
All right, hang on a second. Oh, wait, that's not brought up yet. Oh, crud.
As well.
I believe so.
Correct.
Does that sound any
The
louder?
vehicles that you saw
Much better.
Okay.
of February
Court TV's
23rd,
got a better
2022
camera
were
deal. So,
parked in a line, sort of. on the
yesterday the
driveway.
big deal was all about
Behind each
the,
other?
Yes,
she
the
used a
Jetta was
crock
in front
pot
and the
box to transport human
second
remains.
vehicle is behind it.
So this has been the big thing because
That
they
was
said
the right
crock
one.
pot box
I believe
about 75 times.
Does Exhibit 68 appear to be the
Yeah, that was
vehicles
my
that you
thing.
saw when you walked up?
Did she eat anything?
Yeah, based on my recollection, there was a
And,
snow-covered red Jetta.
I mean,
He's got to think
To
she
the
took a
garage.
bite.
she said good luck finding the organs, right?
Please,
Yeah, she did.
what is that?
She knows something we don't know
That
yet.
appears to be a picture of it from the trunk and license plate.
Different angle of the Jetta?
Yes, sir.
Any other vehicles in that picture?
No.
Same location?
Yes.
Exhibit 70? Exhibit 70, could you look at that one?
It would be, I think
I have
meatballs,
67.
Swedish
I'm
meatballs.
sorry, I was 66 through 69.
Okay, take a look at 66.
That is louder. Okay, thank you. Now if I could just get the camera to work.
I turned my mic down. I can't get it down any further, I don't think.
What do you see in that picture?
Oh, on my side,
see
I
the-
looked at your mic. It was at 200%.
A
Oh,
picture
okay.
I just put
facing
it- I
the
just turned it to
driver's
100.
side of the red Jetta.
Okay.
It does that
It's
now
parked
in
in
mine.
front of
I don't
the
know why.
side door.
Everybody comes in,
Between
it's
the
at
Sony door
200%.
And then the dark vehicle behind it.
Do you know if that dark vehicle behind it belongs
Is
to
that
Steve
better,
Hendricks?
Madcore?
I personally didn't check the registrations of these cars, so
Okay.
I don't know.
Hey, Matt.
Sorry,
Well,
Darth. That's going to happen.
That shows the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then the other exhibit, is that exhibit 67?
Why doesn't that work?
I have it.
Okay, could you describe what you see there?
It's a picture from the front end of the Jetta facing west, so it's the vantage is down the driveway with the house on the left and the two vehicles.
The Jetta, did you determine that to be Tara Pakanich's vehicle?
Yamaha.
I didn't run registration, so I don't know.
But it's just another view of the vehicle, correct?
Oh, no, it's just me, y'all. I don't have any control over. Oh, yeah, I don't think I can present or anything. So, hi. Reindeer said, if the CSI said she touched the crock pot box and something moved, turns out she had a leg in that box. Disgusting. Yamaha said, oh, those little party sausages are great. Now, this sausage, pretty sure I'd pass. I don't know what I did to the expert, but I think he pressed some buttons. I mean, for real though, he's having a hard morning. He woke up late. His camera's not working. His feed is too quiet. And so what I was trying to do was encourage him to take a break at lunch. If they break for lunch, I don't know if they do, then maybe he breaks for lunch just to make sure that he's getting that break in the day. These are long days. I know it seems silly to say that because they're just sitting in a chair, but you're right, Ball. He does this to himself. And it's fun, but you don't want him to burn out on day 2. So maybe you can encourage him to take a break when they take a break, start up his live when they come back. They are excuses, but they're real. When you just like podcast all day, it's a lot of it's a lot of work to do nothing. So sorry. I wish he was here, and I wish I knew more about this case to tell you about. When we found out about it, we were talking with Yaya while she was on vacation, and she started telling us this story. I'm like, what? Let me get some paper and write this down. And I couldn't even believe the details. You say this like some of us don't know better. Anyways, so yeah, the fact that this is finally coming to trial is crazy. I can only stay for a couple hours today in 2 2 hours, I'm gonna be on Rumble exclusive going through Hunter Biden's laptop. So, if you wanna be grossed out tonight and have nightmares, then after the show, you should come over to Rumble and check out what Hunter Biden's up to. It's disgusting. Hey, Super Snoopers Unite, good to see ya. I would like to give a shout out to Clumsy at this point. Wait, I missed it, it scrolled up. Hold on. I'd like to give a shout out to Clumsy at this point. I had an amazing reading with her. That's dope, Emily. Yesterday we had a little like a wave in our community in the morning, and what we did was we went back to Clumsy's reading
Oh, I
from the
didn't
night
know
before,
this.
and we listened to her advice because she she it was like spot on. So we listened to everyone that she had given a reading for. It was perfect. Hey, welcome back. The show's yours again.
Yeah, I didn't know it went off. I'm so sorry. Jeez. Oh, why is this not
You-
coming up yet?
You didn't know you weren't
Knives,
here?
the penis and testicles.
I knew I wasn't here. I didn't know the screen went
Were
off.
they laying under?
Oh,
They were
I was like,
visible
screw, we're just gonna do it
after
old
the
fashioned
head was
way.
removed, yes.
We'll do it like this. Okay, so
else did you see?
what they're talking about is they're going back over the
Knives
crime
are
scene. This guy
black.
coming in, and
Miracle
for those of you that
knife
missed
that
out,
was removed.
and talking about finding the bucket
Knife,
in the
the yellow
basement. What I thought was funny was they said,
knife, I guess.
yeah, none of us had found the
The
body, and they
pocket
didn't
knife
think
with the
about that
yellow
yet,
handle.
and so they had to go look
There
for
was
it.
a razor, like a shaving razor blade, nail, Jolly Rancher.
Jolly Ranchers,
and
happy
there
farmers.
was a flesh material that the doctor just
in the bucket?
described as
Yeah.
a flesh material.
Blood in the bucket as well?
There was blood in the bucket, yes.
This is all in that black bucket, correct?
The black Fleet Farm bucket, yes, container one.
What did you do next then after you fully investigated the contents of the bucket?
So we referred to 4 containers in the home, and it's just a matter of staying organized with the recovery. We went from left to right when looking at the basement, so we moved to container 2, which was the blue Jimmy Choo bag. And then Dr. Trenkaita set it down on a
Drunkada.
blanket, sterile blanket that he had brought, and then he started to remove the contents of it in front of us to observe.
Fair to say that all of you were going through this together as far as looking around and investigating certain things?
Yes, we're all together at this time, yes.
And in the meantime, was Taylor Schabusiness over at the police department with Detective Groff and Detective Kemp?
She was.
And were you communicating with were you communicating with Detective Kemp by phone or
I
text?
don't remember which one I spoke to. I was getting phone contact from one of the 2 of them.
So information was going back between officers, correct?
Yes.
And the focus of your investigation was the basement of Stony Brook, is that fair?
The basement, and then, as we found the knives, I went upstairs and tried to identify whether or not those knives had come from the kitchen. So I did travel back upstairs to take a look at the knife block, and then I looked in the similar knives to the Miracle.
Did you see the knives?
The black handle.
Morning, Dave. No, I didn't know there were multiple. Were they from the kitchen?
Yeah.
Oh,
Something
Jesus
There
Lord.
were 2 knives in the bucket.
There was 2 knives in the bucket, the black handled kitchen knife, so I think it was a Miracle Blade 3 was the stamp. And then there was a yellow, like a pocket knife, the yellow handled pocket knife.
And when you went upstairs, you didn't see any other yellow-handled pocket knives, correct?
No, I've seen other Miracle Blade 3 knives. There was one on the butter dish, and there was similar knives to that in the drawer. But I don't know the source or where the yellow knife was from.
And while all this was going on, the
What the
forensic
fuck?
specialists, Andre and Charneski, were taking pictures, correct?
Yes.
So before they put on the case, the
Did you
prosecution,
find
Does-
any evidence of
does the
drug use
defense
down in that
talk?
basement?
I
or
did.
not yet?
What did you find down there?
This is the
There
defense.
was.
right now.
But does he like
At a
give an
mid-pipe,
opening
what I
statement or
recognize to
no?
be
Yeah, opening
methamphetamine
statements
pipe
everything were yesterday.
On the entertainment
Okay.
center.
And they were
there was
good,
green
both
gem
sides.
baggie,
It's just,
with a crystal.
there's nothing to
Something
indicate a
later
smoking
check out.
gun. The trial,
Okay.
though, is she's being tried for murder, and if she's found not guilty, she's off. If she's found guilty, then they're gonna have a second part of the trial that does insanity.
What?
Yeah, they're
Is that
saying
normal?
no, it's Wisconsin. So, did you think? I mean,
What is she-
I don't even try. Look at her like smiling ish.
Clapping? Is the jury to her left or her right?
It should be to our left.
Oh,
for
her
the
right.
jury.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm glad you can do that.
Well, I could be wrong. The chat don't know. Just go with it.
The meth pipe that you observed, where was it?
Whoa.
It was on
is-
the entertainment center, kind of a makeshift dresser to the left of the bed.
Does she-
Did you find,
What?
drugs?
when
There was
she
what I believe to be drugs, yes, next to it in the gem baggie.
Okay. When you say gem baggie, is that a plastic bag?
Yeah, a little small, like a 1 inch or 1.5 inch green baggie.
Do you know what was in the gem baggie?
I later field tested it for methamphetamine.
Baggie?
I believe it was crystal methamphetamine.
And where was that?
That was to the right of the meth pipe.
Did you find any marijuana?
I did not know.
No way.
Did you find any packaging for?
Oh, there was marijuana.
I
there,
did not
too.
know.
It's like 3 different drugs.
He said no weed, man. Leave the weed out. She said she was
Oh,
on
in
something
her
called
system.
Bitch. The Bitch, right? Is that the
Yeah, that was
Dude.
crystal meth, I think.
And when he mentioned the crack pipe or whatever on the makeshift table, she kind of grimaced.
70?
Does she show her shame in
recognize
her
that?
face, or
Again, it's
That's
you
the
tell me what you think. I
entertainment
think
Okay.
she just. I think she's talking to something.
The methamphetamine
I mean, I
pipe
know it sounds
was the
weird.
green gem baggie
Yeah.
referred to and some other items with some placards that.
yeah, I wonder what she's
put down a
thinking.
photograph.
Is she allowed to give interviews?
From a company called Loom in Iron Mountain.
Well, not till trial's over. Her attorney's not gonna
I'm
let
sorry,
her.
I can't hear you.
Is there any
Oh.
packaging from a company called Loom, Lume?
She's crazy though. We could probably get her to let us.
I know. I've already thought it. I thought about it. I love you. That's so awesome. I did. I said that last night. Oh man, we
I
did
don't
hit
see
that.
it.
Okay. This picture, Exhibit 70, does it depict that entertainment center in the basement of Stony Brook Lane?
Yes,
Was that picture taken on or about February 23rd of 2022?
it was.
Okay. Exhibit 71, could you identify that?
That it just appears to be the same area, but a close-up of the green gem bag and the watch in front of it.
That gem bag later turned out to be methamphetamine, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did some of it spill out on the entertainment center?
He's just full.
Looking at this close-up photo,
Yeah, of him.
Oh shit.
there are white
Yeah.
specks on the entertainment center. I don't know if that's that. I didn't use a narcotic wipe to see that. No, I don't know.
Okay. Does that picture show that entertainment center and contents on that from Stony Brook Lane on February 23rd?
Yes.
Okay. Could you turn your attention to Exhibit 72?
Rabbit says she doesn't appear as sedated today.
Can you
That's
identify-
what everybody yesterday was like.
It's,
Is she gonna fall asleep?
Same area, it's a close-up
she
of the
was-
gem bag.
She was on her meds
Is
yesterday.
that the gem bag that was on top of the entertainment center on Stony Brook Lane in the basement?
It appears to be yes.
You had a chance to take a good look at
Yeah.
that, correct?
Tom,
I'll offer Exhibit 70, 71, 72.
Can't see what he say.
this makes me miss Daryl Brooks. Grounds. Why doesn't this lawyer stand up? He doesn't seem interested in this.
They don't stand up there evidently.
Oh,
Yeah, I thought
When
that was
you
weird
did your
yesterday. but-
search of the basement, did you find anybody else in the basement? Any
Other
other
than the
people down
remains, other than the remains of Mr. Theria, no.
Let me take that.
Did you canvass the area and make contact with neighbors?
I did.
Why did you do that?
I had some time.
Oh, I just had
while waiting
time.
for the
I'm
doctor,
doing nothing
waiting
else.
For the warrant to get done. So rather than stand there, I decided to do a standard
Freak the neighbors out?
canvass to talk to some neighbors to see if any of the neighbors were up last night or had observed anything that.
Did you hear any blood curdling yells?
Did you get any
Did you see
screams
anyone
or
dragging a
what?
body out of
did.
here into a van?
What?
I did.
Headless?
What did you get?
No,
I
she-
talked
yeah,
to
yeah,
some neighbors
she
across the
shook
street,
her head.
who told me things that they've seen. I
There was
documented
leg,
information.
like they showed like the
Went to the
leg
next house.
yesterday.
Oh, Sage says she thinks they sit
When you
because
were
of the
there
mic.
At 829 Stony Brook Lane, did you talk to Tara Packenick?
I did not.
Did you talk to her later on?
I saw her in passing later on when they went to get some personal property, but I didn't speak to her.
Was it your understanding as part of your investigation that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the residence on Stony Brook?
I'm sorry?
Was it your understanding that the deceased was frequently said to come and go from the Stony Brook Lane property,
That was my understanding, yes.
and that he really didn't live there?
I'm going to object. This is all presumably hearsay. If he knew that information, he would have heard that from other people.
Your Honor, detectives gather lots of information, and I believe that, they're trying to do their job, get information.
Your Honor,
that would
please.
be reliable. There'd be some additional
Yeah.
reliability to it.
Frankly, it's already in the record, his answer. It's in from other witnesses. So I'm not going to sustain the objection, but I'm satisfied it is hearsay, so move along.
Move along.
Okay, thank you. We heard some testimony
was
about that
interesting.
exhibit 33.
I'm not going
that
to sustain the
dog collar,
objection, but
correct?
But he's right.
Yes.
You opened it
yeah.
up and we were able to see it. That dog collar has 2 rings on it, correct?
Yes.
Do the
Oh,
rings, are they
yikes.
able to go into each other where you could pull it tight?
My understanding of the dog collar is you have to pass the chain through to join the rings so that it can be used as like a
Choke.
pincher dog collar.
yeah,
One-
but I don't know
one
how
of the
he got
chains
over his
that was by
head.
the pub table
This
had already
guy's got a
been done
big
that
head.
and was a loop. And then the chain that was on the entertainment center was not looped through, so it was just a straight chain.
Yeah,
But
straight
the
chain is what
The
I,
chain that you showed us, it had 2 loops and you couldn't put them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try it, but I think you passed the chain through to marry the loop of the collar.
yeah.
Are you saying that there would be a separate chain?
That chain was as I found it.
Okay.
There you are.
That's the
With
right
that
one.
chain, the 2 rings, you're not gonna go pass them through each other. Is that fair?
I didn't try to do it, but my understanding would be you could not, you'd have to pass the chain through to get the loop.
Okay.
This lawyer doesn't understand how a choke chain works.
Well, we were thinking about Yaya was even mentioned as being like one of those pincher collars,
The,
and you know have the big teeth in
the
them.
Jimmy Choo bag,
But
Teeth
that
in
was on
them.
top of the entertainment
yeah,
center.
It was.
I'll have to.
I don't know
pull up
that
the
one.
picture.
What led your attention to that?
Hey, Lefty.
There was
Left to its up.
some
Text
red
Jen, how you
tissue
doing?
and blood,
Nice
not blood,
spies.
red tissue on the zipper and on the side of the bag.
I can't figure out my
And
mind.
inside the
camera, guys. So
Jimmy Choo bag were different body parts, correct?
There were.
There was a lung,
The doctor identified the object as the lung, yes.
piece of liver.
He identified a liver.
ooh,
The doctor showed me that and identified that.
Pieces of skin or fatty tissue,
Yes, sir.
and there are lots of bags in there, correct?
Yes.
There was a pink and black Under Armour backpack that was found, correct?
Yes, that we referred to as container 3.
That
Ugh,
was
she
on
looked
the
at us.
floor by the mattress.
Yes, it was at the, I guess we'll call it the foot of the bed, but it was, it was off the end of the bed between the bed and the entertainment center.
Morning, Texas
And
Jen.
in this container 3 were plastic shopping bags, correct?
There was,
There were some body parts in there.
there was,
Jeez
Skin,
Louise.
Fatty tissue, muscle.
yes.
She just started cutting him up and putting him in things.
yeah.
left
So I
one,
think there's
correct?
2 bags, a box, a bucket.
I don't
Damn.
recall.
Oh, and
Likely,
a
yes.
like a
Pelvis.
plastic container.
I'm gonna
Like
object.
you'd
I just-
have, like,
I don't
storage
understand
container.
The relevance of asking the specific questions about this. I frankly think it's unsensitive to the crime victims who are present. I don't know that it assists the jury in any way to go through the specific body parts that are located in each of these containers.
What's the relevance, knowing where each individual?
Well, my client is charged with mutilation of a corpse, so I think
Morning,
the state's
Froggy.
got to prove up their case, and I think the jury just needs to hear whatever information is out there.
I'm pulling names.
I think it's relevant, but I can move on.
Well, I'm gonna find that it's really duplicative, because to the extent you believe it's relevant to the state in making their case, you've already gone into it. So I'm satisfied that we need to move on. I'm gonna sustain the objection.
He's a nice guy, yeah.
Yeah, he's cool.
Why would you put your tie on the
find any,
inside or the outside?
Any
I'd put it in.
notes or journals on the entertainment center?
Yeah, right.
There was a bag on the entertainment center that had some journals in it, yes.
Did it have anybody's name in there?
Ooh.
My recollection is that when we kind of wiped through it, it appeared to be just at face value that they were probably Mr. Therian's writings.
Was it confirmed?
I know
like
we collected them and
I have for those
we needed-
writings.
we needed to look through them later, but we didn't.
Later on, we'll be reading the writings of Taylor
I know that
Schabusiness.
yesterday you tested
Hell
about
yeah.
the shower. Did you take a look at the shower drains?
I did?
Did you find hair in the shower?
Sorry.
Did you find hair in the shower?
There was hair
There's hair in every shower.
in the drain and at the floor drain.
That's usually where it
Was
goes.
it your understanding that Mr. Stephen Hendricks and Tara Pakinich and Ava Wheelock all used that shower, including Mr. Therian?
I don't know who used the shower.
She took it, dismantled him in the
Now,
shower.
you also
Allegedly.
searched the Chrysler
Somebody
minivan,
did.
correct?
I was present for the search.
So there's a shower in the basement.
Green Bay Police Department
Yeah.
evidence storage facility, correct?
That's correct.
Was that a gold Town and Country Chrysler minivan?
It was.
Were you present during the entire search?
I was present for when the search warrant was executed, when remains were found. I turned my focus to the doctor who examined the remains. I was not particularly focused on the continuation of the search for small items that would have been found inside the car, like registration and things that were under the seat. I didn't pay attention to that.
Did you pay attention to anything that was in the glove box as to who the owner of the minivan was?
I'm aware that the owner, who the minivan was, but I didn't see the registration.
Okay. The owner of the minivan was Scott Tomes, correct?
Yes,
And inside his minivan was this crock pot box that you were talking about yesterday?
There you go.
And there were human remains found in the crock pot box, correct?
there were.
Crock pot
And
box.
in that box.
You see why it
that
became
box
a
was
meme
situated
for
in a
us.
Laundry basket, correct?
How many in your chat had
Yeah,
that
the
same crock pot?
box was on top of a laundry basket.
I don't know. I
Laundry
need to do
basket was
that.
sitting on top of the
I need
seat.
that poll.
The rear driver's side seat, yes.
And in the
Same,
laundry
Miami.
basket where there's some clothes piled up so that the crock pot box was stacked on top.
Thing under the box, but I didn't itemize it, so I don't know what it was.
All of the human remains were in the crock pot box, correct?
Yes,
And in that minivan owned by Scott Tomes, there was a bottle of medication for him as well?
I don't know.
Crock pot box drink. Yamaha said,
Oh,
well, he
yeah.
didn't put himself there.
But it was confirmed that it was his minivan. Is that fair?
Allegedly.
That vehicle, I did run the registration myself.
Right.
That was on the vehicle and it was referred to Scott Holmes, yes.
Okay.
Registered.
And was it true that the
Is that person sleeping in the background?
minivan was towed
There's a
from
guy yesterday eating his
Eastern
fingers.
Avenue apartment
Oh yeah,
complex
probably
to the
right there.
This is just
GVPD evidence storage facility?
weird.
It's too much for me to handle.
My first interaction was that it was there, and when I arrived, it was parked there. So I have a general knowledge that.
They
that's
are
true, but I didn't
sleeping.
witness or present, I wasn't present for any of that.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Yeah, speak into the damn thing.
No,
Can you redirect?
no, Your Honor.
No? Okay, thank you, Detective.
Oh, he put his tie in. That's a good move.
Oh, the judge.
He probably looked down and was like, oh shit. Damn.
State's next witness?
State calls Dr. Vincent Tranquita.
Drunkada. All right. I'm with Miami. She says, I want to know all the body parts, but I'm weird that way. I'm just fascinated by this entire situation. Same.
They went over a lot of that yesterday. Of
Oh,
course,
I'm
when
sure
they're
we'll hear.
both,
Sorry.
both his heads were in a bucket.
Detective Scanlon
He had two.
was
Oh,
his
shut up.
subpoena.
That's awful. Why'd you say that?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No objection.
We have a little gallows humor going on. Yamaha keeps us straight with it. He's like, don't you try to get too serious here. Yeah.
Dar said this case needs more Binger.
Yeah, he's it's Kennesaw. He's south of here.
The matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
He's pretty agreeable.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Vincent Tranquita. My name is
There you go.
spelled Vincent. My last name is spelled Tranchida.
Okay, and with that, the witness is yours, Mr. Lizette.
That's not what I would have
Good
guessed.
morning, Dr. Tranquita.
No.
Can you tell the jury how you are currently employed?
Whoa, rabbit.
Good morning.
What?
I'm currently employed as a deputy medical
your
examiner
wife.
for Dane and Rock counties of Wisconsin.
What's she do?
And how long have you worked? In the
She
Dane
said that
County
you guys
Medical
got to see
Examiner's
the
Office?
dildo yesterday.
I
Yes.
began my employment at the Dane County
Yes, I
Medical
didn't have
Examiner's
time to go
Office on July
back on
1st,
and
2011.
highlight it. I was gonna.
You're currently the
it's
deputy
at
medical
9:25.
examiner. Have you held
9
other
hours
positions
and
at the
25
Dane County
minutes.
Medical Examiner's Office?
Chiquita banana.
Yes, I
That's
have.
Dr.
And what
What's
other
it called?
positions have you held?
I was previously chief medical examiner of the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office for approximately 12 years.
And the decision to no longer be chief and to now be deputy, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
That is correct. I've stepped down to assist with family care.
And Dr. Tranquita, what was your position or employment on February?
Great
3rd of
camera angle. Let's read the
2022?
papers.
I
Oh,
believe
yeah.
at the time I was serving as a deputy medical examiner for Dane County.
And what was Dane County's relationship with Brown County at that point in time?
Morning, squad.
At that point in time, Brown County did not have a medical examiner's office, so we were providing coverage and assistance with forensic services for Brown County.
Doctor, can you discuss briefly your educational background that is related to the position of medical examiner?
Of course. I did my pre-medical school training at the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, Michigan. I went to medical school at Wayne State University School of Medicine in Detroit, Michigan, where I received my MD. I specialized in anatomic and clinical pathology and did a residency
Morning,
at
Chris.
the University of Michigan. I further
Chris,
went
how you
on to
doing?
subspecialize in forensic pathology. And I did a fellowship in forensic pathology at
Jen.
the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner of the City of New York.
Jen said he needs to powder his
Further
bald
went on
head.
to do subspecialties
Oh,
in
yeah.
forensic cardiac pathology and forensic neuropathology. I served as a senior medical
She
examiner
looks a
in New
little
York
too
City
happy
for
right now.
approximately 8 years before
It's
I
like she
went
needs
on to
sunglasses
accept
on
the
maybe,
position
or-
as chief in Dane County.
Oh, that's
Doctor,
creepy. I
in
don't.
total, how many years have you worked professionally as a postgraduate and I think you had fellowship as well, as a post-fellowship medical examiner?
Approximately 20 years at this point.
And what are the primary job duties of a medical examiner?
Well, she said
As a
duties.
medical examiner and as a forensic pathologist, my primary duties are to investigate the cause and manner of death in cases where
He said
there is a threat to
duties.
public safety. Oftentimes, people think of this as criminal activity, but it can also refer to communicable disease, workplace deaths, or any death where there is an unexpected and unexplained cause at the time of the discovery.
Now, you mentioned medical examiner, but also forensic pathologist. Are those two things the same?
Forensic pathology is a definition of the specialty of medicine that I
This
practice.
is Tasty's got right. Maybe
Medical
she's seeing little
examiner is
people.
the name given to the
She's
role
seeing
that
something
I
in her
play in the
head.
community.
Mm-hmm.
A medical examiner is often a doctor or forensic pathologist, but not necessarily. There can be a lay medical examiner who is somebody that is appointed in the community to serve this function, and they may, for example, contract out to a forensic pathologist or to a hospital pathologist to perform their
This guy's
autopsies.
practicing speech.
Is it fair to say that when you were
Yeah.
working as the Dane County Deputy Medical Examiner, Chief Medical Examiner, you were essentially fulfilling both of those roles?
That is correct.
And if you could just go into greater detail as to what specifically
Blue
you
program.
do typically in order
Morning.
to determine cause and manner of death.
Dar said she's seeing
You're
life in
notified
prison,
about
most
death.
likely.
Typically, it begins with somebody contacting our office. Our office is staffed 24/7, and we
Or
have
mental
investigators who are on duty, taking shifts. They receive the information about the call. They collect information about an individual's medical history, their social history, what medications they're on, when they were last known alive, and what are the circumstances in which they're found.
Is he a professional
At
witness?
that point, the investigator
Yeah.
will respond
Okay.
to the scene if needed, and then they perform an external examination of the body where they try to get as much information as they can. At that point, they notify the medical examiner or contact us, and then sometimes we respond as well if there's a suspicion of a homicide or if a death seems very complicated.
Through your work as the Deputy Medical Examiner in the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office, did you have involvement in investigating the cause and manner of death of Shad Therian, date of birth 9/7/97?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us how you were first notified of Mr. Therian's death and began your work on that case?
On that case, I was notified, our lead
Brown
investigator in
Parks.
the case was Petra Schwab of Brown County. She notified our office that there was a suspected homicide in Green Bay, and as part of our policy, the medical examiner on duty responds to homicide.
Is that me? Did I freeze?
Do
Scene
that.
of the investigation on 829 Stony Brook?
I cannot recall. I
I
believe
didn't-
it was morning, though.
Are we still here? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Who
I
was
think
on
you might
scene?
have had a
Were there
break.
other parties on scene
Oh,
when you arrived?
jeez. I was like, I'm
Yes,
not.
there were.
That wasn't me.
And what types of other
His
parties were
court
present when
TV.
you arrived?
Our investigator, Petra Schwab, was present, as well as law enforcement.
And what did you do upon arrival?
Upon arrival, typically what is done is we speak to the officer in charge, and we try to get as much preliminary information as is known when we arrive at a scene. Once that information is known, we wait until there is approval for clearance and access to the body, that we won't contaminate the scene or destroy any evidence on our approach. We donned Tyvek suits, gloves, masks, and face protection so that we don't contaminate the scene and also that we are protected. And then we entered the scene to do our examination of what's happened.
Do you recall, Doctor, making any of your own observations upon entering the residence and then more specifically upon entering the basement area of the residence?
Yes, I do.
And what were those observations initially?
We arrived to what appeared to be a typical suburban residence. We entered through the front door, and we were directed down to the back of the house, through the kitchen to a set of basement stairs. As we approached down through the base of the basement stairs, we were notified or alerted to a bucket that was present to the right of the stairs. We were then also directed that there was the possibility of additional human remains in other parts of the room as well.
And I guess before we get into the specific locations of the human remains that were collected, did you making
I thought this was a
notations
split screen.
overall of that area of the basement where
Hi.
the remains were ultimately found?
Hey, it's working.
I did.
And what were those observations?
Jeez. Still have this all messed up.
As I entered the room, I was surprised, given
I don't
the
wanna touch
preliminary
anything.
information that I had, of how little blood was really very visible on first inspection. Subsequently, as I made my way through the room, we were able to find traces of blood at various points throughout the house. I'm sorry, throughout the room, the basement. On some furniture to the left of the bed, or against the wall on the left, there was a dark blue bag. There was also evidence of drug paraphernalia, including a glass pipe and a baggie. There were also cleaning supplies, Clorox wipes, and I believe a bottle of Shout detergent. Adjacent to the bed was a pink and black backpack, and towards the head of the bed as well was a blue tote. On top of the bed,
Ew,
which was a box
Volstorm,
spring, I
knock it
believe, and
off.
mattresses, were a number of crumpled sheets and bedding.
Doctor, I believe you mentioned essentially in the room the four
Yeah.
main containers where human remains were located. Is that consistent with your recollection?
That is correct, within that room, yes.
We've got the bucket, the blue bag.
That's
on
a
top
coat
of
rack on the
dresser,
wall?
The
Damn.
Yeah.
pink and gray bag on the floor, and then a tote. Are those the four locations where human remains were located in the room?
That is correct.
And can you just briefly describe the process that was used by the medical examiner's office to collect those remains?
4 locations in the room, and then in her
Of
van.
course. These containers.
different
that
spots of
contain
body
human
parts?
remains
Yeah.
were photographed as they were, or as they sat in their location. We then documented the external appearance of the containers.
Is there a timeline from death till
After that,
arrest?
a evidence sheet was placed out on the floor to try to collect any trace evidence that might be present either on the bag or within any of the bag's contents. I then opened each of the bags, removed the contents, and laid them out on the evidence sheet for inspection.
That's a tough job.
And can you describe for the jury sort of big picture on a scene like this, which is, I presume, unusual, what sorts of things you are looking for or attempting to ascertain as you're walking through the room and finding remains in various locations?
That's what the timeline is
As
what
I
time
go
they
through a
found.
room and evaluate the room, I'm looking.
So
for
how long did
evidence
she
of
have from the last time somebody saw
disturbances,
him alive till the
provocation.
police came? How long did she
Looking
spend
for
dismembering
signs of
him?
biological
I don't think
material
we have
which
a
may tell
final
me
number
where a
on that
body
yet.
part may be located.
Okay.
Because
I'm
like
also
his
looking for
parents
evidence that may
were
have contributed to the death.
upstairs
In other
and
words, instruments, objects,
Well,
weapons.
Yeah.
evidence of
stepdad.
drug
They
paraphernalia.
got there. They said the stepdad he'd been drinking.
In this case in particular,
That's
I'm
what the
also
cops
looking for
said.
places that a body may be concealed, or that might be
It's about what
evidence of
time was
movement
it?
of
He
the
goes,
body from
I don't know,
location.
daytime.
Well, I heard him say, I heard the
Doctor, you
911 call. He
mentioned some of
says,
those things like,
"Oh, she
weapon
swears to me that his head's in a
instrumentality
bucket."
of
I'm like,
the
damn, that's a hell of a
crime.
thing to
Were
say.
those things noted on your investigation or observation?
Yes, they were.
And what was noted specifically?
Yikes.
On a black standing table besides the bed, there was a gray metal chain. On the dresser, on the left wall of the basement, there was also a gray metal chain.
Did they talk about what she did to his
Recovered
body
from
before
some of the
she cut him up?
containers as well were
No,
multiple
the
knives,
fun part
some
hasn't
of
been
which
talked
had
about
a
yet.
bent blade,
Okay.
and one of which had a broken tip.
There you go. They got everything working now.
Nice.
Specifically as it relates to the human remains that are located, as you're collecting those items, are you sort of conducting an inventory or attempting to ensure that you have everything that you need with respect to the body that was cut up?
They do this at the crime
Yes, I
scene?
am. I'm trying to recover as much of the individual as
Yeah.
possible to try to
Wow.
ascertain that as much
Collect
evidence
evidence.
as can be gained has been collected.
You know, show where it was.
As you were
and
going
everything.
through the room, did you note that?
But it sounded like he said he was
possibly
taking
not
it
have
out
the
and, like,
entire body
looking
present
at
in
it.
that room?
Yes, I did.
Well, they want to make sure they get all the
Specifically,
pieces.
what was
You know, you don't want to get back to the office and you
On my
left the leg
inventory, I
behind.
believe I was missing
Well-
the right thigh.
But maybe the leg's
specifically,
not there.
From about the waist to about the knee.
Oh, we saw a thigh in
I
a
believe
box
that I was
yesterday.
missing as well. I was also missing the left thigh and left leg.
At some point in time, were you made aware that portions of the body may be at another location?
Yes, I was.
Did you travel to that other location?
Yes, I did.
And where was that?
This was a police storage unit off-site.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Upon arrival to the police storage unit, I was
Storage?
directed towards a van or
Yeah.
minivan that was in the
you know,
storage
like you
unit.
get,
And I was told
Oh, they
cargo.
impounded it.
that there might
Yeah.
be additional body parts within the storage van.
And did you actively participate in attempting to recover the body parts from that van?
Yes, I did. My process was similar. I donned a Tyvek, gloves, protective mask, and a protective visor. We laid out an evidence sheet, and then we went through the contents of the van to determine if there were additional body parts.
And were body parts located?
Yes, they were.
Where was she taking him? Do we know this?
I believe we
back
recovered
over to her
the
place.
right femur.
Oh, she's still
or
hungry?
bone of the thigh of the scene. We also recovered a portion of left thigh, and we also recovered a portion of left leg from about the level of the knee to the ankle.
And doctor, was there anything noteworthy about the parts that you recovered from the van?
You know, it's a slow cooker, a crock
When they
pot.
were recovered from the van, they were
It takes a
placed
long
in,
time to
I
cook.
believe, a crock pot box.
There you go.
There was evidence of skeletal trauma, including sawing, chop injuries, start and stop.
There
Why is there no
injuries to
blood
the
on this
bone,
box?
Consistent with this.
That's just some random box I found on the internet.
Oh, you did
But-
that?
Anything else?
Yeah,
about the-
but they showed the box and there
amount of
isn't. There's
flesh that
like,
remained on
it's
those
very dry for what
items
you
that
would
were
think.
recovered from the van?
Specifically, the right
didn't do
femur
it.
had been defleshed.
What's happening?
In other words,
You're not
the
doing that?
skin, soft tissues, and muscle have been removed from the bone so that it was largely stripped
Why
down
did
to the
everything
bone
just start
itself.
popping up on my end?
Doctor, I want to talk about the evidence recovery process and the chain of custody as it relates to the human remains. Can you describe what that process is?
What's happening?
Very
Just don't touch
important in the
anything, it's
nature of
fine.
Evidentiary work is maintaining a chain of
buttons.
custody. In other words, that the location of the remains and the custody of the remains is documented for each step along the way. At the scene, the evidence is photographed in the presence of witnesses. It is placed in a secured and sealed evidence bag. And then on the outside of the bag, we attempted to write and document which container, which pieces came from, to attempt to recreate or be able to follow the story of the evidence as it goes from the scene through transport all the way to the medical examiner's office. When we use a secured body bag, what we mean is it's an intact body bag that's labeled on the outside, and then we also place a security seal, which is intact and numbered. We photograph and document the seal to show that the seal is intact and that the seal that was placed at the scene is the same seal that we're cutting at the medical examiner's office.
And then, do you recall what specifically the process was for transporting the remains to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office for autopsy was?
Yes, I do. The transport driver was notified, the driver was mobilized, and then the driver took custody of the body bags, loaded them in the van, and then the driver and the body was escorted back to the Dane County Medical Examiner's office.
Thank you, Rabbit. The mom saw the boyfriend at 10. The mom's
So then,
boyfriend saw
doctor,
him
ultimately, did you perform,
9:30
an
the morning
autopsy on the
before.
remains that were
The
recovered?
police were there at
Yes, I did,
3:30 in the
on
morning.
February 25th.
So
And
she
where
didn't
did
see him
that take
for
place?
15 hours.
That took place at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office in McFarland,
Right.
Wisconsin.
Or no?
Yeah.
Do you recall
Well,
who was involved in that autopsy?
6,
Yeah.
24,
Yes, I
19.
do.
Yeah.
Who was that?
There you go.
Present for the autopsy
you.
was Brown County law enforcement and our own work.
I'd say you're welcome, but I don't know if I'm right. Stripped to the bone, defleshed, and then Rabbit says blood congeals after the heart stops. So that might be why it wasn't like running everywhere after a while. Like I would think.
She took him apart in the shower. So that's what we're thinking is like some of that blood went. Some of that blood, I mean, went down the drain, right?
But his heart's not pumping, so it's not like it's pumping out for her, right? It's just leaking out, yeah? I don't know.
I don't know. I don't.
I hope she takes a
they've-
stand and tells us.
She takes a stand and starts hitting herself inside the head saying, stop talking again.
Exhibit 73
Morning,
is
Vicky.
a copy of my curriculum vitae or resume. Yes, it does.
The objection?
Is that exhibit 73?
It is.
No.
She also took a shower too.
She did?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, they said they were amazed with how many, how little blood there was.
Have you had an opportunity to review those?
Yes, I have.
And could you just briefly describe for the jury what is depicted in Exhibit 74?
Would you like me to show the photograph as well?
I intend to publish it if I could, so.
Exhibit 74 is a photograph of a blue gloved hand with a gray label on it. It is holding a blue security seal that is present around a body bag zipper. The gray label reads 223433, and the blue security seal reads 0012227.
Doctor, do you know where that photograph would have been taken?
This photograph was taken within the Dane County Medical Examiner's Office.
Sean said Schabusiness is a killer
So to note
help name.
the
It's
seal
a
and the
killer
fact
name
that
for sure.
The bag that was received by the medical examiner's office remained intact and sealed when you received it in Dane County prior to the autopsy?
That is correct.
And can you describe what's depicted in Exhibit 75?
Rabbit says there's no way
Exhibit
she's taking the
75
stand.
is another photograph
No, I
taken of an
don't.
outside of a body bag.
You just couldn't trust
A
her.
blue security
Can't
seal
she
can be visible
insist?
At the lower left corner of the photograph. It also
You know, that's a
has
good question.
gray
If you think
label
she's
reading 22
Insane.
3433,
Yeah, dude, she's
which is
clearly
you have to
crazy.
object to your
written on
client.
the outside of the bag.
I don't think
is
you can.
sealed
I think she has a
by
right.
PS, the initials are P
Yeah, I think so.
and S, at sign 1506 on 02/23/22.
Doctor, are you familiar with the initials PS?
Yes, I am.
And whose are those?
They are our lead investigators initial who were at the scene, Petra Schwab.
And then, Doctor, can you describe what is depicted in Exhibit 76?
Exhibit 76 is also another photograph taken from the
Yeah,
inside
Chris.
of the Dane County morgue. It depicts an opened body bag that contains four smaller containers or four smaller bags inside. Containers 1 through 4.
Listen.
Yeah,
What-
what is the depiction of that particular exhibit, is that consistent with your recollection of how the remains were recovered and stored when you left the Stony Brook residence?
That is correct.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of those exhibits and ask for permission to publish all three.
The objection is 74, 75, and 76, Mr. Freilich.
Yes, Your Honor, defense objects to exhibits 74, 75, 76, more prejudicial than probative, relevancy, and duplicitous arguments.
Overruled.
Publish them to the jury.
So we get to see this. Yesterday at the court TV, they're just showing everything, and all of a sudden the judge says, because it was Shad's mom took the stand. She found his head in the bucket, right? And so she's a victim. And the judge said, I'm hearing that you guys are videoing this right now. She's a victim. There's not supposed to be any video
While we're
cameras of
waiting for
victims in this
to fire,
courtroom.
could we have a sidebar?
Oh,
And all of a sudden, it's just stopped. It was like, oh,
whoops.
yeah. We were wondering, like, I mean, they showed the whole thing, like going in. Like they showed the cameras, the body camera on the police, and they go in, and it's like, oh yeah, right there's the bucket at the bottom of the stairs, and the cops up there explain. It's like I've never just sat here thinking, wow, there's a human head in that bucket.
Yikes.
You know, she had just had enough meth. She might have finished getting rid of the body, but she got tired.
Damn, hell of a day to quit using meth. This is actually making my tummy flip. Oh, sorry, Vic. This is, and it's so gross.
Yeah, it's
Ugh.
awful.
Wrap it with the trigger warning. Thank you. That should be on your. That should be what goes across your screen.
This should be what goes across my mouth.
Just the
What are you
trigger
talking
warning.
about?
That's true. The mother requested it, and it was granted. Oh, the mother wanted to know cameras.
Yeah.
Chat seems to think her meds are kicking in. Do you think that she looks more similar to how she was yesterday? Just sort of head down.
She went with a
We're going to take our mid-morning break right now. We'll be
you guys started late today. You
That was
got
us.
a break. No, they were 45 minutes late because they had a procedural thing to figure out.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, or 30 minutes. They were 30 minutes late. They started at 8:15, and then the attorneys met until 8:45, which is 9:45 my time, 6:45 your time. Anyway, so yeah, yesterday they had the police officers come in. They played the 911 tapes. And just so many like weird things that you don't think about. But it's like the stepdad called, and he's like, "Yeah, I called the regular line because I didn't really know if this was an emergency or not."
What?
There's a head in a bucket. You
The
should
step
call
parents are
911.
wild, man.
Yeah, and so what's up? Huh? I
think
Oh, hang on.
They're taking a rake out. They're talking about us.
This
Oh
is one
no.
of the photographs that was previously disclosed to the defense to raise objections prior to
Are
the
they-
motion hearing. Defense did not object to the photograph at that.
Do they know we can
particular
hear
time.
them?
hearing on June 13
Hell yeah.
last month.
Correct. So obviously with the purpose of addressing these issues to try to head these off, this photograph was not objected to. However, this morning we're objecting to relatively benign photos of closed body bags. So I anticipate the defense would object to this photograph. It does depict the crime victim's face. At autopsy, and the state believes the photograph, while it does depict his face, and I understand it is arguably prejudicial.
Damn.
It is highly relevant because it demonstrates the indicia of strangulation, which is ultimately the doctor's determination as to the cause of his death, and can describe why he believes that the strangulation occurred prior to his death. And it actually shows a small portion of the remainder of his body, which demonstrates different coloration. So it's a highly relevant photograph that the doctor is capable of describing. And I wanted to head this off and have the court address that issue outside the presence of the jury. I can mark the photo and provide a copy to the court so that you have an opportunity to view it.
Okay, why don't we do that? Let's get it marked, and then I'll take a look at it. Mr. Fairley, presumably you can see.
Oh, this is the hard part, you know.
I've seen a lot
You're
of
the
pictures. I
judge.
haven't
You've
seen
got
this
to.
right now.
Yeah, this is okay to look at this head.
Yikes.
That's what we're looking at.
Yeah, that's wild. Sage said Marcy's law gives victims rights. Hold on, it scrolled. Victims' rights protection. That's why they cut the video of the mom yesterday. Marcy's law is state by state, not federal yet.
And yeah, so when he started off, and it's just like, oh, they're just showing her, you know, taking the stand, and you know, no problem to it. And it was
Your Honor, I put a lot of time into, reviewing all the pictures and did file a motion making objections to photographs that I thought were, that should not come into evidence. But we're in a trial now, and, as a defense attorney, you don't know what the state's going to present as evidence. This picture I would object to on behalf of my client. We already have a picture of what the victim looked like when he was alive. That was already presented by the state. Now they're presenting a second picture.
Of
It's hard
him
that this picture,
when he's not
if it
alive,
has
right?
any relevancy
Yeah.
to the case, it's highly prejudicial. It's an autopsy picture. I don't believe a lot of people on the
What?
jury have ever seen something like this before, and it could shock their conscience and create horror in their minds, so I would
Yeah.
object to it, Your Honor, on all of those grounds. Thank you.
They want to show his head.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, how does this work? I wonder how that works. The judge is looking at it right now.
Exhibit 77 was a
No,
photo
no,
that,
don't.
was taken at your office
The jury sees it.
during the course of the autopsy, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, well, the issues the court has
Good morning,
to address
Jacob.
in these kinds of objections relating to prejudice versus the probative value is really a balancing kind of a test. And the issue that's being addressed with the court, what this is being offered for, is to demonstrate the means of death and well, which is an important part of the case, of course. And I ruled earlier at the hearing in June that I was not going to permit the exhibit of the crime victim's head in the bucket. This is a different, really, set of circumstances. This is a photograph taken in the process of an autopsy. We have the
I mean, it's state evidence.
They're showing it.
who's really a witness that's an important piece of this case.
Yep, he's showing it.
Frankly, for both sides of the case to hear from. And this is a photograph taken in the process of him doing his job, and one that I think, given what I've heard by way of an offer of proof, is going to be useful in him describing the means or the method of death of the victim. I'm satisfied for those reasons that although there's certainly prejudice to the photo, many things that come into a trial are prejudicial to one side
Yeah.
or another. I'm satisfied the probative value in this case
Little court
outweighs
TV
the
show.
prejudicial effect. I'm going to allow the photo to be to come into evidence, and then the doctor can explain what's shown on it and
Wow.
why it's relevant to the case. So that's going to be the order of the court.
Your Honor,
Yes.
with respect to the court, just as further additional argument,
Is this a public defender?
Further argue my
Yeah.
decision.
no.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Your Honor, though, it's just kind of, in my opinion, sort of highly unusual that this picture, of the deceased would be presented to the jury when the doctor can easily testify about, the cause and manner of death. The picture
He does
isn't
have a
going to
good
really
point
add
there.
too much, in my opinion, but I totally respect the court's ruling. I just want to make sure I made all my
Then
arguments to
accept
the
it.
court.
Sure. And I understand that. Photographs can be helpful to juries in understanding.
He's
what
signing up
witnesses
for
are
appeal.
testifying to. For example,
Yeah.
I think that argument could be made.
You have to bring
probably
up
during every single
you can only
photograph
appeal
and
it.
introduced
If you
evidence.
brought it
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
Well, we can tell you what it looked like, and so you don't need to see a picture of it. Photos can be helpful. They can. And
That's such a judge answer. Photos can be helpful.
that,
They can.
that argument. The doctor could just simply describe everything, but the question is this going to be helpful to the jury? And will
He probably told her, don't smile so much. She's like, okay, I got this.
value? I don't think so. I do think it'll be helpful to the jury, and so for those reasons, I'm going to.
25 years old.
So that's the order of the court.
Beautifully. Good morning.
Before council takes a brief recess, Mr. Lezay.
Just briefly, so on the issue of the photograph, while we are showing it to the jury, I would ask that the media not show a copy of that photograph on the live stream.
I will enter an order that the media is not permitted to show that photograph on the live stream or take a picture of it in any other fashion.
Are we going to FOIA this picture, sir?
Anything else before break?
No.
Okay. Very good. Then you can step down. Doctor, we'll take a break. I think we've taken up about half of the break already, but try to be back in 5 or 10 minutes. We're in recess.
All right. I just got a message from Yaya. She's gonna be late. But so, did you hear about the Zav girl?
I did.
And what do you think? I mean, I know now there's been so much stuff that's happened. Your opinions could change or whatnot. But what do you think is the ultimate there? I mean,
I only saw that penguin guy. Do you know who that is? The Charlie guy?
Yeah. Are
I
you the
only saw
reason why I'm following him?
I don't know, maybe. I do like him. But
Yeah,
when
I was
I
like,
have
why is this guy on here? Why does he have such pretty hair?
I like his background and how he frames stuff. I'm like, I like
Hmm.
this. But that particular one, I watched it wanting to agree with him. And at the end of the day, it seems like he doesn't understand true crime. He didn't
Hmm.
understand that the pictures he was bitching about were already shown on every live feed and every stream. And I don't think that she's wrong for what she did. I don't think she was explicitly trying to sell those pictures for, you know what it sounded
Yeah.
like. But that's it. I don't really, I think I followed her before that, but I can't exactly remember why. I think Nova was telling me that she has some kind of, she was like an ex meth head who found her escape doing this, and so like I don't know. I like
Who's
her.
Zav
What did you
Girl?
think? Yeah.
So Zav Girl started off, while they're doing their break. So Zav Girl was, Kylie Rodney, was where, started following her. She was doing like 8 and 12 hour long streams. That's where she got her rise to fame.
Okay.
And it's like people are trying to make it excuses, like as far as like, well, you have 100,000 people, and then also you don't have a true crime thing. You're out there, you're grifting for money. I don't think like any of that. I think what happened is that it was just really tacky, because it was it's public record,
Mm-hmm.
and she didn't know. She's like, oh hey, the state gave it to me. I guess this will be okay. You don't, you get caught up in stuff. You don't think about it, and then I think that. I mean, yeah, it shows a what, a 12-year-old's autopsy. I mean,
Yeah.
that happens. That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So, not that I want to look at it, not that you should look at it, but it's you're not gonna. Don't sit there and counsel her for making a
Yeah.
mistake. She just didn't know better.
Is it a mistake? I wouldn't even, I think that is not for everyone, but I don't see the mistake part of it.
Yeah. Rabbit
It's
said
part of
the
the
court
case.
blurred them. She didn't.
The
Did
court
the
didn't blur
court
them. No,
Yeah, I was gonna say, if the court blurred them, was that
they didn't.
what was shown on TV? Because see, that's the thing, is like there are like freedom of information stuff. Like you see it all the time. Like you see like it's like you send a FOIA request, like the FBI, who shot Kennedy, and you'll get a piece of paper back, and it'll say, "Dear Divinity said," and then every line will be blacked out, and it'll
Yeah.
say "Director of the FBI." So you can, uh, um, the what is considered. I mean, there are protection laws, right? So
Yeah.
like you have to protect national interest, and like that, you
Hmm.
have to protect the victim, stuff like that. I don't know if Florida has them. I don't know if somebody screwed up. Maybe they do have them, and they screwed up in the county. The county, the police or coroner's office,
Hmm.
whatever they have there. I mean, but she
I
just
don't.
showed them, and I don't know.
I don't find it's
It's
part of
true
a
crime.
case. I don't think I don't find that to be glorifying anything. It's a fact. It's evidence. It's sad, but you didn't go to that case not knowing there wasn't a 12-year-old that's deceased by the
Yeah,
hands of his stepmom. You know what I mean? They didn't
yeah.
blur them on court TV. You can still see them on any of the feeds. I watched my friend Stephanie play it,
Mhm.
and then when they started showing the pictures, I went over to court TV and just watched chat freak out about it.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think, showing it on TV, I could see why that would be a little more shocking, because you have an expectation, I think, there that maybe you wouldn't see that. But to get into
Mhm.
the case, to buy documents, to get the details and not expect to see that is, I don't think some people understand what true crime is.
Yeah, yeah. It's they. Well, I mean, the thing about what you just said, I don't think some people understand what true crime is. They think it's like they're going to save missing children,
Yeah.
and in the reality of it is, there's some really sick people out there that really, like, look at this current case. I mean, who The cop, they interviewed the cops that showed up at the scene, and he has his master's degree in criminology. You know, this guy, he's very well educated, and he's like, yeah, like, you know, I was a patrol officer that day. My normal day consists of writing tickets and you know, going to crash scenes. So I go up here. It's like I didn't know what to expect, and they did. He goes in there and he's just using his flashlight, and he's like, "Okay, is this the bucket?" And they said, "Yeah." And he looks in it. The next thing he does, he's like, you know, he calls in the
Hey.
operator. Says, "We're gonna need additional units." And his partner shows up and he's like, "Yeah, you know, come here." And he's like, shows like, uh, he said, "Well, have you looked, you know, anywhere else? Like, do we have a body? Where's the rest of the body?" And
Yikes.
he's like, "No, I don't know, because there's a head in the bucket." And you know, it's something you didn't think about from the perspective of the cop. Something bad's happened there, and there's still somebody. We don't have the suspect in custody. So he looks around
Yikes.
the room and he looks behind the bed. He said he saw blood and what looked like human flesh. At this point, he turns around and he pulls his gun out. And so his flashlight goes up and he's using the flashlight on his gun. And because now it's hitting, oh gosh, something really bad happened here. And we don't have this place cleared. We don't know if this guy's still here or not. And, you know, it's, again, really bad stuff happens and you don't think about it. And I think that's what a lot of the true crime, it's they like the drama, they like the story, but they don't like the blood and guts. So I
That's
don't
too bad.
know. Yeah. But I think she'll be fine. I don't see any reason. I know Sema Shogun, well, he's got beef with her from the Kylie Rodney stuff. That was so weird.
So I'm going to share. I don't know if you want to see it, but I'm going
we go.
to share just in your Discord, Stephanie, Look of Sinclair, when she covered that Gannon trial. Day 5 is when they showed those pictures. I sent you the link. If it just shows that those pictures weren't blurred, unless editing means they like selective, like you can see his whole torso and arms here. So I in chat they said that they blurred them for court TV and that Sav girl edited them. I can't see chat right now, but it was something like that. So I thought I would show that. The pictures we saw live during trial were not blurred. They were crappy images from a TV behind somebody, but
Oh, hang on, they're back.
are they back? In when they did the you know the mass
Before we go back on the record, with the
thing that
jury,
happened in
Mr. Lizay,
Connecticut
Mr. Freilich,
No, thank
with
you.
the school and kids.
Yeah.
bringing the jury.
After that happened,
Doctor, if you want to come down.
Connecticut had to change their laws so that they couldn't receive autopsies of children. So, yeah,
See,
the people's interest in seeing completeness of a trial is not new, or a case.
That's an interesting tie shirt combo. Yes. He's gonna come back from lunch. He's got barbecue sauce on it.
Yeah, it'll be tucked in.
Yeah. So the pictures that were the Zabra ones. I mean, this is on.
Yeah,
it's
it
on
was.
YouTube. Well, it's on YouTube. Right? Yeah.
The judge looks like our attorney without gray hair. Chris, I do think that was a mistake that they showed them.
Okay, be seated. Okay, we're back on
Yeah.
the record, and with that, Mr. Lizay, the witness is yours.
I think we were about to publish the 3 photographs that the doctor had previously described. Is that 74, 75, and 76?
Yes.
Dr. Tranquita, Exhibit 74 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
Oh, that's the bag.
That is
That's what
correct.
they're talking about up there.
Exhibit 75 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
And Exhibit 76 that you previously described, is that now visible on the screen?
That is correct.
Thank you, Doctor. Now, Doctor, if you could confirm the human remains from Shad Therian, you received them in the form that was just demonstrated in those photos, is that correct?
That is correct.
From a chain of custody and evidence standpoint, did everything appear to be in order when you received it at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office prior to autopsy?
Yes, they did.
Can you give a general description of the process that was utilized to conduct the autopsy in this case?
Of course. At the scene, we performed the examination as I previously described. In addition, because this occurred during the time of the pandemic, we also did a nasopharyngeal swab to determine if the decedent was COVID positive. And he
Oh,
was.
that's how he died.
Upon beginning the examination, our first step is usually to take x-rays of the body. And this is a very helpful tool that we use to try to determine if there's any fractures, foreign objects, or what the general condition is of the skeletal system of the decedent. For this, the bag can be intact, which is a helpful way of doing it. Once the bag is opened, the next step is to begin to take as-is photographs. In other words, photographs of the body exactly as it's received, before it's cleaned, before it's washed, before anything is removed. The next step after that is to collect trace evidence, if any can be found. This can involve a sexual assault kit, swabs, fingernail clippings, everything in an effort to try to find any DNA evidence that might be useful. Once that is done, the body can then be washed and cleaned, and then we begin our external examination. The external examination is an examination of the outside of the body, not only for any identifying marks, tattoos, scars, but also to get a sense of what injuries are present, what trauma is present on the body, and if we have the entire body present as we suspected at the scene. So typically at that point, we begin to take our inventory of what is present, and then we also begin to examine each fragment to see what is present, what is trauma, what is artifact, and what is real injury.
And the process that you described as the general process, is that what you utilized here?
That's correct. And by the documentation of the external, we take photographs, we take measurements, and I take diagrams as well to try to recreate for the reader what I see at the table.
And to reiterate, ultimately, what is the goal of conducting the autopsy?
The ultimate goal is to determine the cause and manner of death. But a secondary goal is to try to document the findings that are present so that if somebody challenges or disagrees with these findings, that the evidence is there, that I can provide my explanation for my reasoning and a historical record of what goes on within the autopsy room.
And before we get into the specifics, ultimately, were you able to determine what you believe to be a cause and manner of death for Shad Therian?
Yes, I was.
Doctor, is it typical that not only the cause and manner of death, but the findings or the bases to support those findings are generally outlined in a report?
Yes, they are.
And did you prepare such a report in this case?
Yes, I did.
Is she asleep? I mean, they zoomed in on her like.
Dr. Tranquita, I'm showing you what's.
I swear she snores and I'll lose it.
Can you review that and identify that document for the jury?
Exhibit number 78 is a copy of the autopsy report that was generated on our case number 223433 for Shad Thurian.
Doctor, is that a 14-page report?
That is correct.
And you believe that report accurately outlines your findings following the autopsy and investigation into the death of Shad Thurian?
Yes, I do.
And are the opinions that are outlined in this report and the final diagnoses, are those opinions that are consistent with your medical training and experience?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move for the admission of Exhibit 78.
The objection is not
Tweety.
that'll be received.
And Doctor, again, before we get into the bases or the specifics, what was your opinion as it relates to the cause and manner of death of Shad Thurian?
It is my medical opinion that the cause of death of Shad Thurian is strangulation, and that the manner of death is homicide.
Can you explain for the jury the difference between cause and manner?
Of course. Cause of death is the mechanism by which somebody dies. If one wants to think of it as an example, a gunshot wound of the head is a cause of death. That is a mechanism by which somebody dies. The manner of death is the category or classification of that mechanism. So in other words, a gunshot wound of the head can be a suicide, it can be an accidental death, or it can be a homicidal death.
Depends who your boss
The
is.
cause of death you want to think about as the mechanical process which results in someone's death. And the manner of death is the circumstances or the totality of the story, including the investigation and the scene findings, and the history, which helps you categorize that mechanism in terms of the class of death that this occurs.
And Doctor, I'll first address the issue of cause of death. Can you outline for the jury the findings or the circumstances that support your opinion that the cause of death in this case was strangulation?
Of course. On examination of the body, I am looking for any findings that might indicate what the potential cause of death might be.
This is why they
In
need that
this
autopsy
case, on my
picture.
examination of the decedent, I had a number of findings that were consistent with a strangulation death. To begin with, I had plethory or cyanosis of the head and upper neck.
This is
And by
like you never
plethory or
think about.
cyanosis, I
Yeah.
mean a deep purplish discoloration or congestion of the head and neck, such that I know that return of blood flow back to the body from the head is interrupted or blocked. Along those lines, I had numerous petechial hemorrhages or burst blood vessels of the skin of the face, of the conjunctivae around the eyes or the pink around the eyes. I had hemorrhages as well of the whites of the eyes or the sclera, and I also had hemorrhages of the mucosa of the inside of the mouth. These are all consistent with sharp pressure being applied to the neck and the blood vessels of the neck, causing bursting of these blood vessels. In addition, the tongue was protuberant outside of the mouth, consistent with the tongue being driven up and outwards during the process of strangulation. When I examined the tongue itself, there was a patterned indentation on the surface of the tongue, consistent with an object being pressed hard across the tongue, such that it left an indentation within the tongue.
What is
Ball
There were
teeth?
also abrasions
Oh.
or scrapes on the surface of the tongue, and there was an intramuscular hemorrhage or bleeding within the tongue. This is often seen in cases of strangulation, where the tongue can be trapped between the teeth and the jaw is driven upwards and trapping the
So she
tongue
was
between the
behind him.
teeth.
Oh.
Once I dissected down the neck,
Damn.
I had hemorrhages of the
didn't
muscles
see the
of the neck
dildo.
as well. And this is also classically seen often in cases of strangulation, where blunt force trauma is applied to the neck during the process of compression, and you have injury and bleeding within the neck muscles. These hemorrhages were not only in the neck muscles, but they were also in the soft tissues surrounding the trachea or airway or windpipe, surrounding the larynx or upper airway, all the way down to the cervical spine or the spinal column as it goes all the way down to the vertebra. So in other words, I had hemorrhages going from the surface all the way down deep into the neck muscle structures, and
Yikes.
indicative of significant force being applied to the neck.
Just wanted to follow up on that particular last point. Doctor, you
Yeah,
indicated
show her.
in multiple areas where you saw evidence of strangulation. Did those same areas allow you to make some sort of determination or form an opinion as to the amount of force or the amount of time that force would have been applied to the neck?
Objection, speculative, speculation.
I think that's exactly what his professional role is.
Overruled.
That's what his role is.
This is a great deal of force. We're not talking about simply injuries to the superficial structures, for example, the skin. I have injuries to the very thick muscles on the sides of the neck. I have injuries to the soft tissues beneath this. I have injuries to all the soft tissues surrounding the neck. And I also have hemorrhage on the soft tissue on the anterior aspect of the cervical spine. This is hemorrhage deep through multiple layers of the neck, consistent with a great deal of force being applied and a great deal of injury.
Yikes.
Doctor, as
The
we've heard,
judge.
obviously there is
Yeah.
a significant amount of mutilation to the body or disruption of the body in multiple different places.
Wait, did she change
Can
her
you
shirt?
describe how you are able to
She did.
determine
She
that
had an
those
eyeball
other
shirt on.
Cutting injuries to the portions
Right.
of the body are post-mortem as opposed to causing the death of Shad.
Interesting.
It wasn't blue, was it? Where's Volstorm? Is he still here?
In my examination, there was extensive post-mortem mutilation of the body.
Hey, Lost
And I
Souls. good to
believe
see
that
you.
this is
Yeah, hey,
post-mortem
Lost Souls, how you
mutilation
doing?
because there is no hemorrhage
She had a
associated
Ah.
with
show
these
last night.
injuries. In other words, I have multiple sharp force trauma with multiple stab wounds, multiple punctures, multiple incised wounds of the
Yikes.
skin, deep cuts within the muscles and tendons and soft tissue, deep cuts within the bone. But all of these cuts are non-hemorrhagic. In other words, there's no blood or
Post-mortem.
bleeding associated with it. These are consistent with post-mortem mutilation. In other words, there's no circulation going on. There's very little blood actually still left within the vascular system. This is all consistent with the body being dismembered after death.
And, Doctor, at this point, I intend to show you a photograph which is sensitive in nature. I intend to publish that photograph for the jury, so I'm putting the jury and also the media on notice that I intend to use the photograph at this point and then have the judge describe it.
She definitely changed her shirt.
Yeah.
Doctor, clerk is showing you what's been marked previously as Exhibit 77.
But
Can you identify what that photograph is?
Yes, I can.
What is it?
This is a depiction of the right side of Shad Therian's face at the autopsy examination. In the photograph is the right side of his face, along with the grayscale ruler with the case number, and also a L-shaped ABFO ruler, which is an American Board of Forensic Odontology ruler. It shows dimensions in 2 scales. The right side of his face shows his eyes closed and his tongue protuberant, clenched between the right side of his mouth. He has abrasions or scrapes that are visible on the right side of his face and nose and cheek. At the lower aspect of the photograph are numerous sharp force injuries depicted on the upper chest.
Your Honor, I would ask for the admission of that photograph, or move for admission of the photograph, and ask for permission to publish at this time.
Okay, objection has already been made.
Same objection as before.
I'm going to overrule the objection, and the picture can be published.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, and I'll note that the media is not allowed to publish this photo.
Never mind.
hey, game off.
Doctor, the photograph depicted in Exhibit 77, is that now visible on the screen?
Yes, it is.
Can you utilize that photograph to describe some of the indicia of strangulation that you had previously outlined for the jury?
Yes, I can.
Oh, this is the head picture? Yeah.
As you look at his face compared to the lower
Whoa.
aspect of his body, which is visible in
show
the
it?
upper right corner, you can
No.
see how much more purple and how much more congested it is compared to the rest of his body.
See what Sage said?
Similarly, on the particularly
No,
you can
I'm
see
trying to
around
see
the
something.
cheek, there are small pinpoint hemorrhages or circular petechial hemorrhages also on the right temple, which are
Abrasions?
burst hemorrhages present on the skin. And these are referred to
Yikes.
as petechial hemorrhages, caused from ruptured capillaries on the skin surface.
No, Tweety. They won't show
His
us.
tongue is protuberant and visible in this photograph coming out the right side of his mouth. Subsequently, as we examine the tongue further, we can see that there are abrasions and contusions of the tongue from impacts between the teeth. There is also a ligature oppression, as we previously described, on the surface of the tongue, which is not visible here. But
Nothing,
is hidden
Darth.
by his mouth.
He is explaining the picture of his head
Doctor,
that
you talked
was
about
taken
the
during the
coloration and how
autopsy.
that's relevant to the strangulation as the cause of death. Is the coloration from the body, is that also relevant to your determination that injuries to the body were postmortem?
It does, yes.
Oh, I just screwed that one up.
Clumsy said, Texas
Doctor, in
Jen, did you
addition to
hear about her
preparing a report
flashing
and
the
taking
judge?
photographs of the injuries, do
happened?
you also utilize diagrams?
No, I didn't hear of that, that's for sure.
Yes, I do.
And what is the purpose of those diagrams?
My primary
Yes,
purpose
Texas.
is to document the findings in as many different ways as I can.
Do you think she
I
enjoys
take
this?
photographs, I take diagrams, I take measurements. I want to recreate the findings
Ew,
for the
Schabusiness?
viewer, for the reader.
Yeah, do you think
so
she
they
likes
can
to
go
see the
back them
pictures?
And see what I saw at the autopsy table.
You know, I would think
also
yesterday should
find
have
the
given some
diagrams
emotion
are
to it, but it's like
Easier
I couldn't
for people
get a
to
read on it at
review
all.
and people to look at who do not look at bodies on a
Now,
regular basis. They're
Yaya
less
was saying
traumatic.
that she
They protect
did.
the privacy.
She stripped down naked
of
in
the
her
decedent
jail
a little
cell,
more, and I think that
and tried
they
to
are
entice
a document which I
a,
found to be very valuable
officer.
for conveying what I
Oh,
found.
and
to
then,
be
like, she
very-
walked around. She
an
refused
easy
to
to
put clothes on and
understand
walked
and
around
not
the place
disturbing way.
naked. Like went to lunch and everything.
Doctor, I've provided Exhibit 79. Can you take a look at that and describe what that is
That's
for
a-
the jury?
I thought that was a movie.
This chick.
Oh, wait a second.
What's up?
I just discovered that like
Exhibit
I didn't
79
invite you
is a
yesterday,
copy
I thought
of
I
my
had.
autopsy notes
Oh,
and
I told people I
diagrams
did.
that I generated on this case. It includes head and neck diagrams. It includes
Oh,
diagrams
my.
of the entire body and diagrams of the skeletal system as well.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of Exhibit 79 and ask for permission to publish the diagrams.
Any objection?
Clumsy says that she
That can be published.
took her top off, flashed the judge a few hearings ago,
Judge, for
hoping
the,
he would like her more.
Diagrams and the subsequent discussion, could the lights be dimmed as well?
Oh gosh. Chris said in one of her hearings she lifted her shirt and showed the judge her boobs and asked him if he liked what he saw. I don't know if it was the same judge. Yikes.
Dr. Tranquita, is the screen now displaying
didn't hear
what
any
would
of
be the
that.
first page of Exhibit 79?
Yes, it does.
Oh, here you go.
Can you note what's of importance
Jeez
from
Louise.
Yeah, there's no head.
your
Look at that
medical
She scratched that
perspective
head.
as to these diagrams?
Of course. This is the front page of what's referred to as my autopsy notes. And this allows me a front and back view of the body to depict findings. Also, a spot at the top where I can enter the general demographic features, in other words, weight of the body as it's recovered, approximated age, frame, hair color, eye color, what's the state of the postmortem changes such as rigor mortis or
Oh,
labor
Jen,
mortis.
you're right.
And then with the front and back diagrams, I'm able to show sort of general findings. In this case, because there were so many sharp force injuries and injuries of the head and neck, I saved them for separate diagrams.
Did
And this
she
is
cut
more
into him
general
and stuff
findings.
because of her obsession with
The most
Dahmer and all
relevant
that,
ones I
or
want
do we
to
not know?
emphasize on is
No
there is
idea.
marked congestion of
I
the
think
head
like
and
that
neck,
kind of came after.
but the rest of the body is
Personally.
relatively pale. There were some
Jen said no
contusions
penis
or
either.
blunt
Darth
force
says it's
trauma
2023,
injuries of
Jen,
the
don't
remainder of
assume.
the body.
Yeah.
There was a contusion on the upper aspect of the left side of the chest, a contusion on the upper aspect of the right side of the chest. There were abrasions of the right upper extremity, There was a contusion or bruise of the anterior aspect of the right knee, and there was a collapsed blister on the left heel. He also had a gray metal ring that was present on the little finger of the left hand.
Doctor, on the screen, are we now showing page 2 of Exhibit 79?
Yes, we are.
And specifically, I draw your attention to the top right-hand corner of that. There's a depiction or a drawing. What is that?
In the top right-hand drawing is a depiction of the surface of the decedent's tongue. With my crude art skills, I apologize. But I'm depicting where the arc-like abrasions are present on the tongue, and that's at the tip, those curvilinear interrupted abrasions. There was a contusion of the right side of the tip of the tongue, or bruise. And then on the back and middle aspect of the right side of the tongue, there were two parallel, very patterned, very regular indentation rows consistent with a potential ligature being pressed against the neck. Being pressed against the tongue.
Doctor,
morning,
based on
Diva.
your prior experience with strangulation cases, is that something that is typically seen or ordinarily seen where there's a potential ligature strangulation, that you may see ligature marks not only on the neck but also on other parts of the body?
Yes, it occurs when the ligature shifts during the assault. If the ligature shifts, often the victim or the decedent will try to get their chin underneath the ligature. I can sometimes see injuries across the chin, across the lower lip, or inside the mouth as the ligature is shifting in position before it's placed again on the neck.
Yeah, she's
Doctor, you
loving to
mentioned
see the
that you were
pictures.
present on scene and had the opportunity
Yeah,
to
look at that.
observe two metal dog chains that were collected by law enforcement. Is that correct?
Like she's amazed,
correct.
looking like it's like
And did you note
Oh,
any
that's what that does?
consistency
I wonder if
between
it brings back
those
memories
chains
for
that were
her. She'll just
collected
stand up and be
marks
like,
that
"I
you
remember.
observed on
I'm
Chantherian's
sick."
body?
Yes, I did.
And what was that?
When I'm observing
Gross.
injuries or trying to interpret injuries, I am looking for patterns. Anything that I can use to convey to an investigator, hey, you may want to look for this at the scene. In this case, we had very organized, repeating, interrupted indentations on the surface of the tongue, very evenly spaced apart. This would not be inconsistent with the pattern of a chain and the chain links as they twist, leaving separate corner impressions on the surface of the tongue.
In his mouth? He had.
Is that what he said?
Doctor, does
'Cause
the
I was
screen
thinking
now
of it as,
depict the third page
you know, it's like around the
of
neck.
Exhibit
And he's
79?
Why is his tongue like that?
Is his teeth?
Yes, it does.
Oh my
Could you
God.
describe for the jury the significance
Holy shit.
of these particular diagrams?
This is disturbing, and the jury's going to have to look at the actual
Because
picture
there were
of
so many
this.
findings,
Oh
I
my
separated
God.
out the head
They'll
and
never
neck
unsee
diagrams
it.
to a separate diagram. This diagram depicts multiple different views of the decedent's head and neck.
So
Similar to the
Wow.
photograph, we
side
can
looks
see
like
that there is
bruising, right? Underneath
congestion
the ear.
of the head
Yeah, what
above
about
the
it?
level of decapitation.
Well, I just
In other
wonder if
words,
that's
there's
like where she
purplish
held with her-
discoloration
Oh.
or cyanosis or plethora of the upper aspect of the neck and head, consistent with congestion. On the right side of the decedent's
Bad.
face and nose
Bad.
is an abrasion. There are contusions at the left temple, just above the ear, and at the right temple, just above the ear as well, or bruises. Once I dissected down the neck, I found hemorrhages of the muscles of the neck on the left side and right side of the neck. I also found sharp force injuries of the outer aspect of the left eyebrow and outer aspect of the left upper eyelid, and then also on the left side of the tip of the
Darn.
nose.
Good morning,
I believe that
everybody.
these are also post-mortem artifact because they're non-hemorrhagic, there's no redness, there's no swelling. This is consistent with cutting a body that's already been dead. Across the neck, I am depicting the point of decapitation of the decedent. This was roughly at the level of cervical vertebra C5, C6. We have about 7 cervical vertebrae. So it's just above the base of the neck.
Damn.
where we have complete decapitation. In other words, it's going completely through the neck and the head is separate from the remainder of the body. There are also a number of sharp force injuries above and below the level of decapitation, consistent with multiple cuts attempted as the person is trying to get through the neck.
What do you mean,
find the-
Tweety? Sorry.
Now,
Trying to find a
Doctor,
weak spot.
Does the screen show what is page 4 of Exhibit 79?
Whoa. Whoa.
Yes, it does.
She
I don't think
She
I
did
will
that
ask
to
you
his
to
back?
describe every injury that's denoted on this
Yeah.
particular diagram. as
whoa.
We'll be here a while, but could you describe generally what is
Oh my
depicted
God.
in this diagram?
Of course. This is a front and back view of the decedent's body, where I'm attempting to show the points of dismemberment, as well as points of sharp force injury that are present.
Wow.
The contusions I've also included here to try to show where they are, or bruises and abrasions. But for the most part, I want to focus on the sharp force trauma. In particular, in this case, we have the head has been decapitated at the level of the lower neck. The back has been largely flayed and defleshed.
Oh, I
In other
knew
words,
you
the
were
skin of the back has been removed. Also, the muscles of the back have been removed so that we have exposed rib cage and spine.
Well, what?
The torso, so extending from about the neck to the groin, has been bisected or cut in half at the level of the lumbar vertebra or the vertebra of the lower spine. So that we have access to the inside of the torso, both the pelvis and the upper aspect of the chest and abdomen. We have attempted amputations at the level of the right shoulder and right elbow. We have numerous cuts and stab wounds of the extremities. When we get to the abdomen and thighs, we have areas of skin removal where flaps of skin have been removed.
That's what I
Where we
wanna
get
see.
to the
I mean, I don't want
right
to see it, but I
thigh,
want to understand it.
all
Right.
soft tissue has been removed, so we're down to the bone. In other words,
Oh
all we
my
have is the
God.
longest femur for the length
Femur.
of the femur.
Holy
When we
shit.
get to the lower extremities,
Yeah, we
the
saw the,
left lower extremity has been
thigh
amputated
yesterday.
to the level
It was in
of
the
the knee.
crockpot box.
The kneecap or patella was recovered separately. We have another amputation from the knee to the level of the ankle, and the left foot was recovered from within the left chest cavity. placed within
What?
there.
What?
At the right lower
Is that something
extremity,
satanic
we have
by
again.
chance?
Yes,
the
all of
right
this is
which been
satanic.
largely
Every
defleshed,
second of it.
But I was able
Right?
to reapproximate the pieces of muscle and pieces of skin to recreate.
Well, it's like she
what
had
was.
an idea of what she was
And then we
doing,
had the
but
right
she was
knee
still
to the right
very
foot
clumsy
still
at
intact.
it.
Doctor,
Yikes.
based on your training and experience, what kind of amount of time would be necessary in order to
Yes.
create this sort of disruption to a body?
Yeah.
Objection, speculation.
It's his job to speculate here.
Foundation.
Yeah.
He
It is
is an
my
expert.
medical opinion that this would be quite a few hours. We have decapitation, we have dismemberment, we have transection of the torso. Subsequently, internally, the body has been eviscerated. In other
Whoa.
words, we have entered inside the body through various cuts, both at the abdomen and between the ribs, where the victim's organs have been removed, largely one by one. We have castration of the decedent. The decedent has been castrated as well. We have cutting or sawing through chop mark injuries of the bones. It is my medical opinion that this would have taken quite a great deal of time.
Toy box. No.
Did you hear? So it took a long time.
And
Yes.
Doctor, is the screen now depicting
You would think.
My ignorance
5
has
of
me
Exhibit 79.
thinking that it happened like that night. You know, like
Yes, it is.
his parents were
what are
asleep
you
and stuff.
attempting to denote
I guess-
here as opposed to on the previous exhibit?
All day, all night, and all morning. Yeah. I mean, 3:30 in the
Again, I
morning.
don't
The
want to
police were called.
overload one particular set of
she's
diagrams.
just-
So in
this
this
is the
set
first
of
time she's shown
diagrams,
any
what I'm
interest.
trying to do is I'm trying to show the points of
Yeah.
She loves
skeletal
this.
dismemberment. In
Yeah,
other
she
words,
wasn't nearly as
where in the
animated
skeletal
yesterday.
system the body has been taken apart.
All the little notes that the man
So here I'm
wrote next to what she
illustrating that
did.
the head and neck have been severed at the level of C5, C6. I have that the torso has been severed
Iris.
at the level
Hey,
of
Iris.
about L3, L4 of the lumbar spine. I have shown that the pelvis has been cut right at the pubic bone and separated open. I've shown that there is attempt to sharp force trauma at the distal right arm or right humerus.
Hey, Spilling.
And also at the proximal right forearm or right radius and ulna. I'm showing that we have amputations or severing of the left femur, both just proximal to the hip and at the distal left femur. I've shown that the left kneecap has been separated, and I've also shown that the left lower leg has also been separated at the distal tibia and fibula.
Nobody has said anything
At the
about
right lower
keeping
extremity,
all the parts.
the right hip socket has been opened and separated.
Good morning,
I have
Purple.
severing of
Hey,
the
Purple, how are
right
you?
lower extremity at the level of the knee, and the kneecap on the right side is received with the lower leg.
Oh, there you go.
I have to pop out of here. I have a show to do in half an hour. I don't want to pop. I don't want
Doctor, you
it to
had
be a busy
mentioned,
time. So I'll see you guys
I just
later or
lost power.
tomorrow.
Did
I just lost power.
dismemberment
Oh,
or
no.
attempted amputation, can you
Still
describe what
on.
you mean by that?
Of course,
Oh,
Rabbit.
there's some areas where there are
Fire up your PC, Rabbit.
cuts through the muscle and cuts
No,
through the
the
skin,
house lost power.
but they do not completely
didn't.
transect the limb or extremity. So there's evidence of cutting
What'd you
deeply
do?
into these
You're still
tissues in
going, though.
postmortem state, but not complete transection, so they are still attached. On the bones, there's multiple evidence of sharp force trauma to the bones.
See,
even in
div
areas where the
leaves and
bone
you're
is
losing power. It's
in
not
one
coincidence.
piece. Evidence
no.
of previously
Div,
Good luck,
cut
Wallstrom.
or saw through.
Feel free to come back.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Bye, guys.
All right,
Bye.
see ya. Boy, that was.
These pieces of bone were
I'm
collected.
Something went off.
non-responsive.
Did you seriously lose power?
Yeah, some went off. Maybe the TV turned off. I didn't know it.
Who knows?
Doctor, is it typical that
So far
in
behind.
the course
today,
of your
doesn't matter.
investigation into a
Nah.
death that you would ask
You're-
for toxicology
you're up to
to
speed
be
now, you're
performed
good.
on the decedent?
Yes, it would.
And was that done in this particular case?
Yes, it was.
Since
What were some of the
Purple came in,
challenges
we'll
that you
go ahead
faced
and
with
give her
respect
a
to toxicology?
crock-pot box.
The largest challenge was the amount of disruption of the vascular system. This body was essentially bloodless.
Okay, now this
So
is
what I
the
did is
part
at the
everybody's been
scene,
asking about, right?
I collected
That's the-
hemorrhagic
yeah.
fluid that was present in one of the containers where the body was kept, with the hope that some of this was blood that was drained from the decedent's remains as they sat within the container. And these were submitted for toxicology. In addition, I saved tissues as well, should there have been a need for that.
Based on your training and experience, are there concerns about the accuracy of the toxicology based on how you had to obtain the fluid for toxicology?
Yes, there are.
And what are those concerns?
This was hemorrhagic fluid that was collected from in this case, the bucket where a portion of the decedent's remains were recovered. Whether this all represents the decedent's blood, somebody else's blood, substances that may have been present in the bucket before the decedent was placed in there, whether the
Ooh, you don't
blood
think about
is
that.
entirely blood or a combination of blood and cerebrospinal fluid and vomit and other fluids,
Oh, jeez.
whether there is water present in the bucket as well. So as a result,
drowned.
these findings are noted,
Hey, Murph.
but they should be taken in that context and with those caveats.
And in terms of the toxicology report, what substances did you note from the fluid that was submitted for toxicology?
She did change
toxicological
tops,
testing?
though, this
Yeah.
morning, didn't she?
Yeah,
From
I
the
went
fluid
back
that
and
was
looked at her
submitted,
picture.
we
She had on a
found
completely different shirt this morning.
Cocaine, we found
Oh,
cocaine metabolite benzoyl ecgonine.
I don't know who that is.
We found methamphetamine.
Cocaine,
We
meth.
found amphetamine. We
Speed.
found delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, or the active component of marijuana.
Yeah,
And I believe we also found nicotine, which is present in most tobacco products.
right. So we're using
Smoking
vapes.
Now, doctor,
kills.
you found a number of those substances in the fluid. Are those substances, in your opinion, contributory to Shatharian's death in any way?
I do
Bad
not believe
diva.
so, no.
Bad. She said to be scalded.
I think you mentioned this earlier, doctor,
Should
when
be.
you were describing the general process of the autopsy. But
So I'm
is
that
swabbing of the
autopsy
body
picture,
something that you typically
Yeah.
do?
the diagram. I could take a
When I
screenshot. I'm gonna
suspect
put that
there may
in
be
the
involvement of
Discord.
another
Okay, go
individual
for it.
within a death, yes, swabbing is something that I typically do.
And is that something that was done in this particular case?
Yes, I did.
Can you describe the process for swabbing and then the process for maintaining the integrity of the evidence that's collected in those swabs?
Of course. Before the body is cleaned or altered in any way, while it is still resting on an evidence sheet, what I do is I collect DNA swabs of the external surfaces of the body. Typically, I'll go for areas where I suspect the greatest possibility of contact. In this case, I believe they are all listed on
Squat.
pages 14 of the autopsy report. So it included the left and right sides of the forehead, the left and right cheeks, the left and right sides of the chin, the left and right sides of the neck, both sides of the chest, what was left of the skin surface of the abdomen, what was left of the skin surface of the back, the left and right arms, the left and right forearms, the left and right wrists, the palmar aspects of the left and right hands, the dorsal aspects of the left and right hands, the skin of the left thigh, the skin of both legs, the skin of both feet, and then I took oral, penile, scrotal, and rectal swabs. And then of all the fragments of skin that were recovered separate from the decedent, I swabbed the skin surfaces of those as well. So those were 12 separate fragments of skin were each swabbed. After that, they're air dried, packaged, and given to law enforcement.
And that process was followed
Yeah,
in
is
this
there
case
dry?
with respect to the integrity of the evidence.
Like making
That is
beef
correct.
jerky.
Yeah, no.
Is it typical that you obtain a swab that's intended to be either a swab or some sort of evidence that is intended to be a known sample for the deceased?
That is correct.
What is the typical process for that?
Typically, we collect what's referred to as a DNA card, which is a blood spot card that can be,
Sure.
that is air dried and then subsequently can be used for DNA testing.
Do you know if that was used in this case?
Yes, it was.
Do you know if you also did a buccal swab in this case, or a swab from the inside of the mouth of the decedent?
That's correct. That was with my oral swab that I took earlier.
Nothing further at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
I'm starting to
Thank
believe
you,
it was ritualistic.
Dr. Chankita,
Right?
good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Did you determine the
Oh,
time
hang
of
on.
death
That's
and
a
the
good
date of
question,
death
man.
for the deceased?
At best, I can determine approximately how long a person has been dead. But in terms of determining the time of death and the date of death, we list the time where they're examined by a medical professional.
This particular case, you were contacted by the Brown County Medical Examiner, or Petra Schwab, correct?
She was our Petra Schwab was our lead investigator at the time. That's correct.
Okay. She's not a medical examiner, but she's a director, correct?
I believe now her title is Director of Operations, correct?
And she contacted you to secure your assistance with the investigation in this particular case?
That is correct.
Were you contacted on February 23rd of 2022?
I believe that is correct.
Okay. And you were briefed on some of the issues or what may or may not have happened, correct?
That is correct.
And then you traveled from Madison to where the location on Stony Brook Lane, or where did you go?
That is correct. I traveled to the home on Stony Brook Lane
Okay.
in Green Bay.
Home on
He's-
Stony
And
Brook
do you
Lane.
recall the time that you got there?
These little procedural questions. Jeez.
Was it in the
Unfortunately,
morning?
not offhand. I believe it was in the morning,
Yeah, it's
but
all
it's
to
difficult
get.
to say.
Okay.
It's been a while.
I know he's trying to catch him slipping up,
yeah.
but
fair to say that the facts with regards to this case or the circumstances were quite unusual based on your training and experience? Is that fair?
Could you describe what you mean by unusual?
You don't often see situations where
What?
there are body parts all over, correct?
You'll see a situation where body parts are all over town. Look at him, he has to think.
I think my line of work is unfortunately very different from others. Fragmentation of people is very common. Motor vehicle accidents, train accidents, people who have jumped from tall buildings or been hit by a subway train. That's not unusual for me. It's something that I see quite often.
Those
How
are ripped
about,
off parts.
a severed head in a bucket and
Yeah,
parts
let's
of
get
the
specific
is
here.
that
What about
unusual for you?
what about
I
flailing
would
the
say it's not
person
a
sent to the
common
four corners of the county?
It's different, correct?
Correct.
It was.
And would you agree that those particular facts make it a little bit more challenging when you have to do your autopsy
Shizzy,
and your
yes.
testing and your swabs and your
I agree.
analysis? Is that fair?
In what sense, sir?
In the sense that you essentially have to try to understand the global picture. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And so on this particular date, February 23rd of 2022, you went to the Stony Brook Lane property, to the house, and you went inside.
That is correct.
You conferred with several detectives, correct?
That is correct.
Ms. Schwab was there, is that fair?
That is correct.
And you found human remains in different locations, correct?
That is correct.
You found a head and a penis and testicles in a black bucket, correct?
That's the first time.
That is correct at the base of the stairs.
And then you found
That's the first
some
time
other
they
body parts in a
said penis.
duffel bag, called a Jimmy Choo bag on a entertainment center, correct?
I believe so, yes. I believe that was the dark blue bag on the dresser. I'm not very
She's got
familiar with
expensive
bags,
taste.
unfortunately. But yes,
Run
I
around
can see
Jimmy
color
Choo
at least,
bags?
yes.
Okay, sure.
I fell off a truck.
Inside that blue bag, as you say, there were lots of plastic shopping bags in there, correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was it hard or difficult to understand what you were actually looking at when you were removing these items from the bag due to having plastic bags inside?
I would say no. I'm fairly comfortable with plastic bags. They're often seen at scenes. And then the recovery of the individual
comfortable with
pieces,
plastic bags.
identifying them, of course, is something that
That was
I
pretty
do
evident what it was.
fairly regularly. So I was able to start saying, okay, this is clearly a piece of this is clearly a piece of that.
Oh, look, we
As
found
we
a toe.
began to gather the inventory, that becomes a very important part of determining
Look, a
if the
schlong.
entire body is present or whether there might be other pieces at another location or destroyed.
As you moved along in the basement of 829 Stony Brook Lane, you moved towards a pink and black Under Armour backpack, correct?
That is correct.
There were more human remains in there, correct?
That is correct.
And did you know that these remains belonged to one person, or did you have a concern that,
A multitude.
did you have any concerns about that?
Very much. My goal was to determine whether or not there might be more than one person present. So in other words, if I found, for example, 2 patellas from the left side, or if I found 2 left arms, then I would be concerned that there might be more than one decedent present.
And then,
Fair.
as you went through the basement, did the detectives follow you? Did you take the lead, or how did that kind of work?
Typically, what's done is the law enforcement has the jurisdiction or the investigation of the scene or the surrounding circumstances. But the investigation of the body and the examination of the body falls under the jurisdiction of the medical examiner. So in this case, also because our
Clumsy.
goal is to try to prevent contamination and preserve as much evidence as possible, we took the lead where we are wearing Tyvek suits and gloves and masks and trying to collect things in as clean and preserved a way as possible. So we took the lead on that, and law enforcement remained in the background.
This wasn't a perfect situation as far as the basement was concerned because there was lots of
Wisconsin, you don't have
clutter
to.
down there. Is that fair?
That's correct, yes.
There was like a table, Pac-Man machine, all kinds of other items, correct?
That is correct.
You recall seeing 3 mattresses stacked on each other?
All you're doing is supporting
Yes, I
what the
do.
prosecution already
And then there was
said.
another container. Was it such that it was a blue tote?
Yes, there was. I believe it was towards the head of the bed.
And there were human remains in the blue tote, correct?
That is correct.
And on top of the tote, there was blankets or clothing items. Is that fair?
I believe there were, yes.
So fair to say that some of these items that you were attempting to collect may have been tampered with or tainted in some way because of other items being put on top or plastic bags being utilized?
In what way, sir?
If you could just answer my question with due respect.
Ooh.
I'm trying, if my interpretation of tainted with means that DNA evidence could have been lost, potentially, or DNA evidence could have been contaminated.
I think somebody
I
needs to
would
ask
say that-
Yamaha what he used to do for a living.
Certainly,
Yeah, I'm
any
curious
object
now.
that would have been in contact with the remains could potentially transfer or wipe away DNA evidence. So for example, if the plastic bags had other people's DNA on it, that can be transferred onto the skin surface or body surfaces. If the tote bag had other people's DNA on it, that also can be transferred onto the body surfaces of what's been placed in there. If the bedding or bed sheets also had other people's DNA on it, that could be, or hair samples or fingernail clippings, that also could be transferred.
Judge
onto
is
the
like,
body
I gotta eat
surfaces.
after this.
So if I understand the question correctly,
Yeah,
I
lunch
think
is coming up
that's,
in 10 minutes.
that's
Yeah.
about as good an answer as
I
I
guess an hour,
You
right?
answered it. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Did you see evidence of drug usage down in the basement on Stony Brook Lane?
Yes, I did.
Did you see a meth pipe down there and a gem baggie with crystal-like substance?
I believe I saw a glass pipe. I think I recall it was white in color. And then there was, I believe, a small green baggie with a powdery crystalline substance inside.
Did you see any evidence of drugs or drug substances on the decedent's mouth or face?
I did not.
Did you swab for that?
Can tell it's covered in blood.
The face was swabbed, yes.
With regards to your report, did you indicate that the deceased had possible acute intoxication due to the combined effects of methamphetamine, amphetamine, cocaine, and marijuana?
That is correct.
From your analysis and assessment and examination of the body, did you in any way opine or conclude that drugs had anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian?
It is my medical opinion that the drugs did not have anything to do with the death of Mr. Therian.
Oops.
Have you had cases where people overdose on methamphetamine,
Yes, I have.
resulting in death?
Yes, I have.
How do you know that that didn't happen in this particular case?
I know that that did not happen in this particular case because of the extent of hemorrhaging that's present within the decedent's neck and head. In other words, these are antemortem injuries when he still had circulation. In other words, he was still able to bleed. So as a result, I have bruising and contusions of the neck muscles. I have deep hemorrhages of the soft tissues all the way down to the cervical spine, and I have numerous blown hemorrhages of the eyes and oral mucosa and facial skin. To have these, you have to have circulation.
Like,
You
I need
have to
somebody to
have blood
explain to me
pressure.
what he's talking about.
Without it, You'll not
Basically,
get these
the-
injuries.
the
You can
defense is trying
strangle or
to
stab or punch
ask,
or hit
did
a
he
body,
die
a dead body as much
due
as you
to
want,
drug
but
overdose
without
before the
circulation or without that
strangulation?
blood pressure,
Yeah, I
you're
get
not gonna
that.
get
It's
this
the
kind
And he's saying
although I
there's no
know
way
eye
in hell.
capsules and everything popping.
Drugs like, such as methamphetamine could have caused the protuberance of the tongue?
Well, it's like George Floyd.
methamphetamine causing protuberance of the tongue.
Right.
Yes.
It's not been my experience that it causes that.
When you received the remains in the body bags, was there anything unusual with the manner or way you received the items at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office? Did you have any concerns with what you
This guy's
received?
reaching.
If I understand the question correctly, did I have any concerns about the manner in which the remains were brought to me or delivered to me?
Yes.
I did not.
Okay. How did you get those items? They obviously were packaged up at the Stony Brook Lane property, correct?
That is correct. I participated in the packaging.
And then can you take me from there, how they arrived at the Dane County Medical Examiner's office?
Of course.
Thank you.
Again, as the bodies were packaged up, the security seal was placed on the bags to show that the body bags are intact and undisturbed. At that point, we contact the driver.
Please
The driver
like,
from our
share, make
office
sure you
comes up to Brown
subscribe.
County, collects the
have a
remains,
Twitter? Hit
and then
that
places
Twitter.
them into their van.
You have a Facebook.
The
Facebook's
van
one.
is
I have no
refrigerated,
following
which
on
allows for
Facebook.
as best preservation
I don't
of the
follow
remains as we
Facebook.
can. And then the body is
too
taken
young.
back to Dane County.
Right.
At that point, the body is checked in to our secured cooler by one of our investigators.
Ruh-roh. Come on, Core TV, get your stuff together.
That's not me.
No, I know it's not you. There we go.
And then the body is kept in that secured cooler until such time that we can perform the autopsy examination, which in this case was the 25th.
Thank you. Have you been involved in cases where it's a situation where it's death by asphyxiation, where people engage in choking kind of
Can't
behaviors?
pronounce it, don't use it.
What?
You
If I
couldn't
understand the question
pronounce
correctly,
asphyxiation.
Yes, I have had cases where people have died from
I
asphyxiation
turned the-
due
I
to
was-
choking or strangulation as a mechanism, yes.
I was trying to pull up something on a different tab, and it says now it says don't use it. Is what I heard. I was like, what?
Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, everyone.
Well, the defense gambled and lost.
Well, he's got an idea of what he wants to say at the end, and so he's just
Right.
trying to get them to say stuff that will agree with his argument.
Yeah, he's trying to create speculation that maybe there was another person. I saw him do it yesterday, and he's doing it today too.
You know, it'd be a good movie to watch on a Sunday would be The Fugitive, because it was the one-armed man. You know, and it's the one-armed man defense is always a defense.
Oh yeah, man. If you can create doubt in that juror's mind, that's all you need.
She'll
but
use
every
the
time-
knife because Snow Show was not available. Did you see the knives yesterday?
Yes, I was able to see that
Why don't you
yesterday.
Step
Yeah,
up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her.
looked like
raise
a
your right hand,
$45
place your
set.
rope.
Well, it's like I didn't understand the significance of the bread knife being worn down.
because it's serrated, so you used
Yeah.
to saw. Yeah,
State your name for the record.
I mean, that's some.
she put in a lot of work.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Haines.
That's a big
Mr.
guy.
Saunders, the witness is yours.
Yeah, it's his vest.
All right, can you
It's a
tell
big
us how you're
vest.
employed?
I'm employed as a patrol deputy with the Brown County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been employed in that capacity with the Brown County Sheriff's Office?
approximately 2.5 years.
Oh,
And is that the totality of your law enforcement
Purple
experience?
Raid.
I worked for approximately a year and a half in the village of Black Creek as a police officer.
You know what? Purple Ray gets
Then,
a
for the last 2.5 years
crockpot
with the,
box.
Sheriff's
That's right.
Office.
Correct.
And as a patrol deputy,
Yeah,
do you
how are
sometimes
you?
get called
Hey.
out to respond to
Good.
incident
Did you miss
locations
me?
in the county town?
Yes.
I missed you. I haven't
And
talked to you in
also
so
have occasion
long.
to assist other jurisdictions
know.
with their own cases.
My son just
Correct, yes.
texted me.
I want to ask you,
Yeah.
Deputy, then about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
Yes, I was.
He's some about
And
day
were
two
you
being
dispatched
about
to a
all the
residence
all
on
the
Eastman
her
Avenue on
judge.
that day?
Yes, I was.
It
And
just
what was the
started
reason
this
you were
jury.
dispatched to that location?
Like
So
the
deputies were
he said day
requested
two, all her
assist the
lawyer
Green Bay
wants to
Police
do is blame it on the
Department
weed.
in locating a vehicle that
Yeah.
was involved with what was
He was up there
dispatched as a
trying to,
suspicious
asking
situation.
questions about, oh, well, could he have possibly
They
died
requested
from
that we look
drugs?
for a
And
gold
the,
town and country
the expert
van.
witness was like, no,
And
there's
do you
no way.
recall approximately what
I
time that
missed
call
the
would have come
first
in,
hour
to your
about,
department?
so
I was dispatched at roughly
I saw some of
4:15
the-
a.m.
crimes
And this is on February
the
23rd?
autopsy
Correct.
pictures though.
And
Yeah.
Yeah,
Was
I
there
got
information
a
provided that
snapshot
this
of the
van may be
drawing
located
from
at
the
that Eastman
autopsy.
address?
That was just
It
vicious.
was my understanding that the possible suspect had been driving the vehicle and staying at that residence.
Purple's getting a
And did you ultimately?
crockpot box.
Yep, they're all coming over
arrive
here.
at 25?
Get in a
Hello,
crockpot
everybody in
box.
chat.
Yes.
Clarity.
And is that in the city of Green Bay?
Yes, it is.
Did you tell him about the
And
crockpot box?
Did you locate that reported gold
The
van
crockpot box.
in the vicinity of that?
Oh, yeah.
address?
The
Yes, it
crockpot
was
box.
located on the
That's
north side of the.
I know
They
all
kept
about
talking
the
about it
crockpot
yesterday.
box.
Yes.
I think that's been
Yeah,
the key
Purple's
feature
sending
of this
everybody over
case.
here.
Oh, awesome. Thank you, Purple.
Everybody hit that thumbs up and subscribe, please.
Yes, please, please, please.
Bill's my buddy.
I was
The piano is in the background. I did close the door, so I apologize if.
can't hear it.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all good.
Yeah. You're
Yes,
great.
this is a picture of the gold Chrysler Town and Country minivan.
And the
Bubba!
depiction in Exhibit 80, does that appear to be consistent with the scene around the Eastman Avenue address that you encountered?
Yes,
on
it
February-
does.
Sorry, on February 23rd?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And that general layout of where the vehicles were positioned and everything, that's consistent with how you first encountered the scene?
That is correct.
Purple, I'm going to send
I
Shizzy
move
over to your
Exhibit
channel
80.
so he can
The objection?
No
do
objection.
voice request.
And I'd ask permission to publish as well.
No objection.
I was going to ask yesterday, did that person change their name for this case?
Okay, then Deputy, it's
Shizzy?
behind you, but
Which
also
one?
there's a screen in front of you.
Oh,
if
no, that's
easier.
Shizzy's always.
So,
Oh,
are
okay,
we looking at
because
Exhibit 80
I
now
saw
presently on the
with
screen?
Schabusiness.
Yes, we are.
With Schabusiness, I
Yeah.
thought
So when you
Shizzy.
arrived
Morning, Texas,
at
Jen.
this Eastman address,
No, he's
where are
always
you
been
positioned?
Shizzy Wiznut.
I was positioned, the van's facing
Shizzy
south.
was not- yeah.
I was positioned on the,
Oh, what is that?
to
What
the
is that?
northeast of the van.
That's the van.
Oh, that's how.
And
I can't
when you
see.
arrived, you mentioned you were dispatched at 4:15. Do you recall when you would have gotten to this address?
Approximately 4:20, 4:25, probably about 5 to 10 minutes to respond.
And from
Good
that
man.
time, did you maintain a sort of visual on the vehicle?
Yes, once the vehicle is located.
That's what I was doing.
Did you observe whether the van was occupied or unoccupied at that point?
It appeared unoccupied.
Did you see, during the time you were there, any other person walk to or from that vehicle?
No, I did not.
And then how long were you on scene for?
I'm not sure exactly how long I was on scene, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
And when would you have left?
I was relieved by an officer from the Green Bay Police Department.
So you were assisting, I guess, Green Bay, and then once they got there, you sort of left it to them.
That is
fair to say?
correct. That is correct.
All right. Thank you, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Deputy Haynes, what time were you relieved by the Green Bay police officer?
I would guess approximately 5
Let me
a.m.
go see my punch-out
I
ticket.
do not know the exact time.
Okay.
Yeah, right.
And you were called to go right to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
That is correct.
And it's a larger apartment complex where people live, correct?
Correct.
And when you got there on February
Did he say
23rd of
Eastman Street?
2022, it was fairly dark outside, correct?
That's what I thought he
Yes.
said.
And there's snow on the ground, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I know that
And
apartment. I
the,
know that
were you
apartment
told
complex.
which vehicle to look for?
Yes, we were given the description as well as the license plate for the vehicle.
Did you arrive there by yourself?
No, myself along with two other deputies and our patrol sergeant arrived on scene.
Okay, did you get there first? Did you
I
get
was,
there first?
I arrived first, I believe.
Okay.
We all
Was
arrived
that-
roughly at the
was it
same
a
time.
All right.
competition who got
You
there
took your own
first?
squad car?
Correct.
Yeah, right.
When you got out, then what did you do?
Oh, he
Did you
took a
walk-
tricycle.
I did
Did you
not
walk
get
by?
out of my patrol vehicle. I did not approach the vehicle.
Okay, you just parked behind it?
I parked to the northeast of the vehicle, not directly behind the van.
Okay. You didn't get out and walk around the perimeter of the van, is that fair?
That is correct. I did not do that.
And that picture that you saw, the back of that Town and Country minivan, it had all snow on the back window, right?
Correct.
And there was a car
Nope, it
to
snowed around
the
the car.
left and a car to the right of it, correct?
Yes.
And would you say that
Sorry,
these
I'm in one
vehicles
of
were
those
kind of
moods
parked
today.
fairly
No, it's all
close
right.
to
He's
each other?
asking
fine.
stupid questions.
No, we need to liven this up a little bit, you know?
When you were sitting in your squad car,
Now, these
could you
questions
see
are
inside of
stupid.
the-
I'm sorry.
the
I know they have to do what
Town
they
and
have to
Country
do, but
minivan?
I could see the side windows. I could not tell if anyone was in the vehicle or not.
Were the windows tinted?
Well, that's what the
It was
trial.
dark.
That's why I
I
don't
can't tell if they were
understand
tinted
the interest in
regularly or
watching
not.
trials
Okay.
because
Did you see any person,
unless
we'll
you're
strike that. Did you put any
part of the
police tape out there?
process, it's just
I did not.
it's boring. It's dumb.
When the other Green Bay police officer
I think it
arrived,
depends on what type of defense you're putting up.
then you just left?
yeah.
Correct.
Did you see anybody walking
I would have an
around?
awesome. That'd be an awesome.
Did you see
van,
anybody
in front of
walking
the van?
around?
I would end
Well,
up being
you were there?
contempt
No.
again.
Again.
I don't go to court.
And the entire time that you were there, you were sitting in your squad?
Correct.
And you didn't see anybody come in or out of that apartment complex?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you.
I was
Nothing
taking a
further.
nap. Why would I notice that?
No, thank you.
Thank you, you can step down.
Oops.
Yeah.
That was
If
me.
that's all he had to ask him,
Was there snow?
State calls Officer Garth Russell.
Was there a gold minivan? You know, you don't see many gold minivans on the lots nowadays.
was it an icy snow or was it powdery?
Well, according to what
That's
it looks
awesome.
like, it was a light snow and it was probably small flakes, so it was slickery.
Slickery. I love that.
Could you make good snowballs with it? That's the question.
No, nope. Not that kind of snow. You have to have the nice big packy
Sir, if you
snow.
want to step
Yeah,
up
Uh-huh.
here, and
Big
then
wet
before you have
snow.
a seat, if you can turn and face her, raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath. And then I believe the media is aware of the situation.
Does he have the
with
same
vehicle,
tie on today?
Correct?
It's the same style, but it's this guy's tie. I can't wait for lunch. He'll come back with barbecue sauce on it.
Probably. Oh,
Yeah, this is the
what witness is this?
I don't know.
They'll say.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Green Bay
And how long
okay.
have you been employed as a police officer?
since October of 2016.
And prior to that time, do you have other law enforcement experience?
Yes, I was a military policeman in the United States Army
Okay. For about how long?
for approximately 2 years.
He started with
And then
Valhalla.
since 2016, you've been employed with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes,
I want to ask
Probably
you about
arrested Valhalla.
February 23rd of 2022. Were you working as a police officer with the Green Bay Police Department on that day?
yes, I was.
And do you recall being dispatched to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
Yes,
And to where were you dispatched on Eastman Avenue?
I believe the address was 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Is that house? Is that an apartment building? Is
Me
that
too,
a
White
duplex?
Rabbit. Me
Can you
too.
describe that?
It is an apartment building.
And why were you dispatched to
I put that
residence
poll
on
up.
Eastman?
But you asked about.
I was dispatched to that residence. I was
Yeah.
asked by Sergeant,
She's gonna lose
Sergeant
it.
Resser, who was the supervisor on shift, to first relieve the deputies on scene there because they were on scene, I guess, waiting on an individual to arrive. And I
That's
was
a
also
good
tasked with
question.
assisting in the locating of a gold Chrysler van and a person associated with that van and that address.
So prior to your arrival, you were informed that sheriff's deputies had already located the vehicle?
I believe the sheriff's deputies were on scene. I don't remember if they already located the vehicle or not.
But you were told to go to that area?
Yes.
All right. And when you got there, what do you observe?
When I got there, I subsequently walked into the parking lot with me and a few other officers, and we were told to look for this van, and then we were told to see if there was anything strange happening with the van or anything. So we walked the parking lot, saw the
Is he
van,
staring at the jury?
and then we went from there.
Oh, what she's doing?
The van that
Like
you
she
reported seeing, is that
Smelled
the
her fart.
gold minivan that you were kind of looking for?
Yes.
And
She's got that sour look, yeah.
you mentioned you were sort of walking around the van area. What happens next?
The voices are talking to her
So
again.
while walking around the van, the marker lights on the van blinked twice, indicating that somebody was manipulating the keyless entry system into the van. Then once that happened, I think approximately 10 seconds later, someone came out of the apartment complex.
Why aren't they
And,
showing the defendant?
The person that came out of the apartment complex, did you have
Hold on.
contact with that person?
Yes, I did.
And did you ultimately identify that person?
Yes, I did.
And who did you identify her as?
I identified her as Taylor Schabusiness.
The person who you had contact with on February 23rd, as they exited the apartment
Oh,
complex, do you see him or her in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you please point out what they're wearing and where they're sitting for us?
She's sitting to my right. She's wearing a black, what appears to be a thin jacket and a dark blue dress with a blue and white floral pattern.
I'd ask the record to reflect the witness.
He's a
identity of
cop
the
and he
defendant.
can't describe
So
what
reflect.
somebody in front of him looks like. And the cops ask you, so can you
What
describe
happened when
the
you
perpetrator?
observed Ms. Schabusiness then?
He was having trouble
Welcome to
describing
this-
the jacket.
Observed Mr. Business. I made contact with her.
Welcome to Wisconsin.
I subsequently placed her in handcuffs and noticed what appeared to be.
So you're saying this is a
dried blood
common
on her
occurrence, yeah, yeah?
sweatshirt, the front and the back.
Well, I mean, are the bars
And,
open?
did you make any note of any potential
I
evidence
wish
on
Yes,
this?
his,
yes, they are.
I also saw what appeared to be smeared blood on both her hands.
oh,
During this time, you were working as a patrol officer?
Yes,
Is that
I
right?
was.
And were you utilizing any body-worn camera on that day?
Yes, I was.
And was it operational in your belief?
Yes, it was.
When, a particular incident or an arrest is made, is there a way for you to sort of save that body camera footage to a system?
Yes,
Does that allow you the chance to then review that at a later date?
yes,
And then do you enter that into your department system?
yes.
And have
At
you
least
also
the
had the
Axum,
chance to
they just
review
come in and take off the
portions of
chest
your
and
body
put on
camera
a
footage prior to testifying
charger.
today?
Yes, I did.
Would you recognize it if you were to see it here in court?
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask then to play approximately 4 minutes from Exhibit 81.
oh yes.
Oh,
we're gonna
I
get
knew
to
they were
watch
going to do
this.
it. Yes.
What are they playing?
So this is when she came out to the van and he said that she had blood on her hands.
Oh, sweet. I got to look
Yeah.
at my phone
Oh,
closer and
man.
watch this. My eyes are so bad.
Natural tears eye drops. Like I really thought I was going blind.
I have some. I just got to use them.
Listen, it's why I wear sunglasses. I'm sitting a foot away from a 32-inch monitor. It's absolutely fries my eyes.
Yes, hoodies are very appropriate for all occasions, including weddings and funerals in Wisconsin.
They're like the Hawaiian shirts in Hawaii. They wear them like polos.
Well, I'd like to have a polo Hawaiian shirt.
Wouldn't that be cool?
Yeah. Hey to you, White Rabbit.
Play at 0.
Hey, hey,
0
hey.
seconds.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
here we
yeah.
are.
She's nasty. Dun, 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 dun.
Over there. Over there.
Turn your audio on, stupid.
Yeah.
Do you know that?
Oh, there it is.
Oh,
They heard you.
You know that noise of walking in this flow makes me cringe. Oh, sweetie, not me, man.
Oh,
There's the
a
box.
crockpot box. There it is. There's the crockpot box.
There it is.
Nothing.
That looks like the one that I've drawn the image.
Hey,
yeah.
is this blood? Does this look like blood to you? Or am I just tripping? Bloody footprint?
Or am I just tripping?
You see this right here?
Could possibly be wrong.
Oh, she just
Hey,
unlocked it.
who did that?
Who did that?
This looks like a B movie.
Right?
Hi, Taylor. How's it going? Officer Russell with the Green Bay Police Department.
I want to see how
Just
she
make sure you ain't got nothing on you here. With Taylor. Taylor, you have one more for your wrist. Just put your hands behind your back, please.
Anybody else in your apartment?
I don't see blood.
I don't either.
Blood on your hands here,
Blood
too.
on. No, on your hands.
Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to.
What apartment kid?
What apartment are you in?
Do we have Adam 3 come up? He cuts me in, get up here.
On the double.
Which apartment? One, there's what they came back to.
Oh, okay.
Did you see it?
Kind of on the edge of her hand.
I see it. Yeah, it's on her
Yeah.
forearm.
That's her, we can get here now.
Start the window right here, right.
Watch this window right here, watch this window right here. Gun.
This bathroom.
Gun pulled.
Well, she had a
Go in here.
roommate.
Go in here. Come to the back of the apartments, that's where we are. You, come over here. 2 more will be fine. If 84 is here, you have contact with the mail.
Hands up! Walk out towards me!
Have a seat.
All the
Have a
traffic,
seat.
all the traffic. Come towards me! Get out of the house!
Who else is in the apartment? Be straight up. Tomes?
Hands up!
Who else? Just Tomes? Is he armed? Nobody's armed?
I like that she had to think about if Tomes was armed.
Look how thin she looks there.
Oh, and she's a Bears fan in Wisconsin. Jeez.
Go ahead.
Not everyone in Wisconsin is like this.
Negative, we
people,
got enough
okay?
here.
Okay, and for the record, 4 minutes of that exhibit, actually the entirety of that exhibit was played into the record. Officer, having reviewed that video, do you recognize the video that was depicted?
Yes.
You
Is that
saw the
consistent
box.
with the body
Yep.
camera worn footage that you were wearing on February 23rd?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 81.
Any objection?
No.
Received.
So I want to ask just a few questions then, Officer.
Box did have the leg in.
There's an earlier part in the clip
Mhm.
where you had noted some area of suspected blood, is that right?
That's right.
And what do you recall observing?
It looked like a couple of drops of blood in front of the vehicle, along with a footprint that was within, or that encompassed one of the drops.
And I guess was that pointed out to other officers who were on scene?
Yes,
You mentioned then the lights of the vehicle were activated and sort of flash, is that right?
yes,
And then about 10 seconds later, Ms. Schabusiness exited the apartment?
yes.
At the end of the video, where were you walking Ms. Schabusiness to?
I was walking her to my patrol car.
And was she, I guess, put in
Yes.
the back of the squad car?
Yes, she
Yeah,
was.
Is there any like further questioning or anything at that point?
The only question I asked.
In Wisconsin,
Ms.
it was-
Schabusiness, she knew I was there.
And then
What?
did you ultimately just transport?
Lex
them
just
to
said
the police
Wisconsin,
department?
the
Yes.
dismemberment state.
When you got to the Green Bay Police Department, what further steps did you take?
I take offense
We
to that,
placed her in
sweetie.
interview room
I live in
3, I
Wisconsin.
believe, where I
Yeah, that's not-
had Officer
that's not
Kenny
good.
assist me with taking photographs.
There's a lot of people you can trust
what
here.
looked like
Not
smear
everybody's
blood on her
like
hands
that.
and on her clothing.
Yeah,
I also had her remove
I love Wisconsin.
Some-
I've got family up there.
the sweatshirt that had what appeared to be blood on it, as well as her socks and her shoes.
Oh, I
And
didn't even show that.
Was another officer requested to assist with the further removal of some clothing?
I believe after I left the room, there was another officer that might have been asked to assist with removal of some additional clothing so that Ms. Schabusiness could get temporary clothing because we wanted all her clothes as evidence.
The clothing items that you took, did those stay within your custody and control?
Yes,
And did you subsequently enter them into evidence at the Green Bay Police Department?
I did.
I guess in totality, on February 23rd, in your interactions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you ask sometimes some questions of her?
I didn't ask questions of her. I more like commands like, hey, please remove your jacket, please remove your hat. Let me get your shoes, sit here, just commands, not really questions.
The commands that, or requests that you were giving Ms. Schabusiness, was she in that time following those?
Yes, she was.
Was she, in some instances, responding
Right,
appropriately?
Shizzy?
Yes, she was.
In the context of your questions and commands?
Yes, she was.
For instance, did you ask, if there was anyone else in the residence at that point?
I did ask her.
Did she provide a response?
She did.
And was there a person located in the apartment?
Yes, there was.
The guy who owned the truck.
Yeah.
That'd be
That poor
interesting when
guy.
they get him on the
I have nothing
stand.
further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you.
I wonder what he thought of when she walked in the house all covered in blood, knowing there's a leg and shit in the back of his car.
Officer Russell,
He probably
Morning.
didn't know.
Well, not at that point.
so you were asked to go directly to 2353 Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022, correct?
Yes.
No,
who
catnip,
asked you to
that's
go over there?
disgusting. No.
I was dispatcher, and Sergeant Bresser also instructed me to go there.
Sergeant Brester?
Yes.
No.
Okay, did you go by yourself?
Several other officers were sent to the location.
And what was the purpose of you going over there?
The purpose of me going over there was to relieve deputies that were on scene, along with assist with the overall incident.
Were you going over there to look at a vehicle or talk to people or what, do you know?
I was tasked, me and other officers were tasked with locating a person who was last seen with the victim, as well as looking at the vehicle as I described earlier.
Okay, so you were asked to go and see if you could make contact with Taylor Schabusiness?
Correct.
Tay-Tay.
Have you been involved in death scene or homicide scene investigations prior to this particular situation?
Yes.
How many?
Death scenes, I can't recall a few, and at least one other homicide scene that I can recall.
Okay. And
We don't
so
have
on
that
this
many
particular
here.
date, you drove over there and you parked your SUV, correct?
That's correct?
And then you walked up, correct?
Yep.
And it was dark and there was a lot of snow on the ground, is that fair?
It was dark, there was snow on the ground. The apartment buildings provided light to the parking lot though.
Was it kind of a glared look outside that apartment complex?
Wouldn't necessarily say a cleared look. It was dark, snow on the ground. The lighting from the apartment complex was adequate enough to illuminate the parking lot.
Okay. And is it fair that there are several vehicles all parked in front of the building at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
And did you have a license plate as you walked up?
Yes,
Okay. And on that video, was that you that was shining the light, the flashlight?
yes.
You found this gold minivan, correct?
I'm sorry?
You found the gold minivan?
I believe before, as we were walking
What
up,
is
the
she
minivan might have been
smiling at?
found already.
Okay.
I don't think she knows what she's smiling. She looks like
Yeah.
she's kind of
You
squinting.
walked around the minivan, correct?
Yes,
The
Yeah, she's listening
vehicles
to the
that were
voices
on
in her
either side of
head.
the minivan
Right, Brenda?
were parked fairly close, so there wasn't a lot of room. Is that fair?
You may not be
there
far
was adequate
off.
room for people to get between the vehicles, the minivan and the vehicles parked on either side.
You walked on the driver's side of the minivan, correct?
I did,
Then you walked around the front of it?
I did.
At some point then, you
Like if it were anybody else, I'd think
heard a
that Taylor's
keyless
on her cell
entry
phone.
system or some kind of beep?
I didn't hear any beeps. What I saw was a flashing of the parking lights on the vehicle, indicating that somebody might have manipulated a keyless entry system to the vehicle.
Okay. And how many officers were there at the time that you were there?
It was myself, Officer Fisher, along with Officer Whitman, and then Lieutenant Buckman was on the scene somewhere.
And then you, correct?
Yes.
So four?
I believe other officers arrived while we were on scene as well.
Okay. And at some point, you made contact with Taylor Schabusiness on the step outside the door, correct?
I did.
She was under the overhang, is that correct?
She came out of the common entrance for the apartment complex.
And you asked what her name was, correct?
I introduced myself to her and told her, so I introduced myself to her, if memory serves me correctly. I already knew who she was based on a records check while driving to the scene, looking at her mugshots via police records, which are accurate and reliable as they're kept in the ordinary course of business. I knew what she looked like.
Okay. And are you the one that handcuffed her?
I was.
And when you had contact with her, did you find her to be under the influence of drugs?
No,
Did you ask her if she was using drugs that night?
I did not.
You didn't ask anything about drugs at all, correct?
I did not.
Did she
Didn't
seem
need to.
off as far as maybe being tired or just acting odd?
She did not.
What about her eyes? Did her eyes seem to be closed or like slits?
She seemed normal to me.
So then she was cooperative with you, correct?
She was.
When you handcuffed her, did you notice that she had some cuts on her thumbs or on her fingers?
I did not at that time. I did, however, notice a cut on her finger while we were taking pictures of her at a later time at the police department.
Okay, after you got to the Green Bay Police Department, correct?
Yes,
You were working with Officer Kenny then at that time, and you were having him take pictures with his phone, correct?
he used my department-issued phone to take the pictures.
Ultimately, you found out that she went to St. Vincent's Hospital to get some medical care for the lacerations on her fingers, or on her thumbs, correct?
I did not.
Okay,
know that
I
she
see what
went
he's
to
doing
St.
now.
Vincent's to get any medical care.
He's going.
Find any
He's
knives
still
on her?
working on insinuating that the victim was under the
Remember
influence of
retrieving
drugs and
some
not
items from
her.
her person. I don't remember if there was a knife there or not.
Any
When I
guns?
searched her incident to arrest, I don't remember. if
Tom
he had
looks a
knife or
little
not.
Any
annoyed.
guns on her?
I'm sorry?
Any guns?
No.
He's ready for lunch.
Yeah, that's what I was
At
thinking
some
about
point
this.
then, after she was handcuffed,
These judges, man, they make lunch like
you had
it's
some
like
safety
clockwork.
concerns, correct? Or-
Yes.
And other officers did as well?
Yes, other officers had safety concerns inside the apartment.
Okay. And so they unholstered their
Not so
service
sad.
revolvers, correct?
Duty weapons.
Duty weapons. And then they directed their attention to the hallway of apartment 1, correct?
They directed their attention to an apartment that was on the lower level inside that common entrance area.
And that was Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, apartment 1?
I am not sure who the apartment is leased to. I just know that she was associated to that apartment per dispatch.
And the other officers were directing their attention to Scott Holmes from apartment 1, correct?
I'm sorry?
The other officers were directing their attention to a person by the name of Scott Holmes in apartment 1, is that fair?
Yes, they were directing
Oh,
their
I
attention.
was gonna
to
look him up to
male
see if he was
inside the apartment.
charged with
And he was
anything.
ordered to the ground at
I don't
gunpoint,
think he
correct?
was.
I remember them ordering him to come out. I don't remember
Oh, the,
whether he was on the
roommate?
ground at gunpoint or not. My
Yeah.
attention was on Ms. Schabusiness at the time.
And you had Ms. Schabusiness come in and basically stand on the steps and ultimately sit down on the steps, correct? You gave her those commands?
I did.
And there was a wall
Oh, there's a
blocking
fly in here.
the stairs and the hallway, is that fair?
So the stairway was to the right of the hallway, and there was a short wall. I had her sit on the steps, and you can partially see outside in the hallway by where I was at, but I couldn't see what was going on by the apartment.
And then at some point then after Mr. Holmes was secured, then you walked Ms. Schabusiness to your cruiser, your SUV, correct?
Yes,
And you had her take a seat in the back seat, correct?
I did.
And then you asked her, why? Do you know why we're here, correct?
Yes.
You rolled the window down or something, correct?
I may have rolled the window down.
And did she
I may
say
have rolled it down.
a warrant? Yeah, a warrant? Or
I didn't
words to
turn the
that
heat
effect?
on though.
Yes.
And then you rolled the window up and then you transported her over to the Green Bay Police Department, is that fair?
I did transport her to the Green Bay Police Department.
That gold minivan that you
I don't know how to
looked
spell his
at,
last name.
that belonged to
Shoot.
Scott Holmes, correct?
Holmes.
He might
I
be,
don't know who the
he might be
minivan
on
belonged to.
panel yet, so.
Okay, nothing further,
Panel,
thank
what
you.
am I talking about?
Redirect, Mr. Saunders. Okay, thank you, sir. You can step down.
She wasn't under the influence of drugs. She was just crazy.
Lieutenant Buckman,
Hi, Kevin.
Because they know being under the influence of drugs is a defense.
Yeah. Guys, if you're coming in here for lunch, please hit that like and please be sure and subscribe. Doesn't cost you anything and it helps out the channel. Helps keep the algorithms going. And this is the Taylor Schabusiness trial. The woman that
All right, if you could just step up right over here,
is
sir. and
accused of,
Before you have a seat, you can turn and face her and raise your right hand. She'll place you on the roll.
dismembering her lover.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth,
And we
nothing but
have
the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you
Another
God.
officer,
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
different department.
Name is Lieutenant Tom Buckman, Buchmann.
Buckman.
Okay, then, Mr. Lezay, the witness is yours.
Lieutenant Buckman, can you state how you are employed?
I'm a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department.
Oh,
And how long have you been with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with the Green Bay Police Department since 2009, but I've been in law enforcement with two other agencies since 1996.
And you indicated that your current position is lieutenant. How long have you been a lieutenant?
Since 2013.
And prior to your practical law enforcement experience, do you have any education and training to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes. I graduated from Loyola University in Chicago with a bachelor's degree in criminal justice, and then I attended the Illinois State Police Academy, and then the equivalency test over in Wisconsin to transfer my previous certification over to Wisconsin, and then ongoing training throughout the years.
Were you working as a lieutenant for the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And were you called in to assist with an ongoing homicide investigation in the early morning hours of that date?
Yes.
What was your role upon initial call-in or response?
I was called in to assist on the road because the officers and supervisors were tied up with the investigation. When I arrived, I spoke with Lieutenant Sobiak, who was sitting on the shift commander's desk. He informed me that
Objection hearsay, Your Honor.
What?
Merely trying to have him set the table for what he was being asked to do. I don't need a specific answer to that question, though.
All right, questions withdrawn, go ahead.
After speaking with Lieutenant Sobiak, what did you do?
I went out to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue. I was informed that there was a gold minivan at that location that was associated with the defendant in the case.
Were you aware who the registered owner of that particular minivan was?
Yes.
And who was that?
Last name was Thomes.
And you indicated you were informed that that van was associated with the defendant. Who are we talking about?
It would be Taylor Schabusiness.
And did you then travel out to the 2353 Eastman Avenue address?
Yes.
What did you do upon arrival there?
Well, there were Brown County deputies that had discovered the van, and they had kept the van under surveillance until they were receiving further instructions on what to do with the van. So myself and other Green Bay officers arrived on the scene and took over surveillance of the van and the apartment building until we received further instructions.
Her
What did your surveillance entail?
maiden name is Taylor
Well, we just
Coronado.
watched the area where the van was parked at the apartment
Her
complex.
husband's last name was
After a short
Shabo,
time, I
and
spoke
they
with
both made up the
lieutenant
name
that was working,
Shabusiness and changed their
the
name to
case.
Shabusiness.
and asked him
Oh,
what
you
he
know
wanted
what?
us to do with the
I'm glad
van.
you said that.
Huh?
And
glad you
they
said that.
informed us that
Where'd it go?
they didn't know
So,
at that point in the investigation
This is her.
whether
her husband,
Shabusiness
right?
was potentially another victim or a suspect or
That's her husband.
had the association, what
It's amazing
association
how
she
that.
had
Look,
with
there
the,
she's there. There she is there.
Yep.
That's a
with the
big
victim
difference.
or what
isn't
her
it?
role was in the incident. So they told
What the
us
hell
to
that picture
approach
was.
the van. and
She's real young
to try
there.
to make contact at the apartment with
But she knows how to smile.
Taylor
and that's the
Schabusiness
thing.
and see what we could
That face right
ascertain
there never
from-
looks like it's.
from that investigation.
You know,
What
I mean,
steps did
just
you take to
look at
to
the
do that?
difference.
So myself and a couple of officers walked up towards the
it's
van.
like she's possessed now.
As we approached the van, we looked inside the windows just to see if there was anything,
I don't think so.
any people inside of it or any, we knew
Well,
at that point
I
they
don't
hadn't
think
found
that's
the
the
body
final
of
case,
the
but
I don't
it's-
think it was satanic
So we were
either.
seeing
I
if there
think
was
she's
any-
just psycho.
if there was a body in the van or anything that would stick out as being obvious associated with the crime. As we were stepping next to the van,
Which reminds me, I'm gonna stop
we
the
were
poll
also
now.
looking on the
If
ground.
you haven't
for
voted in the poll,
footprints
you want to,
leading
please
from the
do.
van.
I did.
I happened to be on the passenger side. I did not see any footprints in the snow at that point from the,
That's
right
because
outside
she's
the
the
van.
boogeyman. She can fly over the
Then,
snow.
while we were standing next to the van,
No need for
the
footprints.
van doors unlocked. We heard them unlock. And then the parking lights flashed, which is an indicator that somebody is using a key fob to unlock the van.
At that point, what did you do?
So the officers looked at each other, kind of thought, well, somebody just unlocked this van. A couple of seconds later, Taylor Schabusiness walked out the front door. It's the apartment complex it's got a main door that's shared with the apartments inside. She walked out of the main door of the apartment complex. I recognized her immediately because I already looked up her picture. So I recognized her and I immediately started approaching her along with other officers. I told her to keep her hands out of her pockets, and another officer put handcuffs on her and placed her under arrest. She had a warrant at that time. Excuse me. She had a warrant at that time, and we knew about the warrant, so they placed her under arrest for the warrant.
Thank you. Did you make any specific observations of Ms. Schabusiness's person when you approached her?
I did not specifically, but I heard officers talking that she had blood on her.
Objection, hearsay. Move to strike.
I heard, well, if you look at her last name, she was
Actually,
starting a
The
business,
answer is stricken to the
and
extent that
Schab
so
is
go
the
ahead.
first few
Were you
letters
able
of her married
to observe
name
Ms.
and
Schabusiness's
business.
face when you approached her?
Yes.
And how did her face appear?
She appeared to be in shock or very surprised to see us. I equate it to a deer in the headlights kind of look, or a child caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
And
I like
you
that
indicate
one.
that officers then placed
Hand
her
caught
under
in the
arrest.
crock
Is that
pot
correct?
box.
Yes.
Were you present when that happened?
Yes.
And were officers giving commands to Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
And was she responding to those commands?
Yeah, she was complying with their commands.
She appeared
That's
to
gotta
understand
be
what
a-
officers were saying?
That's gonna be a shirt before this is over.
Did
If
she
anybody has
have
any
any
crock pot
difficulty or trouble,
recipes, let's
communicating
put them all
with
together
officers
and
who
we'll
are
make a
following
book,
commands?
okay?
Yeah.
No.
Got her hand caught in the crock pot
After,
box.
Well, I mean, we got
Ms.
like
Schabusiness
600
was
people
placed
like
under arrest, what
viewed
did you
watched
do?
this thing yesterday. So it's like,
I then
if
asked
we
what
ever-
apartment
you know,
she came from.
how many
From
recipes
the
do you need?
officers, they informed me that
60?
it was
And we'll
apartment
put them all
one.
together, bind
Yeah,
them.
that'd be plenty, but
I
it
immediately
definitely
went inside
has
the
to be a
apartment building.
T-shirt.
We
Just a
knew
picture
that
of a
we had
crock
to
pot
secure
box on
the
the front.
apartment that she was in. Ms. Schabusiness had blood on her hands when she was arrested, so we knew at that point that there was, she was obviously involved in the incident, in the homicide, so we
Objection, speculation.
had to secure that apartment for maybe other victims or other suspects or evidence that would be inside that apartment. So we secured the apartment. I approached the apartment door and pulled out my handgun and held the door. The door was ajar at apartment 1.
The cookie
And
jar.
I had other officers come
Yeah,
in.
White Rabbit, there's a lot
We
of
were gonna
people
make entry
talking
into the
about it, but
apartment
I've also
to secure
no-
it
I've
for
talked
any
to people
other
who've never
suspects that
even
might be
heard about
inside,
it,
for
and
officer
everybody's
safety.
opinions
Did you
is
make
the
contact with
same.
any individuals when you arrived at apartment number 1?
Yes,
They
the
wish we
registered
had
owner of the
the death
vehicle, Mr.
penalty.
Thomes, he opened up the door to apartment 1. Before we went inside or did anything, he walked out into the lobby area of the apartment building, the main corridor. I gave him instructions to lay down on the ground, put his hands out at his side. He followed those instructions. He was handcuffed by another officer for officer safety, and he was removed from the hallway so that we could enter the apartment.
Did you do a initial sweep of the apartment for officer safety?
Yes, we did.
And again, the purpose of that was merely to sort of secure it then and maintain it for future evidence collection?
Yes, it was to check for suspects that might be hiding in the apartment, also to look for victims, and then to just secure the apartment. So we were only looking for
Yeah,
people at that
Murphy,
point.
Murph's.
On that initial sweep, did you notice anything in plain view?
No, I did not.
Did you notice anything else as you were leaving the apartment?
When I was leaving the apartment, I did notice on the floor in the main area where approximately where Mr. Thomes was laying down at, when I had commanded him to lay down on the ground, I did see like a tissue that had what looked like to be blood on it and a cigarette.
Yeah,
And I
no.
pointed those out to Sergeant
I'll
Schilling
never
stayed on
understand
scene. I pointed those items out to Sergeant Schilling so that he could let the
Especially
detectives
with
know
what
that
happened
those
to her brother last year.
items were there and whether they wanted to collect them as evidence or not.
And after leaving the apartment, what did you do?
So then I walked out of the apartment and I was informed that there was footprints and possibly a few drops of blood in the snow outside leading up to the apartment building. I then had Officer Whitman, who was on the scene, secure that area with crime scene tape so that it would be preserved for when detectives would come later.
No further questions.
Cross-examination, Mr. Frey.
Here we go.
Thank you. Lieutenant Buckman, good morning.
Good morning.
Couple questions for you, sir. So, on February 23rd of 2022, you
No,
were
not at all,
asked to
Tweety.
go to the 2300 block of Eastman Avenue?
Yes.
Did you get a call from like at home or what?
Well, they called me at home to report into work. I reported into work and then was instructed by the lieutenant that was at the desk, at the shift commander's desk, to go out to 2300 block of Eastman.
What time did you report into work, do you know?
I think it was like 4:42 in the morning.
Was that kind of like your normal shift, or is that?
No, I would have started at 6 a.m. They called me in early because of the incident.
Okay, what time did you get to
Now that
the
I just looked, if I'm
2300
spelling
block
his
of Eastman
last name
Avenue?
right, I don't find anything.
Approximately.
Maybe 10 minutes later.
And
It's Scott
you took your
Tolmes,
own
right?
squad car?
Yeah, I took a
Tolm?
squad car that was available.
TOLM.
When you got to the
THOMUS,
apartment complex, did you
I
park
think.
near Officer Garth Russell's squad?
I put a Q&A up if anybody has a specific question for Yaya.
I
so
parked
that
at the
way-
east
Yeah,
end
they're asking, I'm answering.
of the complex. I don't remember if I was next to.
I don't see any
might have been next to
charges of
Officer
any type
Russell
under
and
that
Officer
name.
Cups. I don't remember exactly who was all next to me. And I think it might have changed at different times depending on where we were stationed on the parking lot.
You had to walk up, correct?
Yeah, we parked our vehicles further away and we walked up on foot.
What's the purpose of parking farther away?
When you
Sneaky
approach in the
tactics.
car, you, it's easier to see a car approaching than it is
That's what he's saying.
a person on foot. And so you want to have that kind of surprise or stealth to be able to walk up on something. If you don't know what you're approaching, we just had a homicide, so we're obviously concerned about
Safe.
people that might be involved in that homicide in the area. We want to approach on foot. You can hear things better if you approach on foot. You can hear, you don't have the car engine noise and
Yeah, you hear
the radio from
damn
the
snow crunching.
inside the squad car and whatnot, making additional noise that you won't be able to hear what's going on around you.
And parking back like that, is it true that then you can kind of see the big picture as you walk up to a scene?
Sure.
I'm sure. Sure. Yeah.
You had learned that there was an apparent homicide, correct?
Yes.
And was it
I think
true
we've
that
established this.
you were told to try to make contact with
Sure.
Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
Who told you that?
Lieutenant Bagoon.
My
Again,
boy wife
And
told
so
me.
you looked up a picture of her to see what she looked like, correct?
I'll be right back.
Yes, I knew that, I knew her face already because when I was going out to the area, they informed me that Taylor Schabusiness had some sort of relationship with the victim. And so we were going out there because this minivan was associated with Taylor Schabusiness. I didn't know all the details of the homicide because I never went to the scene there. I was just told that this van had an association with Taylor Schabusiness. So when I'm going out there to determine what's going on with Taylor Schabusiness, I wanted to know what she looked like before I got there.
Okay, thank you. Fair to say you'd never met her before, correct?
I don't believe I've ever met her before.
And when you drove to the
Lucky for
Eastman
him.
Avenue apartment complex, you walked up.
Does
did
this
you see
attorney
the,
not know
gold
cops have
Chrysler minivan
computers in
parked?
their vehicles and they
Where
send
did
them
you see
full
it parked?
profiles?
In relation to like the front door.
So if you go straight out the front door, if you're coming out the door of the apartment building, a few spaces to the right. So not far from the front of the apartment building.
Okay. And is it fair to say that there was a long line of vehicles that were parked in front of the complex? Is that fair?
There are several, yeah, there's several vehicles parked there.
And were there vehicles parked on either side of the minivan?
I know there was a vehicle parked on the right. I don't remember if there was one parked on the left or not. I think there was, but parked on the, if you're driving into the spot, the passenger side, because it was pulled forward like you normally would pull into a spot. And then on the passenger side was the side that I approached. And that, I remember there being another vehicle there.
Okay. When you approached on the passenger side, did you have a a flashlight where you looked in the vehicle?
Yeah, briefly.
Did you see anything that was unusual or concerning?
No, I didn't see anything that would spark my attention.
And when you were approaching
Did you see the crock pot box?
the Eastman Avenue apartment complex, was it true that you didn't know, that it was unknown whether Ms. Schabusiness was a suspect or victim? Is that fair?
Right, we didn't know.
But you and other investigating officers were told to be on the lookout for this van, correct?
Yes.
And you found it parked, correct?
I didn't find it parked. Brown County deputies found it parked.
Then you were told that this is the van that's a concern?
I was told that this was a van associated with Ms. Schabusiness.
Did you later come to find out that the van was owned by Scott Tomes?
Yes, I knew that when we approached it.
Officer Russell was dealing with Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
And your task was to focus on whoever else was inside of apartment 1, correct?
That's correct.
And you drew your duty weapon, correct?
Yes.
And then you walked down the hall?
Duty weapon.
Yeah, it's a very short haul.
Never loan your car out, kids.
And you ordered
Yeah, well,
Mr.
right?
Scott Tomes to get
Oh,
on
I
the
should
ground?
text that
Yes.
to my son.
He complied?
Yes.
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 Did he get a little
I'm
feisty
going
with you
to
where he was throwing chairs
Reminder,
and
do
wondering
not
or
loan your
yelling?
car out to
Why are
psycho
you doing
women.
this to me?
Yeah, he
To
didn't really
anybody.
understand what was going on, but he did comply with my orders.
I heard duty weapon.
And at least at
So
this
did I.
point, your investigation was not far enough into it where you could understand what role any of these parties had, correct?
That's
In the-
correct.
As it relates to the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
And Officer Russell was there, Officer Fisher was there, you were there, is that true?
Yes.
Officer Cups, and Officer Whitman was also there, right?
That's correct.
Officer Fisher was the one that handcuffed Scott Tomes, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And you did a safety sweep of the apartment, correct?
Correct.
The apartment
Judge
one,
is like,
right?
geez,
Yes.
get on with it.
And fair to say that you did not see anything
Mom,
in
you're
plain
not
view that
looking
would be
good today.
associated with the homicide?
Just
That is correct.
You didn't see
Yesterday's
any
a long
large
day.
pools of blood, bloody knives, or body parts in the apartment, correct?
I did not see any of those things.
He's trying to get his stamina
in
up.
plain view.
Okay. And then as you were leaving the apartment, when Mr. Tomes was on the floor outside the
I
apartment.
think only
there was a
two,
small
Tweety. I
coal-like
think
item,
it was a
correct?
leg.
Yeah, he was
and
no
an
longer on
arm.
the floor. It's the approximate spot where he was on the floor.
Okay. But it was by him?
It was by where he was.
Okay. Ms. Schabusiness got taken away before Mr. Tomes was exited out of the apartment complex. Is that fair?
I don't know if she was taken away. When I separated from, okay, so Officer Russell put her in custody, put her in handcuffs, and then I entered the apartment building. I did not see Ms. Schabusiness after that. So I don't know at what point they left. I don't know if she was in the back
Oh
of the
my
squad
God, are
car,
we
if she
playing
left the
drink
scene,
every time
or-
they say Schabusiness? Oh,
No,
hell
every time
no.
they play crock pot
And then
box,
after this,
Oh, I thought it
you
was Schabusiness.
brought Mr. Tomes to a squad car, correct?
we'd all
I
be
did not.
passed out.
A different officer did?
Yeah, an officer did.
Okay. Was it Officer
Dictionary
Fisher?
Diva.
I don't know.
I don't know
I
if
was
you knew
inside the
this, but
apartment
that
during the
judge is my
apartment, so
divorce
what
attorney
happened
from
outside the apartment, I'm not sure.
20 years
Fair
ago.
enough. After that, then did you go check around
That's
the
why I
apartment
keep
complex?
calling him
Yes, I
Tom.
did.
You checked the dumpsters
Yep,
and you checked the parking lot for any
First name
indication of
basis.
evidence?
yes,
Hey, Tom.
Did you find anything?
I did not.
Nothing further. Thank you.
You redirect. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No need to redirect.
No, no. Clumsy clairvoyant said I was right. Every time they say Schabusiness.
Oh, okay. I can't keep up with the drinking games on this show.
I can't. I got to bring my dog to the vet tonight. So to learn how to give them shots.
She go change dresses or tops again.
Is his hair combed over to the other side today?
Yep.
Yep.
He needs some conditioner. Or some
He
gel.
needs
or
to
something.
take that toupee off his head.
Oh, that's what it is. Okay.
I think it's a toupee.
No. Mr. Freilich? No. All right, then we are in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Keep your boobs in your
1 o'clock,
shirt,
so-
man, please. And thank you.
Yeah. The exit sign.
That's kind of cool. I like the
It is.
cinematic effect.
I do too. I really dig that. Oh, wait. We're going back.
Is there any way you can put that in your outro?
The exit sign?
Yeah. The focusing on the exit sign.
Need to, yeah. There you go.
I figured as much, Dictionary Diva.
That's perfect. Perfect shot. Perfect.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Oops. So what did y'all think about today?
I
so
missed
far?
the first hour or so I'm kind
Well, they
of.
went over. It was the cross from the guy who was at the end of the day yesterday.
Okay. Yeah.
So it was just like, what do they keep asking? It's like, how many cars were in the driveway? Was there a side door?
Yeah.
Was there a side door? How many times was it said yesterday there was a side door?
Every witness.
Well, it's every time that defense attorney gets up there, all he wants to do is just go over these little minute
He's trying to
procedural
catch a-
details. Right.
Yeah, I think he's trying to catch them in a flub up or something. Like, okay, is there a side door? Well, yeah, there's a side door. It's kind of like, are they expecting someone to say, well, anybody could have came in that door and done this, but she had blood all over her.
Yeah.
But it's an interesting gamble by the defense because, as expert knows, no attorney asks any question that they don't already know the answer to.
Mm-hmm.
That's
so does he expect him to forget the details? Because everybody that's been, cross-examined has verified what they've told the prosecution.
Yeah, he's
Yeah. And you can tell by looking for a mistrial defense. Yeah, that could be Dictionary Diva.
Possibly.
Yeah, he's looking for anything that will put in the seed of doubt into a jury member.
Yeah.
And because remember, this is 2 cases here are being tried.
Right.
One's going to be, did she do it or not? And if she didn't do it, she walks. And the second one is, if she did it, is she psycho? And Yaya sent me an interesting take, and
I was just going to ask you, did you see that?
Yeah, and so I'm not familiar.
I'm very familiar with that case, but I had no idea that that's what happened.
That case because of you, but yeah,
Bring us up to speed.
Okay, there was another case a couple years back where it was like down the street from a house I grew up in, actually, and this guy went over to his ex-girlfriend's house, killed her and her mom.
Okay.
And he got off. Right? Was I reading that right? He didn't get off. He was
he wasn't convicted for murder. He was
convicted of being
mentally
incompetent to stand trial, or what was it? Remind me.
He's unsafe for to be in public.
He's in the mental
mentally,
institute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm not understanding why, and I'm trying to remember back why they found this guy mentally unstable, but Schabusiness.
Well, with her, they had already declared her competent enough to stand trial. That's what happened back in March?
Yeah.
So I don't know if she could use that.
Well,
I mean, they could convict her guilty due to insanity, right?
guilty but not responsible is what
Right.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
And then but she'll go to the mental institute instead of jail.
Right.
Yeah,
And that's what they did with this guy, if I'm
Yeah,
not
and see-
mistaken.
And see that's
And
the
now-
part I've been so confused on, because I understood there were two parts to the trial, and I never could get a handle on okay, what's part one and part two, and then expert cleared it up right after the break. Of now they're trying to see if she did it, and then later, okay, she did it. Was she mentally competent enough to know what was going on?
Yeah. And this guy is now looking for a new trial or something. I didn't get through it all.
Here, let's go over this then real quick. It's guilty but not responsible. Jury sends Jacob Kayer to mental health facilities for 2016 Hobart murders. Sabrina Teague and her mother were both killed at their Hobart home in 2016. Their accused killer, Jacob of Ashwaubenon, was determined.
Ashwaubenon.
Oh, I've heard of Ashwaubenon.
Yeah, it's where the Packer Stadium is.
That's why.
Oh, okay.
God,
It's green. It's actually Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the village of Ashwaubenon.
That's crazy.
My dad lived. Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Was determined competent to stand trial. Blah blah. An Ashwaubenon man will receive treatment in a mental health facility for life. Jurors decided Thursday, the day after they found him guilty of killing a mom and daughter. Brown County, which is where this case is. Green Bay, on Wednesday convicted Jacob P. Kayer of 2 murders, the stabby multiple times, and beating her mother.
It was bad.
On June 7th. Let's see here. The jury also found him guilty of trying to kill Sabrina's boyfriend, Joel Kennedy, who survived the attack, but also convicted him of burglary and 2 counts of bail jumping. Kayer had pleaded not guilty due to mental illness. The jury had to decide in the second phase of the trial. See, that's what they talked about when they started this. Whether Kayer had a mental illness at the time of the incident, and that caused him to lack the substantial capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. And the judge there was Tammy Jo Hawk. After nearly 3 hours of deliberation Thursday evening, jurors unanimously agreed Kayer had a mental illness when he committed the crimes, but decided 10-2 that he was not guilty of those crimes by reason of mental disease or defect. In other words, he was guilty but not responsible because of his mental illness at the time of the crimes. Hawk said that the verdict was announced on Thursday. The State Department of Health Services will admit Kayer to the mental health institution instead of going to prison. He will be able to apply for conditional release due to potential harm to others. Despite his defense attorney's recommendation to come to the courthouse for Thursday's second phase of the trial, Kayer refused to take part or appear in court. He appeared in person for the first part of the trial. On June 7th, Kayer bicycled to the two women's homes after arguing with his dad and brought a backpack full of zip ties, duct tape, rope, gloves, and knives. I mean,
Jeez.
that's just...
He's prepared.
Yeah. But it's like, you never hear of them. It's like, oh, I got zip ties and duct tape. But when it comes to trial, they've never used the zip ties or duct tape, it seems like. It's like, oh, yeah, people put up a fight.
Went to the hardware store for nothing.
Exactly. He broke in through a window, lashed Sonny Teague in a bathtub and offed her, then ambushed and attacked Sabrina Teague and Kennedy when they arrived home. After the attack, authorities say police used a police dog to find Kayer, who was hiding in a wooded area behind the house. In his opening argument Thursday, defense attorney Anthony Cotton said he was not surprised by the jury's verdict Wednesday night. Kayer was a profoundly mentally ill individual, supported by psychiatrist Kenneth Robbins' testimony. The Brown County District Attorney's Office hired Robbins to evaluate Kayer after he pled not guilty due to mental illness. Robbins said he thought that Kara was not guilty by mental illness or defect by the time of the crime. He was so impaired that he could not conform conduct in requirement of law and could not distinguish between right from wrong. Kara appeared quite psychotic during the evaluation. That's not what you want to hear from your psychiatrist. Oh, he was quite psychotic.
What it depends on your goal.
He was.
He had several delusions about the attacks. That's kind of, delusions might be the thing. That's what Taylor kind of looks like. She's having delusions. Including that he was kidnapped and made to look responsible for the incident. Well, that's, everybody in jail says, I didn't do it. Somebody else did. These aren't my pants. Robbins was the only person to testify in the second phase of the trial after Kara said that there would be no point in speaking to court again after the testimony Wednesday. Brown County District Attorney David Lassie told jurors to look at the lack of information that Robbins had in forming his opinion of Kara. He said the jury during the 3 days of the trial observed Kara for a longer period of time than Robbins did and heard Kara's own testimony. He agreed that Kara had mental illness. He said Kara made rational decisions during the attacks. Kara denied killing the woman Wednesday and said the original statements he made to the police during his confession were just assumptions. See, that's Taylor right there. She made original statements to the police. He said he didn't remember most of what happened when she attacked her attorney. The cop said, Taylor, do you know you did? And she's like, no, I don't remember at all. She said that while they had her down in the courthouse or the courtroom. He said he didn't remember most of what happened in the attacks and claimed that he was abducted and dragged through the home after the attacks. Well, that's what's happened to everybody. I was dragged through there. His trial had been delayed 6 times over the 4 years since the death, with most of the delays for determining Cryer's competency to stand trial, most recently the pandemic. So there are a lot of similarities.
So let me ask you this, big picture. You think this defense attorney is slow rolling this first part and then is going to really focus on the second part? Because, right now he's just asking procedural questions.
How do you get that she didn't do it?
Right. That's my point.
Granted, that's up to the prosecution has to prove that she was there and she did it.
Right.
But here's the difference though, is he never said he did it. She admitted to it.
Yeah, but.
And then this guy was really psychotic.
Well,
it was. The funny thing, it's not funny, but Cops, the TV show Cops came to Green Bay.
Yeah.
And it was the first day they were here when that happened.
Oh my.
And
seriously?
they would not allow them anywhere near that call.
Oh, I bet.
The grade school I went to was right across the street from there. And they made them all just sit. Everybody had to sit in the parking lot over at the grade school. They wouldn't leave them, would not let them anywhere near that crime scene, nothing.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. You bring up a good point when you're saying, he never admitted to it. Taylor does admit to it. These are things that a jury has to decide. And these are things, mental health. My 1 second law school answer, and I think I probably asked the question, is because you always hear, oh, well, there, you do a mental defense, until you go to school and then you learn everything that is wrong. And the thing when it comes to criminal is that there are no mental defenses. To get that to happen is so rare, it's almost impossible. And it's because each one is so different. And there could be an issue or something there that we don't see. And 99% of everybody in America is not going to see it because they don't deal with this on a regular basis. So they may be able to say mental, but there might be an issue there that says, no, you can't say mental. So, but I do see that in that article that you sent, that case. I mean, I do see the similarities, and you can understand. I mean, who was it? Steve Gosney, talking to him. And he's like, yeah, he's like, yeah, I won the case. The guy got life in prison.
Yeah.
I was his defense attorney. I won. He goes, that's life in prison is a lot better than the death penalty. And I was like,
Yeah. Do we know if she was under any kind of psychiatric evaluation prior to all this?
Yes, she was. She's been in the mental institute a few times, I believe.
Okay.
And I mean, I'll go back a little bit. I know a lot of people have heard this already. Some people haven't. Her mom passed away when she was real young.
Right.
And she was SA'd by her dad.
Right.
And around the age of 13, she started drinking very heavily and then went into drugs. Because my son stopped hanging around with her around the freshman year of high school. And because of her drinking and drugs and stuff like that, and he didn't want to be around her at that point.
Right.
I believe in the pre-trial thing they had on Friday, they did state that she had been in an institution before. So she's had psychiatric problems or mental health problems, excuse me.
Right.
Pretty much her whole life. But like I said, that doesn't give her an excuse to do this. However, she has been messed up since she's been a young girl.
Right. And I was just wondering if she had any to kind of help with the defense of, criminally insane, if she had any actual psychiatric care prior to this.
Yes. They did say that they put her on, I don't know if they said lorazepam or something like that. One of the medications since she's been in jail, and she's been doing better on that medication. She hates men her whole life. Yes, Eliza, exactly. She has always hated men.
Right. Makes sense.
Most women do. I mean, it's kidding.
That's just you.
Yeah. Hey, the White Rabbit's saying this, and this is what Squaw Bob was asking, I think, a little bit about. He was asking you yesterday if you thought that her mental condition was a result of her drugs. Well, like, to build on that,
No.
White Rabbit's like, it'll be interesting to see how they comb away mental health from the influence of drugs.
Right.
Because
Yeah.
the layperson sees it a lot of times as the same thing. And you have to say,
again, they can't use that as a defense.
yeah,
from
well,
my
that's what she's saying.
understanding.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what she's saying. It'll be interesting to see how they say, no, that she didn't do it because of drugs. She did because she has a mental problem.
I think the defense has already set that up when he was asking the officers, did she seem like she was on the influence of drugs? I think he was setting that up specifically because he's trying to separate her behavior from being on drugs as opposed to just her mental condition.
Right. Yeah, she's been mentally ill for a very, very long time. I mean,
Right.
The severity of it, I don't know, because again, I haven't seen her since she was like a freshman in high school.
Yeah.
I didn't hear about her until this happened last year. So
Right.
yeah, she did the drinking and drugging to cope with her life. Exactly. She chose the wrong way to do it. I mean, think about this right now. I mean, in all seriousness, right now, her mom died She was left with her in care of, her and her brother were left in the care of her dad and grandparents. She was SA'd, and her grandparents, she told her grandparents they refused to allow her to press charges against her dad. Okay.
Jeez.
Go forward 10 years plus. This is my opinion. When her dad was facing charges of SA again against her stepsister. They had the same public defender, which was Jolly, and she went after Jolly in the courtroom. And it's, in my opinion, she did that to get him off her case because he was defending her father at the same time.
Could be.
Doesn't that seem? Isn't that crazy? I mean, that's one of the things. When Yaya told me,
Brother dies in a motorcycle accident July 1st of last year. And it's my son's opinion that he did it on purpose because of all this going on. And her dad was just convicted last week and sentenced to 12 years in prison.
Well, her going after the attorney kind of serves two purposes. Number one, of course, she's getting back at the attorney that defended her father. And number two, wouldn't that help her mental health case? I mean, you attacked your attorney.
Well, that depends, because she
Right.
could have done it on purpose. I think she did it on purpose
Yeah.
to get him and to try to make herself look insane.
Right. Right. That's my point.
Right, White Rabbit. That's my whole thing. It's one thing when you snap and unalive somebody, but what she did took hours to do. So
Yeah,
I'm
there was
thinking-
a lot of work involved in that.
in the big picture here, I want to know what was the last time that they ingested the drugs to the point where she started doing what she did. Yes, Rabbit, she stated she enjoyed it.
Yeah.
You know, so from what point did she ingest the drugs? Was she sober, quote, enough when she was doing this and knowing what she was doing?
Well, let me ask something to kind of pare this down a little bit. Did she say she enjoyed the strangulation, or she enjoyed the, taking
Both.
the body apart? Both.
Oh,
Okay.
I think she said the strangulation. I don't know about, I think
Right.
the grandparents are gone, Lori. I think they've passed. I'm not 100% sure. I asked Caleb yesterday, and he thinks they are passed away, or maybe the grandfather is still alive. I'm not sure. They're saying she said she enjoyed all of it.
Okay. Okay.
You know, there's so many things that, to me, I can see blacking out if she's induced with the trazodone and the meth while she's
Right.
whatever, but she came to and then did what she did. Sorry about the piano again. I'm sorry.
No,
No,
I didn't
you're-
even hear it.
Oh,
I
it's
like
my
it.
son.
I
It's
like
my
it. It's
son.
background music.
I know, it's actually my son practicing.
That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. He needs to record something. We can put in a
So
loop.
many people have asked me to record him and send it to him so they can relax, and I'm like, well, he's right. No, he's right now. He's not playing it, but he's learning an Adele song, and it's just beautiful when he plays it.
Nice.
But yeah, it's just, there's so many factors that I just don't, until they start going into her, and we start seeing the interrogation, I think.
Yeah.
we won't know.
Yeah, and just
got a
like
phone
Emily
call.
said, she got a kick out of telling the cops, "Good luck on finding all of the parts."
Yep. Yep. She did say that.
Yeah. Jeez.
You know, the Taylor I'm seeing today and yesterday is
Yeah.
not the Taylor I knew. Let's just say that. That is not the little girl I knew.
Right.
No, I don't think any of us would even. I mean, my experience with doing like a true crime thing or something like this, where like you have this horrific event, is that people are always want to justify. It's like, how did this happen? What could we have done as a society to stop this?
Right.
And I always say, I'm like, you can't do anything. I mean, weird stuff happens. People do react weird. You can focus on yourself and you can focus on your friends, but you can't find just random people to help. And it's sad that that's why you have falling through the cracks. And we all have to do better. But it's just like, who knows? It's little things from. Everybody knew that person in high school that nobody would sit next to in the cafeteria. Who knows what that person's doing now? It just need to start doing better and being better to everybody. And that's why I feel bad about her from hearing your story, Yaya, how you know her. She was just a normal kid.
Yeah, and I listed yesterday, I read a list of the things she has done since she's been incarcerated that I heard.
Mm-hmm.
And all of those things, if you look at it, are little things that people would do just for attention.
Right.
Cutting herself with a staple, writing happy birthday to the correctional officer in blood on her wall, not standing for when they did name call or name whatever.
Right.
Just things like that. The only thing that was weird is that that stood out to me was that they said she stood in her jail cell naked and then walked through the dining hall naked. Okay, that's a little on the, but if she is promiscuous, which I did come out and say yesterday, she was very promiscuous as a young girl here in the neighborhood.
Makes sense with her background.
She got a bad reputation.
Like I said, I'm just glad it wasn't my boys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know one of my friend's sons who was probably 10 or 11 at the time.
Yeah.
Did with her.
Oh.
And she was probably about 13, 14 at the time.
Right.
So.
Jeez.
Yeah, that's
she used to come over here, and like I said, her and her brother would come over here saying, "Hi, Mom. Hey, call me Mom."
Right.
That's the part that hits my heart the most. They didn't have a mom. And they would come here and call me Mom. But all the kids' friends did. They call me Mama Heidi. And
yours was the place to be, right?
Right. And to see her sitting there, like I said, that is not the person I knew. That is not the person I knew.
I'm gonna start calling you.
I mean,
Mom
her whole family is basically gone in a year. In a year, her whole family is gone.
Yeah, you're right, expert. We can start calling her Mama Yaya.
Mama Yaya.
Yes.
I don't care.
Well, it'd be a compliment.
I don't care. Hell, I'm 57 years old. I can, just don't call me grandma. I'm not a grandma yet.
No. We already have a grandma. We're good.
look, Joe, no filter saying the same thing. I was the
Yeah.
mom to all the kids
Yeah.
too.
I was,
I was
I
happy to
was
be
a,
able to keep an eye on them.
I was a stay-at-home mom, not by choice. I was disabled, but I still could do. Come on, dog. I'm going to mute for a second because I'm going through the kitchen where the piano is.
I like the piano though.
I know.
It sounded good. It was a nice, soothing background.
Yeah, her son's going to college for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to school to get a double major, one in music and one in teaching. He wants to be a school teacher, elementary school teacher. And he's planning on going to Glasgow, Scotland this winter for school abroad.
Wow.
That's so crazy. That's so crazy.
And this is my youngest one, the one that was best friends with her brother up until he passed away.
Has this case bothered him?
Yes, very much so, because he lost his best friend from it.
It's just such a shame. I mean,
Now my
life is
oldest son,
precious. Mm-hmm.
my oldest son, who actually hung out with Taylor until they were about 14, 15, he keeps sending me text messages joking.
Yeah, he does.
No, because he's 26 now. So he's just like, wow, what happened to her? When this all went down, he was the one who actually sent me the article. I was in Florida. I was in the middle of a live on my own channel when I got the text message from him. I literally had to shut down my live when I found out who it was because I was just bawling. And, but, he saw her go through everything growing up in high school. Even when she dropped out of high school, because she lived 2 blocks from me.
Jeez.
How
old is she now?
26, 25 or 26.
Okay.
My son's birthday, he just turned 26 in October, so I'm not really sure when I don't know when her birthday is, so, but yeah, no. It was really, you remember last year when I came up here, I was just devastated over everything.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
As time goes by, I've, you realize there's nothing I could have ever done to help her. No, I don't know. What hurts me the most is AJ.
Yeah, and that's something, I mean, it's not something that I want to ever focus on or bring up, but it's like, I say Taylor Schabusiness, because I think that's a wonderful story. This is something that I don't know of any other channel that's done.
I don't know if it's a wonderful story, but
well, you have. Well, I mean, you get to show a side of it that's a real.
I get to see. I show her human side of her when she was younger.
But the thing, and I won't ever bring it up, is that her family meant a lot to your family, her brother and your son, and that's. I couldn't imagine losing a friend like that, and then sit here and know that this is national attention and. I mean, my mom's is helping out some stranger with it. It's just there's so much that's happening, and
you notice they do not mention her brother in all of this.
Yeah,
they have not brought it up.
Yeah, they haven't.
And my son said there were no tire marks.
Yeah,
he had been drinking. He had been drinking, yes, and my son said if he didn't do it intentionally that time, he had spoke about it and it would have been soon.
Jeez. So he had a plan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what that kid was going through. 23 years old. Your dad's facing prison time for essaying your stepsister. Your sister's in jail for one of the most heinous crimes in Wisconsin history. And
there's a new theory that I really I can't stand. I don't like it at all, and it's that evil can be passed on from. It's like a genetic trait, and I see where that can be abused very quickly. You'd be like, oh, you were related to this person, so you're responsible for their sins. I don't believe in it. I think it's a new age thing it's crazy. But at that age where Taylor's brother, he's facing that thing where it's like everybody in my family's messed up.
yeah,
Like where do I go? Who am I? What am I?
what's going to happen to me?
Yeah, and am I gonna? And then if he's friends with your son, I'm standing up for him already because I know you, and I was like,
He was a
he's a
great
good
kid.
kid.
He
Yeah,
was a great kid. He
and
held
imagine
down
that.
2 jobs. He worked his butt off. In fact, the one company he worked with my son at Nicky's also, but the company he worked for during the day paid for his whole funeral.
Oh wow, that's great.
That's
And
what kind of a kid he was. That's how much a great kid he was, that his company that he worked for paid for his funeral.
and to
You know,
kind of build on something you said, not so much to the point of passing on evil, but I can see the concern for passing on a certain mental illness
Yeah,
because I've seen people, they're like, I'm worried that this is going to happen, that I'm going to become like, family from before, so I'm just going to remove myself. I mean, I've known people.
I do believe, and I think the White Rabbit will agree with me on this, with her background, mental health can be genetic.
Yeah.
I see it with my own family. It's what you do with that
yeah. At
that
the end of
makes
the
the
day, we all
difference.
have free will.
Totally agree.
Wow.
Totally agree.
And the expert and I, when we were talking the other night, we were talking, I mean, just how we were raised, the generational gap between myself, even the expert, and my kids. Okay, for example, my mom back then, holy shit, we do something wrong, we got the Hot Wheel track. Okay, those orange Hot Wheel tracks.
Yeah.
Oh no
You
way.
know,
Oh yeah. Yep.
oh
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
oh yeah.
Oh.
Yep.
And my mom was also a screamer. Do I think my mom was abusive? No. I'm not going to blame her being abusive because she did the best that she could the only way she knew how. My grandfather was very physically abusive to his kids.
Mhm.
So what do you do then? You make a decision. I didn't like this about my mom, how she raised us, or my dad. Therefore, I'm not going to do that to my kids.
Right.
Now, when people say certain age groups are, quote, entitled, I hate that with a passion. Because that is the age group my kids are. They have had a job, both of them, since they were 14 years old, in school, in sports. If they
Tell
wanted
me
an
an
iPhone,
age.
they
Yeah.
paid for the iPhone. I didn't pay for it. They could have a regular phone, but if they wanted an iPhone, they paid for it.
Tell me an age group that wasn't supposedly entitled ever since television came out. It was the baby boomers. It was the
Gen
I don't know,
X.
yeah, Gen X, Gen Y,
Gen
millennial,
Y.
whatever. And
Yeah.
they just try to come up with a new name all the time so they can. It's a divisive politics, and they're trying to sell stuff. It's like, oh, you don't want to be called this. That you sound like you're old or something. It's like the misuse of the term boomer. That is the most. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
baby boomers are for like 1944, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah.
1945.
I actually have a game. This is no
Mhm.
lie. We should play it one night on your channel. It's called the Generation Trivial Pursuit game.
Oh wow!
And it has the baby boomers, millennials, the X, the Y, and their trivia questions from all those eras.
I can tell you right now, I'll get all the old TV and stuff like that questions right because I love that. And then also we'll get everything from whoever it is today back.
Right.
Yeah.
We go like this way on the trivia map.
I watch a lot of TV. What can I say?
Eliza, I agree. Evil cannot be passed down. You're right on that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's
Exactly.
what I was trying to say.
But mental illness, such as depression, anxiety, yes, absolutely.
Real quick, because it's been sitting.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
I'm talking trash and truths. I overslept, kinda. Wham. What I missed. Keep up the great work. Hit that thumbs up, peeps. Please and thank you. No drama. Thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. Yes.
You have geez, how do you go back with today? What would you say you missed if you were trying to explain this to someone? I mean, like, what would we say to her?
Autopsy photos.
Oh yeah, the autopsy.
Yeah, the autopsy stuff.
Yeah, that's actually in the Discord under the Schabusiness. I took a screenshot.
I have to go back because we were rudely interrupted on Purple's channel at that time.
Oh goodness.
Yeah.
The other thing would be the body cam footage of when they interacted with Taylor at the apartment.
Yeah, so they go to her place and with the body cam footage on. And not nearly as good as the body cam footage when they came in.
That was bad.
Yeah. You know, thinking back on that one, that 911 call really sums it up so much stuff. Here, because we're all sitting here going, they just called you. It wasn't 911, it was the regular police station. I mean, I can see what the point of the police. They're like, okay, this is a prank call. And it's like, because they said, is a prosthetic head that's in a bucket? It's like, no, it's a human head. You know, it's not.
Well, they actually said they didn't know in the beginning.
Oh,
if you remember, they didn't know what it appeared to be, but they didn't know what was in there.
Yeah.
Well, it was kind of like they were in such disbelief that there was actually a human head in there. It's like, no, surely this isn't a real head.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, okay, this got serious real quick.
Yeah, you don't have many beheadings, I don't think, in America.
I mean, intentional beheadings anyway.
Yeah, right.
And the I don't know if he's boyfriend, stepdad, whatever it is that made the 911 call.
Yeah.
He was just like, I was just, he just kind of had the approach of, I was just told to call, you know, I can't see nothing.
Yeah, he's like, I don't have my cheaters on. And I love, he's like, well, we went to dinner. I said, well, what time did you go to dinner? I don't know.
Oh,
it was
no.
daylight.
Well, from kind of what I gathered, and we should go back and kind of listen when this, if we want later. She said something to the effect, and I thought she said he had been out drinking.
Yeah, I got that impression
that
too.
That day.
Who, the stepdad? Or
yeah, the guy that made the call.
Oh yeah. Well, it was one of the officers said, they asked what happened when you got there. He said, oh, well, Steven, he had been drinking. They're like, nothing wrong with that.
Which is normal.
Yeah.
Which is normal here.
I mean, it's normal in a lot of places. It's funny. You guys selling a lot of Bud Light up there?
I am not even going to talk about. Don't even go there with
okay.
me. No.
Okay. I just remember.
Okay, my husband has totally. How do I want to say this?
Abandoned it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, you're such an ass. But the way he explains it is a different reason why. It's not because of what was put on the can. It's because at the same time, was it a school? 3 children were killed in a school or something to that effect. And I don't know what, whatever. And they were paying more attention to
Oh yeah.
that,
Yeah.
to the bug boys, you know what I mean? He feels there is more important things going
That's all a
on.
distraction.
Yes. And it has nothing to do with the person being transgender on the can, why? And then he says, why haven't they ever put Martin Luther King on a can? Why haven't they ever put, I can't think of her name, the one who sat on the bus,
Rosa Parks
on a can.
Why hasn't Amelia Earhart ever been put on a milk carton? She's missing.
Yeah. So that's more of his reason. It has nothing to do with the, so he's been bringing home Pabst and hams, and I'm like, oh, you got it.
Oh, hams. That's
PBR.
Awesome. No, I think it's funny because the statistics are something like 95% of all beers drank by 5% of beer drinkers. And it's like, so if you upset them, it's a small number, and it's a very simple market.
What?
My son.
What do you do?
I put rule number 1, never loan your car out to a psycho woman.
Right.
Yeah.
He texts me back. He goes, why did you let me lend your car? Why did you lend your car to me then? LOL. And my son calls me dude. So he goes, dude, this trial has gone international. People all over the world commenting. So crazy. She was so closely intertwined with our family at one point, hanging out, friends, and all through middle school and early on in high school.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's that he said it perfectly right there.
Yeah, absolutely. And you see, you don't think about it. It's an international thing. Matter of fact, we got Broken Baker here in the chat. He's from Denmark. He was here yesterday for a little bit. And if you got time this afternoon, you want to come on, Baker, you should have the link. Because it's so see, that's another part I love. I mean, how do people internationally hear about this? And of course, I think a lot of countries, they think, oh, this is just everything happens in Texas, and all of America is Texas. But I don't know. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
He's making food. He'll stop by.
Well, you better bring some for all of us.
Right. Bring some for the class.
Yeah.
Gosh. No, it's because of Al Gore's favorite invention that it's all over the world, man.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome that we're able to do this. And
exactly, White Rabbit.
What'd she do? What's she saying now?
She said Texas isn't real.
Yeah, I haven't been there, so I'm not sure it exists.
Yeah.
They talk about it a lot, like it's something big. I don't know though.
Sorry, I have to text my husband back.
I know what you're doing. Trust me.
No, we have to take the dog in so they can show us how to give him his vitamin B12 shots. And he wants to know if he should meet me there or not. And I'm like, no, I can show you how to do it.
Yeah, you go. You take the fur under the back of their neck, right?
I don't remember where she said. I thought she said, I don't know. I'll wait when I get there.
Yeah.
He's gonna hate me for doing that. One more thing to hate me for.
Why is he gonna hate you?
Because I'm gonna be the ones having to give him the shots.
Oh, your dog.
Oh, the dog. We thought your husband.
No,
why
no,
does he hate
dog.
you? this is not the right time to be saying
That's
Yeah,
true.
not be clear about
exactly.
your speech. Oh, he hates me. He does. He's not gonna.
No, that's a
You don't have
joke.
a crock pot, do you?
No, I don't. Yeah, actually, no, I don't have a crock pot. I have a
Do you have
different
a
kind of
pop?
I don't have the box, no. I lent it to Taylor.
Oh, God, don't say that. Don't say that.
Oh, I
You
know.
know
Now,
what?
now that you say that, yeah, no, not
Yeah.
not. Oh my God.
No, you're gonna
Hey,
get
if you can't
subpoenaed.
laugh, I'm sorry, but if I don't laugh about it, I'll sit and cry about it.
No,
You
I
know,
Right.
totally
like,
understand. I totally understand.
Well,
But as soon as it came out of
Lori's
your mouth, I
laughing.
was like, oh, don't say that.
We're all laughing. It's yeah, it's
Well, I mean, it's gruesome and serious enough on its own. You got to kind of take a step back and go, have a
yeah.
little dark humor.
I mean,
I was talking about one of my kids earlier, the one who was friends with Taylor. He
Yeah.
was, yeah, he's fine. I mean, he basically what he said, when he said it's so crazy. She was so closely intertwined with our family at one point, hanging out, friends, and all through middle school and early on in high school.
Right.
She was always here. Our
Yeah.
families were intertwined. They were always here. And he probably hadn't seen her since high school. So,
Right.
whereas the youngest one, they're only 23, was friends with AJ until he passed. So,
Well, it's kind of like if you think about it with anybody's family, you had the
yeah.
neighborhood kids that kind of hang around and you all know each other and so on and so forth. And then you lose touch after high school. And then all of a sudden something like this happened. It's like, wow, I grew up with that person.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's got to be a shock to the system for sure.
Or she called me mom.
Yeah. And call it, just like I said, neighborhood kids.
Yes,
crazy.
Murph's turf, exactly. They said, yeah, that quotation marks Taylor no longer exists, and that's exactly right.
That's fair.
Yeah. So I've got so many peripherals right now plugged into my computer
Yeah.
that the battery on the laptop is draining while it's plugged in. I've got to get a more power. Yeah, I have to get a more powerful plug-in. So that's what I'm looking right now. I've got it comes with a 30 watt. I've got a 35 watt. I'm ready to plug in. Hopefully that works. Is that not sad? That's how much.
Elizabeth, that's what my husband says too. Bud Light insulted the U.S. vets. That was one of the major problems, and the vets, major Bud Light drinkers. Yeah.
Yeah. Why can't they just sell beer? You don't have to make a
quit making
statement. Just sell
political.
beer.
I'm sorry, but it's like, oh great. No, there goes my screen. That wasn't good.
Your what? Your tree. You got a Christmas tree in there? What are you doing?
Probably. I got enough lights for one.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I'm plugged in again. Let's see what this
Do you
works.
have power now?
Yeah, I got power. Because I'm at 38%. I'm like, why am I at 38%? And why is that a different battery source power adapter? Battery is not charging.
Uh-oh.
Eliza said they're coming out with camo beer bottles. I'd be afraid I'd lose it in the woods.
Yeah, right.
Now, why would you put camo on beer cans? You wouldn't be able to see where it is to pick it up.
Right. Exactly.
When I drank beer, I used to drink Bud Light. My husband was a huge Budweiser fan. But I don't drink beer anymore.
Bud Heavy.
Yeah.
Instead of Bud Light, it's Bud Heavy. Okay, I just turned my power rating down. Isn't that sad?
Wow.
Yeah, it's Holy
It's this
cow,
case, man, is burning up everything.
It really is.
It's
Like
draining you, man.
like when I say I don't have enough USB plugs, I mean that. Oh my gosh, dude, is that not sad? Have you ever heard of somebody had to find a more powerful power adapter than what came with the computer?
I have to say that's the first, but I don't know how much stuff you got plugged in, so it makes a difference.
Well, it's,
I mean,
okay, so
you have heard of Amazon, right?
Yes, I have heard.
Oh,
of
yeah.
Amazon. Trust me.
All right, just checking. No reason for it. No reason for it. Be at
I
your
love
house
you.
next day.
I love you. I love the way she said that.
I
There's
know
no
it.
reason for this.
There's no reason for this.
There's no reason for it at all. Yeah, you're right.
See, Mama Yaya is getting on you.
I love that. Oh my gosh, yeah, you're right. There's no reason for it. Yeah, the new Apple laptop deals. It doesn't cost more. You have the choice of like a 35-watt USB charger that has 2 plugins, so you like plug in 2 things at once, right? Or you can do like the 70-watt charger that will charge your computer in was it 50% in 30 minutes? And it's like, yeah,
My
that's what you want
husband
to do.
says that, Liza.
All right,
See,
am
I go
now-
70 watt. That's just
yeah.
me.
Yeah, you got to always go for more power. Now I'm turning off my Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna skip for a second.
My thing is, I guess I don't know what he's saying because my laptop is always plugged in unless I take it outside to the garage with me.
I've got so I've got a camera, I've got an external monitor, I've got a microphone, I've got a bunch of buttons.
Yeah, if you disconnected the buttons.
I've got I did I just did. So now I've got expensive buttons that don't make noises. I have lights hooked up to it. I've got all these. Oh, and guess what? My laser lights, I can't find the remote control for it. I just had it right here.
There you go. There's a man for you right there. Where's your wallet?
Can't find it.
I don't know. What'd you do with my wallet?
I couldn't find my ass if it wasn't attached to me.
It's the privilege of putting your stuff on your phone because you always have your phone. So that's how I had to pay for everything.
Unless you put it in the fridge accidentally. Oops, I did do that.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. I'll own it.
Awesome. I'm not the only one who's done that.
Or the pantry.
It's amazing how many things fit in that pantry.
I can safely say I'm the only
Have you
one
ever
up
put
here
the
who
milk-
has not put it in the fridge.
Have you ever put the milk up and put it in the pantry? I might have done that.
I think I have done that.
When we got our new refrigerator
Uh-huh.
just a couple months ago, we used to have the side-by-side, and now we have the side-by-side on top and the two drawers. The one you can
Yeah.
use as either refrigerator, freezer, and then the freezer.
Mhm.
And I don't know what I was thinking. I think they took some ice cream out or something like that. And when I put it away, I put it in the refrigerator because you're used to
I bet you
opening
that
up the
middle
one
drawer,
side
right?
and it's the freezer. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that was not good.
Oh, well, it's only. Yeah, it's not good if it melts all over the place. That's not good. All right, guys, we got 10 minutes before they start court back up. Everybody need a drink break. Use the bathroom.
All
I'm
right.
going to.
Go ahead, have fun.
Well, I mean, it's not. I don't have fun when I use the bathroom.
Just kidding.
I've had fun in the bathroom, but I don't go to the bathroom.
I don't want to know. I don't want to know. Don't want to know.
You guys are killing me. Yeah, it's so cool just chilling out with you right now. It's just
I just like having her insight and her perspective because I mean you're not going to get this anywhere else.
Yeah, you're right.
No.
You know, you're not going to get it from somebody that actually has firsthand knowledge of this.
Well,
Or-
and it's
or
funny
the
the way
background.
you know, like you guys don't know how Green Bay looks.
Right.
Or some of the play. I mean, I know, you know, the judge was my divorce attorney, so
And that's
it's
so
like,
wild.
Crazy. That's so
you
crazy.
know, and that was 20 years ago. And, you know, it's just some of the police officers, I just haven't said it. I know who they are. I don't know them personally, but I know who they are. And it's not by being arrested or anything like that. You just see them.
That's what they all say.
No, it's because
I'm kidding.
because of my sister. Actually,
Yeah, you can't arrest her. She knows how to get out of handcuffs.
That's right. That's right.
I made myself laugh a little too much with that one.
but it's just, you know, so from my perspective, it, you know, they're saying the side door. I'm like, well, no shit, they have a side door.
Yeah.
Right.
You know, that's how 90% of the older homes are built here. It's like,
Right.
what are you trying to prove about the side door?
It's again, I think he's just trying to coast through this part, you know, try and take a little jab here and there. And I could see where he was trying to establish that, you know, no, she wasn't, she may have had drugs in her system, but she wasn't under the influence, because it strengthens the mental health case. Because if they come back and say, you know, well, she was acting this way, she had drugs in her system, then they would blame the drugs, and then they could throw the mental health defense out the window. At least that's how I look at it.
Yeah, I'm seeing that.
But for the most part, he's just been coasting. He's just been asking
boring.
details about. Yeah, he is. He's just going on about, you know, chain of custody and details, you know, because he starts every line of questioning with, so you were there on February 23rd, blah, 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 blah. Every single time. It's like, oh no, he's going to do this again. I don't know. I didn't know what
I know exactly where the houses are.
Right.
I know the neighborhoods. And somebody asked, did they burn down the
apartment complex?
Apartment she lived in? Yeah, the apartment. Do you know how big that apartment complex is? How many families?
It looks huge.
Would be put out?
It looked huge.
It's huge. It is huge. And it used to be one of the nicest apartment complexes to ever get into, to be able to move into. And now you wouldn't catch me dead living over there.
Well, it looks like a lot of, because we have them here to where they have little duplexes where it's got 4 apartments, you know, 2 up top, 2 at the bottom, and then you have a common breezeway. And that's exactly what it looks like, but it's expanded to multiple units.
Yeah. It's it's a big one.
Yeah. You could tell by all the cars that were parked outside and just looking at it from the body cam footage.
Now the house, because the thing is, she didn't unalive him in her apartment.
Right, she did it in the house.
And those body parts never made it into the house.
Right.
So, why would do that? She just lived there, or you know. But the house where it took place, like I said yesterday, I know for a fact the family is not living there anymore.
Yeah.
And
I'm sure.
I don't know. I mean, I could take a drive past and see if anybody's living in there, you know.
Would you want to live there? I mean,
No.
phew.
No.
I want to. The day after, I'd be like, I'm leaving. I don't care what happens to the house. I'm out. I'm done.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I wonder if, I don't know if I could get. Oh, and with this going on, how many cars are driving by that house right now?
Oh, you know, there's got to be.
That's what I was going to say. When I go take the dog in, I could go by there, but.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah, I wonder how many people have come in from out of town or even out of state just to go by that house because of this trial.
It's not that far from me.
Yeah.
Wait, do we remember what's the address on that again? Well, it's by Fireman's Park, so no, they had friends and family did a GoFundMe for her to move out of there.
Good.
They did do a GoFundMe so she could get out of there with her daughter.
Yeah. Shoo.
I don't know if the news cameras are out there. I know Fox 11 is here in Green Bay. They're streaming the trial.
Right.
But I don't know if they're actually going to be outside that house. I mean, they could be, but
I don't know if they'd be camped out there specifically, but they may go by to get some.
They might be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Yeah. If you
See,
check
I
it
don't know
out,
if I'd
you
be
got to
able
tell
to.
us.
I don't know if I'd be able to. Well, I'll charge up my earbuds. I'll bring my phone with me,
Okay.
and I'll probably have to bring my dog back. I don't know if my husband comes home, I won't be able to do it because he won't. He'll just say, "No, you're not going over there."
Honey, I gotta go get
Or
milk.
tomorrow I could do it too. I mean,
That'd be great. I mean, no pressure or anything, but
no, I could do.
if you
I
want
could
to
do
go,
it. Yeah, it's no
that'd
problem.
be cool.
I could show you where they used to from my house to where they used to live here.
Yeah.
And then go to where it happened and kind of show you around the Green Bay area so you guys can get a mental feel for.
That would be wonderful. Now,
can
don't
do
do
that.
anything to dox yourself, but
Sweetheart, let me tell you a little secret.
I know you've had enough. I know.
My house is out on the internet on YouTube with the address on it and directions to my house with a threat. Heidi, be careful. It's out there again. Yes.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's out there again. So I just have to go and take it down, but I just keep forgetting to. And this is the second time they've done it. So I mean, and seriously, if anybody wants to look me up, they're gonna look me up,
Right. Yeah. If somebody
So
wants to
it's
do it
like
now.
I've been doxxed. My real name's been doxxed. I mean, one channel, this girl was using my wedding picture of me and my husband as her avatar and my real name.
Oh God.
Yeah. So, I mean, everything about me is out there. They've pulled FOIAs on me just for shits and giggles.
Right.
Oh yeah. And yeah, I've tried to call and get help from law enforcement, and they won't do nothing unless you're physically threatened. So last time when they put my house out there, they are looking into that now.
Jeez.
But unless you're actually physically threatened, they can't do anything.
They can't do anything.
Nope.
Yeah. And I'm sure those people know it too.
But because they put Heidi, be careful on the front of they have a picture of the front of my house.
Yep.
My address, and it's a Google Maps picture and GPS coordinates, directions, how to get to my house.
Jeez.
Oh, Rabbit, honey, don't worry. I'm very safe here. Trust me. I can protect myself if someone comes in my house real easy. It won't be nice either. They won't be walking out.
That's right. That's right. But yeah, if you're able to get by there and get, kind of show us around the town a little bit, that'd be really cool.
Yeah, I can do that. I mean, it's not a big deal. Nice. I don't care. I mean, it's been put up everything about me, and then lies they put out there. So I
Right.
mean,
Right. Oh, geez.
it's amazing. It is really amazing that what people will do, and then people will come up because we try to defend ourselves
Right.
and call us bad people. Well, okay.
Yeah. Everybody's got an opinion, and now they have all the platforms to do it on.
I'm really shocked at how bad YouTube has gotten in 2 years.
It's crazy. It's crazy. I think all the lockdowns had a lot to do with that too, because you have more people with more time inside. So
And that's why I was coming over here a lot, because I just couldn't take the crap anymore. And I just come over here and this is my safe place.
Yeah, because I mean, I know we're covering something serious, but most of the time we just like to have a good time over here. We just like to
Right.
laugh and goof off. And
It's just that he goes on the same time Purple goes on. And
yeah,
I'm her co-host, which I forget to take my co-host thing as a joke down off here.
no, I like it. I think it's really cool because, hey, when it comes in regards to this, you are the co-host. You're more the expert than the expert.
Don't tell him that.
Said, but I guarantee it's right.
Oh snap!
I said she's more the expert on this than you are.
Oh, that's true.
No, I was talking about me having my co-host on there from Purple's channel. I forget to take it
I'm
off.
glad you have that. Actually, I tweeted out that you were a co-host.
I said I was thinking today, but that after I bring the dog in, I could take a drive by the house where he was unalive.
We'll get local footage.
Give you some local footage, but I don't know. I mean, I don't know how my phone will work on that. But if my husband comes home, he won't let me. So then I said, well, maybe tomorrow I can take a drive and show you how far where they used to live compared to my house, and go to where it happened. But I'm not going to drive all the way to the east side to the apartment complex where she lived. I'm not going over there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be absolutely awesome. So,
what?
I'm just laughing at myself. I gotta get my earphones in. I can't hear.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. That'd be awesome. We could we put the picture up, and you could explain it.
Well, I could if I can get up on live, I'll do that. But I don't know
how far are you from the courthouse? That might be easier. That'd be a cool one.
I don't even know if I'd be able. I can try. It's downtown. It's about maybe not even 15 minutes, 20 minutes. But with all the TV cameras and stuff like that.
Yeah. So that's what I was wondering. I was like,
I could go down there. It's a lot of one-way streets, so it's kind of. I'm just thinking. I gotta think. I can do that.
I got you.
They don't live there, Medita Finn. They don't live there.
Oh,
I know that for a fact. They do not live there anymore.
All right.
It was actually, I think, a rental property.
All right, just started back. He does not have barbecue sauce on his tie.
And she's wearing the same top.
She's made it through twice now.
Oh, look at that. What?
Before we bring the jury back in, Mr. Saunders?
No. That was for Shizzy.
Oh, I know.
No, you are.
No. The expression on her face.
Bring the jury in then.
I know. I said, was she laughing or yawning?
I couldn't tell.
Oh, I messed it up. Great.
Oh, that's fine.
It's Shizzy's fault. So you know that you can see in this room now. Well, like,
Yeah.
I was like, I gotta have like a little sunshine. Or
Did you
something in here.
open a blind?
I pulled it down. I pulled the whole blind down. You should have seen White Rabbit came in and she's like, "Oh, good, you're fixing it though." And so I fixed it. And I put it back up there and I looked down. There's another curtain on the ground. And she's like, "Yeah, honey, there's two." I was like, "I thought there's one." You know, like the two I have right here. I just thought that was just one. So, yeah, I realized I got a lot of problems. I need to, you know.
Okay, be seated.
Sorry.
All right.
Welcome
I'll be
back,
back
ladies
in just a
and gentlemen. I
second.
hope you enjoyed your
All right.
lunch. The
Yeah,
case
she's
is
kinda
still with the
smiling.
state, so I'm going to turn to Mr. Saunders. Do you have another witness?
State calls Officer Tim Kenny.
She almost looks like she's going to have convulsions.
Yeah, look at that. She went from a
What
smile
is she-
to.
What the hell is she doing?
Sir, if you want to just step up right over here, and then before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
I think it's like she's
Tell me the
squinting.
truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter.
She needs
before the
sunglasses.
court, So help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Oh, good cops.
First name is Tim, last name Kenny, Kenney.
Oh yeah, she is. She's
Okay,
doped
Mr.
up. Yeah,
Saunders,
she
the
is.
witness is yours.
Oh, hey,
Can you
he's
tell us
hot
how you're
looking.
employed?
I'm a patrol officer at City of Green Bay.
And how long have you been employed in that capacity?
12 years.
And is that the sum total of your law enforcement experience?
Yes.
I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Do you recall if you were on duty on that day?
I do.
And did you have reason to assist Officer Russell with photographing an individual on that day?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you respond to take these photographs?
I was at the Green Bay Police Department and he took me to an interview room.
Okay. And did Officer Russell have custody of an individual?
Yes.
And did you learn who that individual was?
Yes.
And who was that person?
Taylor Schabusiness.
Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out where she's sitting for us?
She's sitting at the defendant's table.
And then what she's wearing?
Looks like a black cover with a black and blue blouse.
Okay. Thank you. I'd ask the record to reflect the witness identified the defendant.
It will so reflect.
And then what were you asked to do with respect to photographing Ms. Schabusiness?
There were, I guess, cuts on her hands and blood on her clothing, which I was asked to photograph.
And did you document, I guess, the exterior clothing areas?
Yes.
Miami Spice Throb Cop 2.0.
Yes, they were.
I fully expect them to have find out who all these cops are and have their pictures.
Holy Throb Cop?
Yeah,
That's
this is what they're all. This is 2.0
Yes.
now.
Tweety said yes. Beefcake Cop 2.0. Yeah, he's good looking.
Us for Smoke Show.
I mean, hey, I may be married, but I'm not dead. When I see a good looking man, I can say that. It's not like I want to go.
Oh my gosh. I love having women on this channel.
I know
love
it.
it.
I know it.
Y'all are so much fun.
Not like I'm going to go leave crackers in his bed, for God's sakes. I'm 57 years old.
Shelly, we're about to have a crime spree up in here.
Oh gosh. Listen, I don't know who's gonna do it, but I want the every
Miami
throb
said he
cop.
can eat crackers in my bed anytime.
I want every Throb Cop nominee that y'all have come up with this year. We'll put them all together and make a calendar out of it that we won't sell. We'll just I'll send it to y'all for.
Oh, yes, I do.
Christmas.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. It's a members only exclusive.
I have an incredible husband.
These
No, I
would be the
wouldn't do
photographs
that
that I
to
took
him.
of her external clothing.
Thank you. I'd move exhibits 82 through 86.
Any objection to 82 through 86?
That's right. I'm not dead. Yeah.
Exhibits 84 and 85 appear to be the same, so
I don't even know what to say.
duplicity.
Yeah, cuffs, baby, cuffs.
Okay. Well, what I'll do is I'll hold receipt of those exhibits. I'll hold a decision on receiving those exhibits till the break. Nonetheless, go ahead. Are you planning on publishing them?
I was.
Okay,
They're
let me see
different
them.
photographs.
Let me just see them. Mr. Freilich, you're objecting to duplication of which ones?
Speaking of cuffs,
What's up, Baker?
Hello, everyone.
Hey, Baker.
Sweatpants.
Is anything interesting going on?
I think the best part's coming
Your
up.
response, Mr. Saunders.
So,
They're
check in
different
at the right time.
photographs. One is an overall of the legs, one it focuses on one leg in particular.
Yeah, I'm satisfied these photos are different. Mr. Freilich is right. They are taken of similar areas, but they're differently focused, and the photos are different. So I'm going to overrule the objection. I will receive 82 through 86, and you can publish those to the jury if you so choose.
Thank you.
that's not good.
He just keeps losing.
Yeah, do not submit different photos than what you put into evidence.
Okay, Judge, could we get the lights dimmed?
Yeah.
Just briefly, thank you.
Thank you.
No,
Taylor,
that's
for the-
Are we observing?
Oh.
exhibit
There you go, ladies. Now he's in the dark.
on the screen?
Woohoo!
Yes, we are.
Okay, and what does 82 depict?
That would be the outer sweatshirt she was wearing, which had dried blood on it.
And then 83, are we viewing that now?
Yes.
We're on the
And
back.
what is 83?
The rear of the sweatshirt, which had dried blood on the lower part of it.
Yep. Did you see it?
And then 84?
Would be the black sweatpants she was wearing.
And then 85.
The left leg of the black sweatpants.
Did you also observe a substance on that area?
Yes, there appeared to be matted blood in the
Ugh.
area of the knees.
And then 86.
Would be the right leg of the black sweatpants.
And
Jeez.
do exhibits 82 through 86, do those appear to be consistent with the clothing Ms. Schabusiness was wearing as you encountered her on February 23rd?
Yes.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination,
Nope.
Mr. Freilich.
Officer Kenny, you made some assumptions with regards to what was on those sweatpants, correct?
Assumptions?
Correct.
You didn't do any testing, correct?
I did not know.
Do you make comments like that before you verify what the results are? Is that your
As-
practice?
As to what it
It's
appeared to be.
observation.
Yes.
Now,
I love this.
you were given a police cell phone from Officer Garth Russell, correct?
Correct.
And there was some discussion when Ms. Schabusiness was in the interview room about bringing her water, correct?
I wish you'd turn that mic towards the
Possibly.
lips.
And then you were told, or someone was told not to bring the water, correct?
I don't recall, but it's possible.
Now, you observed cuts on Ms. Schabusiness's
I'm sorry.
fingers.
There you go.
Okay,
Use
that's
the
okay. Sorry.
microphone.
Could you repeat that last question back, please?
Schabusiness is looking at a picture of a broken baker. That's what it is.
Okay.
I
No,
can
she's-
fix it.
You did observe cuts on Ms. Schabusiness's fingers and thumbs, is that fair?
She's trying to imagine
Yes.
Some of the cuts
sleeping
were
with him
quite
and
deep, is that
cutting
fair?
them up.
Yes.
You used a cell phone to take the pictures that we just saw, is that right?
Correct.
And then what did you do from there? Did you have to download it, or what did you do?
I returned the phone to Officer Russell, who advised that he would later upload the photos into the case.
Okay. Were you present at Eastman Avenue on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
And did you go there with Officer Russell and Lieutenant Buckman?
No, I
Lieutenant
left
Dan.
the station and went there. Officer Russell, I believe, stayed at the station, and I went to assist with the scene there then.
Okay. Were you part of the
Lieutenant Dan.
arrest of Taylor Schabusiness or Scott Thombs?
You're that close.
No, I was not part of the arrest.
Okay. You were just there to provide cover?
I came after the fact, I guess to assist with security and look for lack of a better term, body parts.
Okay. Did you find any?
I did not know.
And we're talking about the Eastman Avenue apartment, correct?
Yes.
Yes. And did you see the gold colored Town and Country minivan?
Yes.
And where was that?
I believe it was parked on the north side
Right
of
in
the
front,
building.
right in front of the building?
Yeah, in the parking lot on the north side.
Okay. Did you see anything unusual about the minivan?
No.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Officer Kenny.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
No
Sit
need.
down.
You can go now, Lieutenant Don.
That judge reminds me of Burchett.
State calls Officer
I
Leo
know.
Whitman.
I've been thinking the same thing.
I'm glad.
He looks like it's so boring to be there.
Yeah, he does.
Well, it's a beautiful day in Green Bay. I mean,
It is.
There's
It
tea
actually
times.
is.
There's tea times they get to.
Exactly. What's there to do in Green Bay? You got Packers, bowling, golfing, and beer drinking.
Before you have a seat, if you could turn and face
Sounds
her,
like
raise
about
your
it.
right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is the chick that pulled the gun.
Right.
Oh.
My name is Officer Leo Whitman, W-H.
Baker, would you go quietly if she arrested you?
Thank
She's
you.
a redhead.
How are
I
you
would
employed?
stand
I'm employed
completely
with the
still
City of Green Bay
because they're
Police Department.
soulless. So
And how are you employed with?
you can never tell what she will do.
I'm a patrol officer.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
A little over 3 years.
Who is this guy?
She's a
you were
redhead.
working
I'd
as
be
a,
compliant.
Patrol officer with the Green Bay Police Department
He's our
on February
Danish friend.
23rd of 2022.
Yes.
We met
And, do
yesterday.
you recall being dispatched
Yes.
to a residence on Eastman Avenue on that day?
It's 84 degrees
And
here.
what was the reason
Feels
you
like
were dispatched to that
89.
location?
I was going
That's
to assist in picking up a suspect
should
in
be
a
in the
case
pool.
that occurred on Stony Brook Lane.
And what did you do?
You're actually
at the
warmer
Eastman
than it
Avenue
is here.
residence?
I
Yeah.
just held a
Really?
perimeter spot at first
Yeah.
on
Yep.
one of the corners of the building, and then we were told that we were going to make contact with the vehicle that was seen in the parking lot, and I assisted in being like I was part of the arrest team with that.
Okay. After, I should say.
Exactly, Yamaha.
Which individuals were, I guess, arrested at that point?
It was Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay. After that, did you conduct a protective sweep of that residence?
I assisted in it, yes.
All right. And did you locate any other individuals inside the apartment?
Yes, a male by the name of.
There's a lot of people watching
Stat
this.
Holmes.
Okay. And when you were done doing the protective sweep, what did you do after that point?
I assisted with putting up crime scene tape around the van as well as kind of blocking off the entrance to the Eastman apartment complex. And then I started a crime scene log as well for
Okay.
Eastman.
And what is the purpose of a crime scene log?
It's just to protect the integrity of the crime scene, making sure nobody that is unauthorized goes in to the crime scene, and everybody that is authorized to assist in the investigation signs in and then signs out, so we can keep record of who goes in and out.
And was that done with respect to the Eastman Avenue apartment building,
Yeah,
as well as the van that was outside?
yes,
And both areas were sort of cordoned off by crime scene tape as well?
correct.
When you were completed with those tasks, did you have any other involvement in the case?
Yes, I was asked to go back to the police department and assist in collecting clothing that Ms. Taylor was wearing.
Okay.
Miss Taylor.
And what clothing did you assist in collecting from?
I
Taylor?
collected a black tank top, black sweatpants, a black bra, and then purple underwear.
And I guess.
Let's say
was that
she's
done
kinda
in
cute.
A separate area that wasn't
Oh,
being
yeah.
monitored, I suppose?
Yeah, we went into
What's her name?
a separate interview room where there were no
Think she has an
cameras.
OnlyFans?
And
Sergeant
my monitoring
Redhead?
was
I don't
off so
know.
we could give her privacy while she.
Gender
undressed.
Thunder.
And the items of clothing that
What did he say?
Each business was wearing, those were the
Gender
items you,
Thunder.
listed off earlier.
Yes,
And did you take custody of those?
yes.
When you're taking custody items of evidence such as clothing, what steps do you take to ensure the integrity?
We
of
take
that,
him to the
item of
laundromat.
I've ensured that I was wearing gloves so I didn't get any of like my DNA or anything on the clothing. And then I packaged them in a brown paper bag. Due to them saying, I was told by a detective that there was possibly some red matter on there that could have been blood. We put them in a brown paper bag to make sure that if it was still wet, it wouldn't get contaminated by any kind of like plastic or anything.
That protocol you outlined, is that consistent with your training and how to collect items of evidence?
Yes.
And that's what you did in this case as well?
Yes.
Oh, sweet tea.
When you collected the, I think you said tank top, bra, sweatpants, and underwear, is that right?
Correct.
What did you do with those items once they were bagged?
I
gave
tried them
them
on to
to
see if they
Detective
fit me.
Is he responsible for then entering it into evidence to your knowledge?
Yeah, yep, he took custody of it and entered it into evidence or the drying rack for clothing
Sorry.
that's soiled in either
I'll
like
behave.
bodily fluids or anything.
Why?
I'm not sure what he did afterwards.
And was Ms. Schabusiness provided alternative clothing?
Yeah, they provided yellow scrubs, I would call them, for her to wear.
Thank you, officer. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fairley.
Jizzy.
Thank you, Your Honor. Officer Whitman, did you observe cuts on Taylor Schabusiness's fingers or thumbs?
Not that I recall, I wasn't looking, I was just focused on getting clothing and making sure she got dressed.
You initially went over to 2353 Eastman Avenue?
Mm-hmm, yes,
Okay. And that was on February 23rd of 2022?
correct.
And did you ride with anybody?
Sorry. can
Did you
repeat
ride with someone, or did you take your own?
Yeah, my
squad car?
dog.
that? Squad car,
Okay. And then you met up with Officer Garth Russell
correct,
and Lieutenant Buckman?
correct.
Anybody else?
I think there was a couple other officers there as well.
Was there an Officer Fisher there?
Yes,
And did you park a distance away?
yes,
And then you walked up?
correct.
Did you walk up on your own, or did you walk in conjunction with the other officers?
I walked up on my own.
Did you park quite a distance away so you could see what was going on?
Yeah, I parked in, I believe,
Yeah,
the northwest
okay.
corner of the parking lot, so I was still out of sight, but I could see the van and the entrance to Eastman from my point of view.
Were you told to be looking for a van?
Yes,
What kind of van?
it was just a tan Chrysler van with the license plate of 580ZJZ.
Oh, my mom's.
At some point then you walked up to the van?
Correct,
The back of the van had snow on the back windshield,
from what I remember, yes,
snow on the ground, correct?
correct,
And when you walked up, it was dark outside?
correct.
What time was this about?
Oh, I don't recall.
After midnight?
We're gonna let it all hang out.
I can't really give a for sure time on when that happened.
Did you at some point hear anything or see anything with regards to lights coming on the minivan?
Yes, the lights, like the flashing lights came on, indicating either the van was being unlocked or locked at that time.
Okay. Did you walk around the van?
Yes,
Is that before you heard the lights come on or saw the lights come on? Or
Yes.
after? Before?
it was before.
Okay. And this van were there vehicles on either side of the van?
I don't recall.
Were numerous vehicles parked in front of the complex?
Yes,
No shit.
Did you walk around the entire perimeter of the van?
no,
Which side did you walk on, the driver's side or the passenger side?
the driver's side.
Did you have a flashlight?
Yes,
Did you use it?
yep.
What did you do with the flashlight?
I just watched the ground to make sure I didn't compromise any kind of evidence that might have been on the ground at the time.
Okay. Did you use your flashlight to look in the van?
I looked into the driver's seat and that was it, to make sure it was unoccupied.
At some point, did you have contact with Officer Russell near the van?
Yeah,
Was he raising his voice as to be careful where you step?
yes,
And then at some point then, did you see someone come out of the building?
yes,
Who was that?
it was Taylor.
And what did you do then?
I just assisted with the arrest team.
Okay.
I didn't put handcuffs on, but I was there as a presence in case they needed assistance.
You walked up to the front door where Miss Schabusiness was, correct?
Correct,
She was standing on the porch under a overhang, correct?
correct,
She was outside.
correct,
She was cooperative.
correct.
When you looked at her, her demeanor, was it calm?
Yes,
She was
Did she
fake,
cooperate
man.
with you and the other officers?
Yes,
Was it Officer Garth Russell? Was he the one that put handcuffs and arrested her?
I don't recall.
Did you see Ms. Schabusiness fighting?
No.
She was compliant.
Yes.
At some point then, did you see Officer Russell take her back inside the apartment building and go over by the stairs?
I don't recall that.
At some point, did you and other officers become concerned for your safety?
No.
Did you have to draw your service revolver?
We did, yes.
You
He was
you
calling
did?
a revolver.
You
We
took
did.
your duty weapon out?
Yes.
And then did you hear yelling for a male to come out of apartment 1?
Yes.
And that was Scott Tomes?
Yes.
And were you part of that process?
Briefly.
Okay. Did you assist Officer Russell with bringing Ms. Schabusiness to the squad car?
No.
Okay. He did that on his own?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't
And
know.
you,
I'm not sure.
did you assist the other officer that was dealing with Scott Tomes?
Yes.
Okay. After all that was done, then were you told to go back to the station?
Yes.
Who told you to go back to the station, do you know?
I
Yeah,
believe
I
it was
did.
Detective Kemp called me.
Who did?
Kemp?
Okay, excuse me, Kevin Kemp?
Yes.
Detective, right?
Detective, yes.
Did you do a protective sweep?
I assisted with it.
Why does that court reporter
Did
look
you
familiar,
find any
Ballstorm?
body parts or anything that was cause for concern?
Oh,
Not to my, not to my knowledge.
Okay, and you helped with
Yeah.
doing the crime scene log?
Correct.
She was there
Is that
yesterday.
where you log
Yeah,
people
but
in?
Yes.
Did you put up crime scene?
good observation. Yeah.
Yes.
Where?
It
There
was
we go.
around the van.
Oh, so I have to
Oh,
leave
what's up,
now.
David?
Eastman to kind of knock that part of the crime scene off.
You did all
You
that?
can't talk
before
right
you
now. We
left,
got
right?
Correct.
Officer Hottie.
How long do you think you were at Eastman Avenue?
I don't know, maybe an hour.
Okay. And then you collected these items, the tank top, the sweatpants, the bra, and the underwear, correct?
Correct.
And they were all sealed in a brown paper bag?
I did not seal them. I just put them in the brown paper bag and gave them to Detective Kemp.
Okay, and then he dealt with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect,
No, thank you.
No need.
and you can step back.
Calls Kevin Scott.
Bless you.
That was
There we
her
go. I
exit
updated my
music.
name.
The last one was a Dane. He used to be on MTV.
Hey, Baker.
Hold on.
Oh, are you here? So I have to leave now.
Fancy seeing you on a stream.
Yeah. I have
Yeah,
my
yeah.
own
You remember
school
Broken Baker, and you remember Michigan Law.
Right, sir, right up this way. And then before you have a seat, if you could just turn and face her and raise your right hand.
run. Saw you on Ricada today.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
would that go?
It went well, actually. It went well. I was kind of in and out because I've had court and a bunch of other stuff to do.
So you're just making the rounds, right?
That's the idea.
That's what we
It's
have
a
to
crazy
do.
ass
No
I'm
one
glad.
needs to-
I'm glad I get his seconds.
Exactly.
My name is Kevin
It's like, you know, I got 20 minutes. I'm jumping on the expert.
And Mr. Jose, the witness is yours.
That was about 15 minutes longer than I need.
Scott, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I am
That's
a
what the
DNA
smoke is
analyst
breaking
at
the
the
middle.
Wisconsin State Crime Laboratory in Madison.
And how long have you worked as a DNA analyst?
I've been there for about 10 years.
Is all of your work as a DNA analyst? Is that
You
with
came
the
and
State
now
Crime
it's
Lab in
DNA.
Wisconsin?
Yes, it is.
You changed
leave
every
you alone.
trial.
Can you address your
Everyone jump off and
educational
leave Baker.
background and training that you've had that qualifies
Michigan,
you
do you
to
have
work
any
as-
insight here?
Yes, I received a Bachelor of Science degree majoring in biochemistry from UW
No more than you
Madison.
guys.
When I was first hired at the lab, I received approximately 1 year of in-house training at the lab that covered every aspect of DNA analysis that the lab uses. In addition to that, I receive at least 8
Except
hours.
this guy looks like he
of annual
lives in his
training
mom's
every year.
basement, too.
And is there any certifications that you or your
Dave,
lab
you've been
hold
you've been
in order
watching
to
this, right?
conduct DNA
Yeah, I've been
analysis?
watching it. I missed
Okay.
the last
is
couple
accredited.
witnesses, but I've been watching
Accreditation
it.
is a process.
Let me
in
ask you
which
something. Do
the
you think
lab
that
undergoes
defense
external
attorney's
audits
just
by an
coasting
outside
through this part of the
agency in order
trial?
to ensure that we
You know,
are following
the idea is that he
our
might
own
be trying to
procedures
emphasize
and
some things that
established
lead towards the
procedures in
crazy
forensic
part of
science
it.
Right, right.
But he's
No, you
doing it
mentioned
in
that,
a
previously
not
that
terribly
you are
efficient way.
required to have
Because
about 8
essentially,
hours
he's
of training every
re-emphasizing
year. Do you do all of the training that is required
testimony
of you?
that the
Yes,
state
I do.
elicits
And
without
is it fair to say you typically have more
emphasizing
than 8 hours of training
the
in a
right
year?
way. I guess I don't know how to say that.
some years I might. 8 hours is just the minimum.
Hang on, guys. It's a work day for me.
Do you, as part of your work with the crime lab, put together a statement of qualifications?
Yes, I do.
What is a statement of qualifications?
A statement of qualifications is similar to a resume. It's a document
Why
that we use
do
at the lab
everyone
that
in this trial
outlines
look
my
like they,
position, training, and experience.
they're dressed like someone from the late 80s? I'm pretty sure I had that haircut in middle school.
We're stuck in the 80s here. Don't worry. It's okay.
It's Wisconsin's
Cultural.
considered Midwest. Is that
Cultural.
Yeah. I'll be right
It's
back. I have to let
Midwest.
the dog out.
Okay.
Yes, Exhibit 87 is a
Here
copy
we
of
say
my
that
statement of qualifications.
everything you do, we
believe
do
that
5 years
is
later.
an
But
accurate, up-to-date statement?
Michigan
Yes,
is
it
not
is.
part of those 5
I
years.
move
I
for
can see.
admission of Exhibit 87.
There's a lot of influence
No objection.
in Michigan
Right, 87 will be received.
from a lot of the Swedish and the Swedes.
Yeah.
All the good
So-
people.
Mr. Scott, can you discuss what your general duties are as a DNA analyst at the lab?
Yes, as a
My
DNA
cousin
analyst, I
Swede's
examine
getting gas the
crimes
other day,
evidence for
Baker.
the presence of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, or saliva. I then attempt to extract or release DNA from those
Call them
bodily
cheaters.
fluids or from any other source of DNA, such as skin
Okay.
cells from touched
Gosney
items.
showed up in the
I then
chat.
attempt to generate a
Oh,
DNA
Steve.
profile.
How are you?
Dude,
I
how you doing,
analyze
sir?
those DNA results, and I make comparisons
Is he making
to
his rounds
DNA
in the chat,
standards
too?
that are taken from known
Well,
individuals.
it seems like legal minds
I
are
will then
just
prepare
sniping different
a
ball
written
screens.
report of my results and conclusions.
You should snipe mine. It's pretty
Can you,
interesting.
you have
case.
any sort of estimate as to how many
Baker's
times you
streaming
have
right now on
conducted
his own
analysis
channel,
of
but
DNA
not this
samples?
trial.
No, I have an
I've worked
interesting one.
somewhere in the neighborhood
That's
of
awesome.
700 cases.
That's awesome.
And each case can consist anywhere
Oh, I
from
have
one item of
a dual
evidence
screen with
upwards
Mo in the
of
deep end,
several
and
dozen,
You're gonna
I took
say-
money.
depending on the case.
Is it
They're
fair
gonna
to
say
that
there
in
was
your career
so
you've
much
analyzed
sloppy
thousands of
DNA on
samples?
this marital
Yes, I have.
aid that it was indeterminable.
And have you testified
And
in
otherwise,
court in
I'm
the
not
past
interested in this
regarding
guy's
your
testimony.
findings as to your DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Have you been accepted as an expert witness in courts in the state of Wisconsin regarding DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
And mind you, I didn't know the marital
Mr.
aid was
Scott,
found
as part
in
of your work
his
with
bedroom.
the state crime
not
lab,
hers.
were you asked to
It can't be any
assist
worse than some of the
in
stuff
an
we've already seen,
investigation
man.
of, a homicide
And there were
case from the city of
3
Green
sets
Bay
of
with
DNA,
a
if
case
I'm-
named Shad Therian?
Only
Yes, I
two.
was.
Two
And
male.
Even a
in
party
terms
with
of
this
how
one,
cases
at
are
least 3
identified at
different strains
the
of DNA.
lab, can you talk
We need
about
Steve on here to talk about DNA
what the
stuff.
lab does when they receive a request from law
And Mary's
enforcement
still
to analyze for DNA?
Yes, when a case is submitted to the lab, law enforcement will bring the evidence to the lab or otherwise ship it to the lab. Our evidence technicians will give that case a crime lab case number, and each item submitted under that case will get a crime lab item designation. Each item gets its own item letter, starting with letter A. Next item would be letter B, and so on.
Did you have any more? I apologize if I cut you off.
Once I'm assigned to a case, I will then pick up those items of evidence, bring it down to my lab bench, and then start the physical examination of the evidence at that point.
When law enforcement submits a case to the lab for DNA analysis, are there any sort of submission guidelines that the lab gives to law enforcement agencies?
Yes, we do have submission guidelines for evidence that's submitted to the lab. This attempts to reduce the number of items that's submitted to the lab as a resource management tool, just so we aren't overwhelmed with a large number of items.
Okay.
For a homicide type case, we ask that the submitting agency, the law enforcement agency, try to limit their first round of submission to 10 items of evidence.
Are there occasions where a law enforcement agency may then submit subsequent
Hey,
items to the
Michigan,
lab
do you know
after the
Tom
initial
Gillis?
10 are sent?
I don't.
Yes,
Have
that,
you ever
that
met-
does occur
oh my
sometimes.
gosh!
And what are
gotta get
typically
you
the
guys
circumstances
together.
in which
He's
a law
incredible.
enforcement agency might
Oh,
submit things in
dude.
Looks
addition
like he's a
to the
golf
10?
instructor. I'm going
Yeah.
golfing.
It will depend on the case.
He's a
Most often
PGA
it's,
pro.
Because a probative link
Yeah,
to
dude,
a
he's,
possible perpetrator is
Oh
not
my gosh!
established.
He also is a
Is
Bigfoot
it
hunter.
typical that once a probative link to a perpetrator is established?
Well,
He's
come
all
hunt for
Bigfoot.
Bigfoot in
items are
Michigan.
sent to
Teach
the
me
crime
some
lab?
what I'm doing wrong with my swing.
Again, it will vary by the case.
Well,
but
he
I would
knocked
say
Bigfoot
typically
out
That's true.
in a fight. It's a long story.
Essentially, what is
He tells it much better.
the
Steve,
purpose
you
or the
need to
investigative
enable
purpose of
gifted
using
memberships
DNA
on your
analysis in a case?
because I gifted 5 and you did not receive one.
Or can that vary by case?
Yes, that can vary
What?
by case.
You can't receive them if it's your
Obviously, is one of
brand
the
channel.
primary goals to identify a potential perpetrator?
I've been saying that for 2 months, but
yes.
you never listen.
And typically,
what?
once that
If
has
it's
been
the
established,
channel,
you may not receive
if it's
additional
the
submissions
one you run
unless
your
there's some other
channel off
specific
of,
evidential
you can't
purpose
receive gifted
yeah.
memberships.
Did you read
for
that?
submitting
Yeah.
items to the lab.
Yeah,
I've
where do
received
you go?
gifted memberships.
Yeah.
Probably before. I can't receive because it says it's a brand channel.
Can you please
It's fine.
repeat the
Just tell
question?
him.
Is it typical then that once
I want
that,
thumbs up and any
identification
subs.
has been made regarding a suspect, that
Yeah,
additional
you can
items
snipe
would
all
not
you
be
want.
sent to the lab?
He officially has
Other
permission.
specifically identified
Yes.
purpose for the testing.
Generally,
See how
that's
many?
true, yes.
I'm trying to get to 2,700. I'd like to
In
get
this
to
particular
3,000
case,
subscribers. That's my
actually,
goal.
I'll ask before this particular case, generally, do you prepare a report regarding your findings of DNA analysis?
And Murph,
Yes,
I
I do.
can't remember seeing him
And
before.
in this particular case, did you prepare such a report?
Yes, I did.
Steve, what channel are they streaming?
Legal mindset, he switches around.
Oh.
So he had a post up about it. If you don't want to follow one channel, you can follow all of them, and then he just goes around.
That's not a bad
Nice.
idea. I should have done that.
Yeah,
Of course,
you
I'd
don't
get
have to-
stuck on this one, and then I would never leave the expert stream.
Oh,
you
just
just
because
have
you can do whatever you want
Yes,
to.
Exhibit
Time.
88
Yeah,
is a
that's
copy
why.
of the DNA report that I authored in this case, dated April 1, 2022.
What is the lab case
There you
number
go.
that's
Took your
associated with this
balls from
case?
me,
Our crime lab case number is M22-636.
And what is the case name?
The case name is Shad Rocktherian.
Mr. Scott, does the report outline the items that you received from law enforcement for purpose of analysis?
Yes, it
Okay, we
does.
took,
And what items were
Michigan's
received in
face-off.
this case?
I received a buckle swab standard that was reportedly recovered from Taylor Schabusiness. That was item A.
I got a trick for this.
Item B.
There we go.
was
There you
right
go.
hand swabs
There you go.
reportedly recovered from
I
Taylor
have a
Schabusiness. Item C was left hand swabs reportedly recovered
The one
from
trick
Taylor
YouTube
Schabusiness.
hates you to know. Click
Item
here.
D was oral swabs.
Do you want to
reportedly
grow your
recovered
channel
from
in just 2
Shadtherian.
seconds? Watch this
Click.
video.
Item E was swab reportedly from a blade. Item F was a swab reportedly from a red substance inside of a box.
Steve, take my $5 and pass it on to Legal Mindset.
Item G were swabs from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
Where's
Item
Legal Mindset?
H was sweatpants. Item
My
I
wife does this. I don't do
was
this.
penile swabs reportedly recovered from Shadtherian.
Penile
And item
swabs.
J
We need to pay attention
was
to
a
this.
swab reportedly from a dildo.
From a dildo.
I would note
The
you listed
dildo.
several items that were obtained. Many of those are swabs. One of those items was not a swab. Can you talk about the difference between receiving swabs and receiving an item?
Yes, typically the evidence submitted to the lab will either be an item, like a physical item of evidence, such as the sweatpants in this case, or it can be from a sample taken from an item of evidence by the law enforcement agency, which is typically a swab of a item. Swabbing is an oversized Q-tip that is moistened with some water and rubbed up against the item of evidence, hoping to transfer any DNA that's on the item of evidence onto that swab. And then we use the cotton head from that swab for our further DNA processing. And depending on the law enforcement agency and how they do things, either those swabs or the
Jung is
full item of evidence is
messaging
sent
like
to the lab.
a certain other person I know.
And with respect to item
Who
H, the
you,
sweatpants,
the
where you
defense
received the
attorney,
actual
is
item,
really
what is your
giving
process
this a
then
go?
for, processing and analyzing an item such as that?
Once I pick up the item of evidence, I will perform a physical examination, typically looking for any staining that may be on the item, that may be from a bodily fluid that's relevant to the case. This is commonly reddish-brown color staining, which could be from blood, which is what I was examining the sweatpants in this case for.
She's talking to
Is
herself.
receiving a swab versus receiving the item, is one of those forms better or worse than the other, or are they both commonly accepted forms?
They're both commonly accepted forms.
And prior to conducting DNA analysis, do you sometimes do screening on the items that you receive?
Yes, screening is what we refer to the physical examination and testing for bodily fluids and sample collection from the items.
And did you do any such screening in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what screening did you conduct?
So for this case, I was testing some of the items for the possible presence of blood. From the right-hand swabs, item B from Taylor Schabusiness, and the left-hand swabs from Taylor Schabusiness, item C, blood was identified on those swabs. Then from a few other items, the swab from the blade, the swab from the red substance inside the box, the sweatpants, and the swab from the dildo. Presumptive testing for blood was also present, or presumptive testing for blood was positive on those 4 items.
Can you
Look at her
describe the
grin.
difference between actually being able to identify blood with one form of testing and then the presumptive testing with respect to the other items?
Yes, at our lab we commonly use 2 different types of testing for blood. One is referred to as a presumptive testing for blood. This is a very quick test that relies on a color change after dropping a couple chemicals on the sample, and it doesn't require very much sample to be taken. However, that test is called a presumptive test because there are other substances out there that could possibly cause a positive result, even if blood is not present. This is some things that might cause that are rust, some metals, and some vegetable extracts could induce a positive result even if blood is not present. However, that is the more typical
old
test
is,
that we use in our
Schabusiness?
lab.
25.
Just because of how
That's a
quick
lot,
and
25.
how little sample it uses. Another type of test that we have is a confirmatory test, which confirms
Yeah, that looks
the
rough for
presence
25.
of blood on an
I have 2
object.
minutes until I can chat in
For this
Legal
case,
Mindset
I
stream.
performed that confirmatory test
well,
on
I was
the
just-
right
I was
and
just
the
sending him
left-hand
money.
swabs.
Oh, were you? Okay.
Those were both positive, and
get some
I was going
estrogen
to.
up there?
blood was identified on those swabs.
And with respect to the items where you have the presumptive
Steve, how
test,
much do we have to send them?
is that the only test that you did was the presumptive test? That is, you didn't then use the confirmatory test on those items?
Correct.
And could you explain, is there a reason why you make the choice to do presumptive with one and confirmatory with the other items?
It can depend on the sample. If the presence of blood is very important to a case, I might
Coonhound is
choose
my
to
wife's
perform that
dog. It was laying
confirmatory
on top of my
test,
wallet.
or if for some reason I might think that the test was a presumptive test was positive due to one of those things that might cause a false positive result, I might choose to do a confirmatory test. It could also just depend on the amount of sample I have available to me.
Were there items where either a confirmatory or presumptive test for blood was conducted where blood was not located?
Yes. From the swabs from the red substance on the bedroom light switch, that test was negative, and I concluded that blood was not detected on those swabs from the light switch.
And are there other types of presumptive testing that can be done for other substances?
Yes, we can also test for saliva and semen.
And did you conduct any presumptive testing for saliva in this case?
Yes, I did. I performed a presumptive test for saliva on the penile swabs from Shad Therian. That test was positive, and I concluded that presumptive testing for saliva was positive on those penile swabs.
Is there a confirmatory test for saliva
Well, let
like
me
there
buy
is
it.
for blood?
We do not have one at our lab.
I'll get it in
So
a
there's
second.
merely the presumptive testing for saliva, and that is what you did on the penile swabs?
Yes.
And did you do any testing for the potential presence of sperm?
Yes, I did.
And where did you conduct that test?
I tested the penile swabs from Chad Therian, and I did not identify sperm cells. I concluded that sperm cells were not identified on the penile swabs.
And those are all is that all of the screening tests that you did prior to DNA analysis?
For bodily fluids, yes.
And just
So
to
the poor
confirm,
guy
you do
didn't
that
get off
prior to the
because,
DNA
before she
analysis?
offed him.
That's correct.
Sounds like it.
Subsequently, did you then perform DNA
That's
analysis on
that's
the
rude.
items that you received?
Yes, I did.
Just briefly, before we go into those specifics, can you describe for the jury what DNA is?
Yes, so DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it is the genetic material that is present in all living organisms. It is the blueprint that codes for all structures and functions within our body.
What?
DNA is inherited, so you receive half of your DNA from your mother and half from your father.
And why is DNA a valuable tool in criminal investigations or in identifying potential individuals?
Yeah, so DNA is valuable because different people will have different DNA profiles. With the exception of identical twins will share the same DNA profile. Almost everybody else will have different DNA profiles.
I don't know
that
what's
allows
wrong.
us to compare DNA profiles
I've
taken from
used
items of evidence
two different cards.
to DNA standards that are taken from known individuals to see if those profiles match or not.
And what are the common sources of DNA that we can find in the human body?
DNA is found in nearly every cell of the body. Bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva are very good sources of DNA. So if those bodily fluids are present, I would generally expect to find DNA as well.
All right, I just gave
DNA
him
can
10.
also be found in other cells such as skin cells that are commonly left behind on touched items.
Oh, the white rabbit's already in there.
Is the DNA from a
Steve says he
particular
will
person the
snipe after
same
this witness.
throughout their body despite the source of that DNA?
Yes,
Man, I can't hang on
regardless
that
of
long.
which specific source or bodily fluid your DNA comes from, your DNA will be the same throughout your body.
Okay.
Now, turning back to the DNA analysis that you conducted in this case, can you first describe the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
499 was sent to Legal
Can you
Vices.
please-
Legal Mindset, Tweety. Legal
Can you please,
Mindset.
clarify
Different
your
people.
question?
Sure. Well, what is autosomal STR DNA as opposed to
Does it have to be
other types
99?
of DNA like YSTR DNA analysis?
If you can
Yes, so
see the
at our
difference
lab, we have
between
two
two
different
last
types
names,
of
then
DNA
everyone
analysis
should.
available to us. The more common one is referred to as autosomal STR
Yeah, he showed both of
DNA
y'all.
analysis. Autosome
Would
or
the mind go
autosomal
through?
refers to the DNA that
White
everybody
rabbits
will
did.
have, both males and
All right,
females.
he's jumping over to us right now.
Everybody has 23 pairs of chromosomes in their body. 22 of those are referred to as autosomal chromosomes.
Hey, Legal
The
Mindset.
last
Welcome.
pair are referred to
Hey,
as the sex
smile.
chromosomes. So males will
Yeah, I
have
have
an
no idea
X
what's
and a
happening.
Y sex
Confusion.
chromosome, and females will have two X chromosomes. When we perform the
Legal
autosomal
mindset.
analysis,
Yeah, Warrior Sisterhood
we
here in the
generate a
middle.
DNA
She
profile
knows
from
Taylor
any DNA
Schabusiness.
that's present
Legal Mindset,
in
as
that
seen on
sample.
Ricada.
The other option available to us is YSTR testing.
Can we get some
YSTR
estrogen
testing
up here?
generates a DNA profile.
We got
only from the
Volstorm.
Y
Ha ha ha
chromosome.
ha.
So since only males have a Y chromosome and
And I have
females
a
do
pretty
not,
good set of
that
groups,
YSTR
so
testing will essentially ignore any female DNA that's
we
present
had
in
all
the
the females
sample
we need.
and only generate a profile from male DNA that's present. This is very helpful in samples in which there is a lot of female DNA and a very small amount or relatively small
So
amount
trying
of
to
male
deal with
DNA
Legal
compared to
Mindset.
the
I have
female
no
DNA.
idea what's been going on in the
So
last
if that
couple
male
minutes.
DNA
Well, she's
is,
not cuckoo for
is
Cocoa
relevant to the
Puffs.
case,
She
we
plays the
are
part
to
well.
perform this YSTR testing to try to help us determine the DNA profile from
She's
that
just
Y
thinking
chromosome.
about this really funny joke she
Now,
heard
unlike autosomal DNA profiles, YSTR profiles are not as discriminating because they are not unique to any one individual.
Did you talk about the mixture, the cocktail yet?
Unrelated, or while most males will generally have different Y
only
profiles,
that there was no semen
it is
on the
possible
penile
that
swabs,
unrelated males
so
could just
it was
happen to
done
share the same Y
post-mortem.
profile by chance. And we do expect that all
That's just a
paternally
bad girl.
related male relatives, so male
Get him off
relatives who share
before you often.
father-son type
It's just rude.
relationship,
There's
we would
there's
expect
policies
that
and
they would
procedures.
also share
Yeah.
the same Y profile as well.
So prior to doing your DNA analysis in this case, is there something that you need to do to prepare the samples to be analyzed?
Yes, so once I have my item of evidence, I will take my sample for DNA analysis.
I want to know what
and
legal
then
mindsets
extract
think,
or
but I
release the
believe this
DNA
guy
that's
lives in his
present
mother's
in
basement as
that
well.
sample. This is done by adding some water with some chemicals and heating
That's
it
his
up in order
dad's
to break
suit.
open those cells and release the DNA.
Do you have this
Purify
German
the
toys
DNA
called
sample
Playmobil in
by
the
removing
US?
everything else that's not DNA.
Yeah.
And once I
Because
have my
he has the
purified
same hair as
DNA
every one of
extract, I
those
will
figures
then
have.
quantify that sample to see how much DNA is present. If there is a sufficient amount of DNA present in that sample, we will then try to generate a DNA profile. And depending on how much total human DNA or male DNA that's present in the
This is
sample,
the
we will then
boring
choose
part of the
at that point
testimony.
whether we
DNA?
attempt to generate
Yeah,
an
this is so
autosomal
boring. We
profile
got to go
or a
through
Y
all
profile.
the
As
all
you
the
began your
foundational
analysis
stuff,
of
where they gathered it
individual
from, how
items
it
in this
works,
case,
how they compiled
did
the
you note,
profiles, and all this stuff.
items that
I just want to
appeared to
cut to the
be
chase
sort of,
and whose
what we
DNA
might
is on
call,
which
standards
marital
for
aid.
the
That's what I want
individuals
to
that
know.
were involved in this case?
Yes, I
Which
did.
marital
And
aid?
which items were those?
So item A was a buccal swab standard reportedly from Taylor Schabusiness. A
We-
buccal swab is a swabbing of the inside of somebody's cheek.
We know she was
hoping
there.
To
We know he
gather
was
DNA
there.
from that person's mouth. We then process that buccal swab.
We know they
standard
left
in the same
together.
manner as an item of evidence
At least
to generate a
part of
DNA
them.
profile.
Part-
And we use
part-
that DNA profile as that person's DNA profile for the purpose of comparisons. I also received oral swabs, item D. Those oral swabs were from
this is the-
Shadtherian.
She just
And
wants to
were you
get
able
back
to
to the
develop single
show
source
the
profiles
body
for
parts
both
so I can see what I
item
did.
A1 and item D1?
Oh yeah, I forgot.
I
Yeah,
was.
yeah. You
What is
know
a single
Schabusiness
source
from her
profile?
childhood.
So when we generate a DNA
Yep.
profile, that DNA profile
Yeah.
will either be single source or from just one
You've
individual.
hung out with her?
Or it could be a mixture
No,
of
no, no,
DNA.
no, no. She
So
was
that DNA
friends with
profile
my
could
older
have
son.
DNA from multiple individuals.
Oh yeah, that's right.
She
Your
lived in
children.
my
Which of those
neighborhood.
are
She lived in my
more easier to work
neighborhood,
with
and
when doing comparisons?
Typically, single source
Into her
profiles
house.
are easier
Call
as
them
we can just do a
Mama
direct
Yaya.
comparison between that single source profile and
that's
the
me.
profile from the DNA
Did she always act like
standards in
that,
order
though?
to see if they are consistent with each
No.
other or not.
So once you develop those single source profiles,
is not the
presumably
Taylor
both
I
for
knew.
Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian, did you then conduct comparisons for
Are her
subsequent
parents still
items
around?
that
That's
were
one
analyzed?
question
Yes,
I
I
had.
did.
And
her mom
specifically as it
died when
relates
she
to item
was
B1,
young,
what
and her
was
dad was
item
just
B1?
sentenced to 12 years in jail last
Item
week
B1.
for
So
essaying
back up a
her,
little bit.
his
Item B
stepsister,
were
his
the
stepdaughter,
right-hand swabs from Taylor
and
Schabusiness. When I took
her
a
brother
sample from that swab,
passed away
I just
last
cut a
year in a
little bit of the
motorcycle
swab
accident.
off for DNA analysis.
He's
That
got
cutting
no
from the
family
swab
left.
was called item B1
Kind of
for
a-
the purposes of tracking within
Sad.
the system.
I mean, but was her
So
childhood
item
normal,
B1
or
is also
was she a
from the
problem
right-hand
child?
swabs from Taylor Schabusiness.
No, she had a very hard
And what did your
childhood.
analysis, what
Like I
were the
said, her
results of
mom
your
died
analysis
when
with
she was
respect to
really
that
young.
item B1?
Her
I
dad
developed a three-person mixture.
essayed her.
So 3 different individuals contributed DNA to this
She started
mixture.
drinking real heavy at about
At least one of those 3
13,
individuals was male.
was very promiscuous.
At that point, I analyzed this DNA
The,
mixture using a computer program called StarMix.
The pretrial motions talked about
StarMix
her mental health
is a
commitment.
tool
Do you
that
know
we use
anything
in our
about
lab to
that?
help us
Were
interpret
you
DNA mixture profiles.
made aware of
It
that
works by
since she
trying
was
to, it works
friends
by
with your
modeling
kid?
I only
the
know what
DNA
I've
mixture
heard
by
on
trying to
TV.
determine the most likely
I can only
individual contributor
assume
profiles that
that
when
That's
mixed
fine. We
together
don't want to
can
assume. I was
explain
just
the
wondering
behavior
if
that
you.
we observed or that we detected
no,
with the item.
she was
Friends
not
At the end of the
mentally stable.
interpretation, what we
But,
have is
I
a
mean,
list of the most likely
I guess
individual
that
profiles that
really,
can explain this mixture.
I don't know how to explain
Once
it.
we have that
It's-
list, we will then compare the DNA profiles from the people thought
When
to
she
be involved
was
in the
at my
case
house, she was
in
normal.
order
Let's
to
just say
see if
that.
they do have one of those possible profiles. If they do not have
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of those
Tell
possible
David about
profiles,
your
they are
theory about why
excluded
she
as a
attacked
possible
Jolly.
contributor to the mixture. meaning
Oh,
that
because
DNA mixture
Jolly
cannot be
is a
modeled
public
using that person's
defender,
DNA profile.
and
Therefore, their
he
DNA is
was
not
also her
present.
father's
If their
um,
DNA is one of the
public
possible
defender on his SA
profiles, then we will
charges
get a
against her
likelihood
stepsister.
ratio.
When
What
she
that likelihood ratio
was
is
younger,
a
her
level of
grandparents wouldn't
support
let
for the
her
strength of the
file
comparison.
charges against her
Essentially, the
dad.
higher the likelihood ratio
And a couple
is,
of years
the more
ago, she
support there
did
is that
file
that person's
charges
DNA
against her
is
dad
present
and
in the
was
mixture.
thrown out of
And the
court.
lower the number is,
But
the more
Jolly
support there
was
would be
the
that that person's DNA is
public
not present in the mixture.
defender for
So for
her
this
dad too,
particular
and I
sample, the
think
right hand swabs
she
from
just
Taylor
didn't want,
Schabusiness, I
at the
analyzed
same
this
time,
assuming
she
a
didn't want the
3-person
same public
mixture
defender
using star mix.
defending her
I
as
also
her
assumed
dad,
the
so I think she
presence of
just hauled off
DNA
and
from
smacked
Taylor
him to get him off her
Schabusiness. Since
case.
this was a swab from her hand,
That makes more
we would
sense
expect to find DNA from
than
her.
acting crazy
It
or
did
something.
also appear
but
that her
apparently
DNA
she
was
did also
present in the
flash the
mixture.
judge.
So when I analyzed this mixture, essentially I told that computer
Can't
Oh,
program
she
that
did?
one of those 3 contributors is
Apparently,
Taylor Schabusiness. So then
there's
it
no
would
like stream of
model
it or
I didn't hear
anything,
that.
but that's what's been
contributors.
told. You believe that?
So
You said?
once we had that
I said I didn't hear
information
that.
and made the
Oh, that's
comparison
what
I know
I've
she
heard.
with
I,
split
Syrian,
people off.
I found
I know
that
she
it is
split
at least
people
1
off.
quadrillion times more likely to
laughing
observe
now.
this DNA mixture profile.
and I was going to ask you too,
if
the
it is a
gentleman that was
mixture
sitting behind her
resulting from
yesterday,
Taylor
do you know who
Schabusiness
he is
and
by
Chad
chance? Do you recognize
Therian
him?
Nope.
and one other
I
person.
asked my son, both
Than
of
if it
my
were a
kids,
mixture
and they don't know
resulting
who
from
he
Taylor
is either.
Schabusiness and 2 random
Okay.
unknown
It could be
people.
an uncle for all I
That
know. Is
provides
he the same
very
guy?
strong
Oh, he's not
support
back
for
there today.
inclusion
He's not there today, no.
or
Just
very
wondering.
strong
Or
support
it could
that
have been
DNA
just
from
a
Chad Therian is
Just
present
someone
in the
homeless
random.
person or something. I don't know.
Now,
Homeless
this,
person. I
the
love
way
it.
in which you report this data. as a
Yes, I
patient,
love
Why
that.
can't he
That's-
just be a
is that the
spectator?
standard
Why has he got to be
process when you have
homeless?
DNA mixtures?
Just because he's
He has
eating his
the-
hands.
I was just
Tell someone
the
that
I would say that
it's
yesterday he had the
downtown.
hot dog
is
cart.
present, that it is the source of DNA, or does
The
the
hot
lab
dog
always
cart, yeah.
report it out as
Oh,
a
yeah,
ratio
yeah, the
like
hot
this when
dogs.
you have a mixture?
And he was
Well,
going
It
down
will
on
expert,
that.
I better go
on
check
the,
on
type
my
of
own
mixture
stream.
and
So
how
thank
much
you for having me
DNA
on.
Broken
And,
Baker,
Hi,
man.
Baker.
contributes.
Everyone
We
check
gotta
out the
hang out
Broken
when-
Baker. Danish
Yes, I
This
read
layman,
him.
computer
a
program
professional
pinned.
juror
is,
in
then yes,
Denmark. He's got
this
some
ratio
streams.
is how
They're very
we will
cool.
report out all
Yeah.
Yes, you are pinned at the top of the chat.
Is there any
So
way to sort
Thank
of
you so much.
quantify for the jury?
Thanks,
And,
Baker.
How big
is
of
See
Baker
you-
the next one to get to
quadrillion is?
1,000? We're trying to push.
one
No,
quadrillion
I'm
would be
way, way
one
back.
followed
I'm
by
down
15
at like
zeros.
410 or something.
It's also
But we need to get you up there.
1,000
You got some good
trillion.
stuff.
Yeah, I have over
Now,
4,000
was
hours.
that,
Why don't people subscribe to
one
me?
quadrillion,
Oh,
at
and
least
I
one
just wanted to
quadrillion
say,
times? Is that the exact
If
number of the
you
ratio
follow
in this
smaller,
case?
No, the numbers can go
look
much
if
higher.
you can unsub,
We
because I was
capped
unsubbed
that
from the
likelihood
expert
ratio
and
at
lefty
1
lofty.
quadrillion.
Lol,
Just to
lefty
keep
lol.
that number
So just
down
check
in a-
because
in
YouTube
a
has
range
been
that's more recognizable.
going around with the
So
unsub
it's
button
possible
again.
that in this case, the likelihood was
See
even
you all
Make sure
later.
greater
it's
than
still
1
sub to you. Bye,
quadrillion.
Baker.
You simply
Yeah, see you, Baker.
will never
Thanks for stopping
report a
by,
number
man.
that's higher than 1 quadrillion.
That's correct.
And
I
did
don't
you
think they
follow that
unsub
same
creators.
process for the left-hand swabs from Taylor
You haven't been
Schabusiness,
unsubbed?
item C?
Yes.
No, I mean,
And were you able
I've
to
never been like automatically
develop a
unsubbed
mixture
from
in that
another
case as
creator.
Yes, I did. From the left-hand swabs,
I have been, but I don't know.
I developed a 2-person mixture. So
It's hard to
two
keep
people
track.
contributed
Yeah.
DNA to that mixture. Again, one of
Like,
those
what
two
happened to me is
people
I
appeared to
forget
be
I
Taylor
subbed to
Schabusiness.
somebody. I'm like, hey,
So
whatever happened to
when
that person?
I analyzed this mixture using star mix. I assumed.
Then I
the
remember it
presence
was on my
of
personal
DNA from
account. It's
Taylor.
like, oh yeah, I
Yes.
subbed to him on my personal account.
When I compared the DNA
Yes.
profile from
Like
Chad
all of
Therian
LawTube
to
is
that
on my
mixture,
personal account, and I forget
found
that
it was
I
at
have a
least
new one
1
now.
quadrillion
You don't even
times
use
more
it.
likely to observe
Yeah.
that DNA mixture profile.
But you know
if it
that's
is a
good, though. It
mixture
gives you a new
resulting from from Taylor Schabusiness and Shadtherian than if it were a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and a random unknown person. This also provides very strong support for inclusion, or very strong support that DNA
All right,
from
legal mindset's gone.
Shadtherian is present in the mixture.
He jumped over to Jeff now.
All right.
And
Well,
item
he
B and
gets
C,
no more,
the two items
banner.
that we just talked about with respect
I
to.
wanted to make sure
the
Yaya's
DNA
connection got
analysis,
out there while we were on
Again,
his
were
stream.
those the two items that you
Yeah,
had
definitely.
tested
Thank
for the
you.
presence of blood as well?
Yes, blood was
Like, ooh, we have a
identified on
very
those
large
two items.
audience. Talk up Yaya and get him over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so again, the result in terms of the 1 quadrillion times, that's
Now we can
essentially the
relax.
maximum
Just
number
hang
that you
out.
could
It's just us.
reach was in
Yeah.
item C1 as well.
It's like when a real
That's
estate
correct.
agent leaves with her potential
Let's move on
purchasers
to
and
item E.
trash
What
the
was
house
item
again.
E?
Item E was a swab from
I don't
blade.
know, I'm just talking.
And what sort of analysis
Oh my
did you conduct
gosh.
with respect to item E?
The White Rabbit has a
I developed
rule
a
that we have
single
let
source
fall
male
apart.
profile.
As like, I
So
want to be
just,
able to get the house ready and like
DNA profile from
have
one
like a
male
5-minute,
individual.
10-minute, and 15-minute
I
drill.
then compared that male
It's
profile
like if somebody's
to,
come over real quick,
uh,
we can just put
been
everything in
drilling?
the closet.
from the
Yeah,
standards in
but if
this
it's like
case, and I found that
because she'd be
profile
like, if
is
her mom comes
consistent
over,
with the
then it's got to be the
profile of
15-minute deal
Fury.
where we actually get like
Now,
we
anytime
got to mop
make
the floor and
a
everything.
direct comparison
Oh.
between two
Yeah.
profiles and
Did-
find that they are
do you
consistent
co-
with each other.
Do you have a
Thanks,
drill
Steve
where you-
Gosney, by the way, for the heads up on the legal vice or the legal
Oh,
mindset
yeah.
thing.
Yes,
That
thank
was
you so
awesome.
much, Steve.
Roughly how
Steve's
rare
awesome.
or how common that profile
I'm curious
is in
if,
the general
if you have a
population.
drill where you close up
If
the
that profile
studio.
is more rare than
Yeah.
one
For
in
people
7
coming-
I have a
billion
rule.
individuals,
Don't clean my
with
house
7
so my
trillion
mom
being
doesn't
roughly
come over.
1,000
Just
times the
kidding.
world's population.
Oh, that's a good
That
idea.
profile is more rare
No,
than 1 trillion.
White
I would
Rabbit, her
state
mom
that
is
that
an
individual is the
impeccable
source
cleaner.
of that DNA.
By the way, I tried to
So
plug
for
you
this
on
particular
Rakata,
sample,
and
the
then
swab from the blade,
testimony started, and I
single
wasn't able to
source
finish
male
it.
profile, I concluded
Well, it's
that
that idea that
Shadtherian
counts.
is the source of that
I
DNA.
tried.
You
Appreciate
tried.
that, man. It's more than anybody else has.
I get a C minus for effort, right?
Swab that you also
Hey, man,
did a
you know what? A
presumptive
D
test
equals
for blood.
diploma.
Audrey
Yes, that
owes me
test
pictures.
was, positive
Uh-oh.
for the presumptive test for blood.
I'm not going to ask anymore.
No,
Moving
her
on
legs
to
are. She
item
apparently
F,
has
what
great
sort of
legs, and I
testing
said,
was
if you send me the
conducted on
pictures,
item
they'll go up with Jody's.
Item
She
F
still hasn't
was
sent me the
a
pictures.
swab from red substance inside
Is that
of
the
a
thing you're going to
box.
have legs sent to you?
I developed a
Apparently.
2-person mixture.
I keep
So
getting
two different
messages with pictures
two
of
different
legs.
people contributed DNA to that mixture. At least one of those two was male.
I'll
For
I'll
this
send you a picture of my
particular,
legs.
Mixture, one of those
Don't
Might not
do
make
that.
it to the wall,
contributed
though.
the vast
Don't do that.
majority of DNA
No.
to the mixture. And I was able to determine
Yes, I
the
think we can do
major
that.
male contributor, which is the DNA profile from that one male individual who contributed the vast majority of DNA to the mixture. I then compared that major male contributor profile to the profiles from the DNA standards. and
Audrey,
I
you missed
concluded
the,
that Shadtherian is
the
the
fun photos
source
from yesterday
of that
and-
major male contributor profile.
And today.
Now, there was
What
a
do we have
minor
today?
contributor as well.
Oh,
However,
they
the
had
amount
the,
of DNA that we detected
The
from that
autopsy
minor
photos, they
contributor
went into
was very
graphic
low,
detail about how he
and
was
it was
taken
not
apart.
suitable for
Oh, yeah, I did hear
comparisons.
that. I was on Rakata for that.
I missed that.
That the idea that there might be a minor contributor.
It's in the
that is,
it's in my
contributes such a
Discord.
small
Everybody wants
amount
to.
of
I took a
DNA to
screenshot.
A mixture. Is that something that you encounter regularly in your DNA analysis?
Yes, we do.
Just generally, how is it possible that small amounts of DNA can be
And
found?
I don't know if I'm
in
supposed to
swabs of
announce
certain
this,
items?
but
How do we transfer our DNA from?
I don't know
one
if
place
it's
to
Congratulations.
Check
I want
calls for
everybody to be happy.
speculation
I don't
foundation,
care what your sexuality
Go for it.
is. As long as you're happy.
I got officially recognized as a member of the
Just a
media
clarifier,
by the
asking,
court
like, how
in the
DNA
Sarah Boone
transfer
case.
occurs.
Yeah.
I get
Nice.
a court
So
court
when we think of
issued
DNA transfer, we tend to think of it
like
in terms
media
of
card now.
primary transfer
and I
secondary
submitted one
DNA
also for
transfer.
Steve Gosney to be my
So
senior
primary transfer would
court
be the
reporter.
direct transfer of DNA to an object.
So we're gonna
If I
see
handle
how
an
that
object,
transpires.
Such as my water bottle here, some of my DNA
Awesome.
might transfer to.
So
the
we were
water
watching the
bottle
trial
through
go, "Hey, I know
direct
that guy."
contact. That would be primary transfer. Secondary
Hopefully
transfer
it
is
comes
also
through. We each
possible
get our
in
little
which
like
DNA is
court
transferred
official
through
media
an
pass cards.
intermediary object to an
Pretty
object
cool.
behind
Since
that
I don't have
also
law
directly
cards, you know, I
handled.
might as well have a
Some of
media
my
card.
DNA is on this water bottle and it comes into contact with another object. It is possible that some of
Wouldn't
my
make
DNA
somebody,
might transfer to
a
that
member of the
second
media
object, even though I
nowadays.
never
It was
had
a
any direct
long
contact with
questionnaire.
it.
Like I had to submit links to my website and my YouTube, and I had to answer a
in
bunch
that
of
DNA
questions
transfer
and
that
stuff.
you talked about,
And at the end of the day, I don't think it's
possible, does DNA
constitutional,
always
but
transfer
it was
when
like a
someone handles
weird
an
long
No, not
questionnaire.
necessarily.
And
there
they
are
said
a
I
number
was
of,
approved, and I said cool, and then they
a number
said
of things that
submit
can
your
influence
information
how
for the
much
media
of any
card.
DNA is transferred.
And then
But,
I asked Steve if you
just
might
because an
pick it up
object
for me
is handled,
because I have
that
to go to the
doesn't
court to pick it
necessarily
up.
mean that
And I,
enough
you know,
DNA
for his
will
efforts, I'm
transfer
going to get
for us
him
to
one
be
too.
able to detect. It can vary by the person as well. Two different people
Um,
could handle stolen object for the
I
same
know
amount
for
of time,
Congress, you have to
then we
go
might
through a
only detect
process
DNA
like
from
that
one and not
to
the
be part of
other.
the media pool.
I think you mentioned
Yeah,
earlier.
yeah.
certain
So I'll have,
substances
I don't know,
like
I'll
blood
get
semen, so I have
notifications,
a-
I'll get
tend to
access to
be
the
good conveyors of
video
DNA,
media
is that
pool and
true?
stuff, then
That's correct.
I don't know what else
You know,
comes
you
with
can
it.
just go online and print off a media
are very good
pass.
sources of DNA.
I have one. I have one for
You're
MLS,
familiar with the term
but
touch
it has to
DNA?
be
I
like
know a
apparently
lot of people
official
in the
to
true crime
Touch DNA generally refers
place
to
that do that.
DNA that is transferred to an
I
object.
just I asked the
through
court
touch or through skin cells that
administrator
are
for
left behind
access
on that
or for
object
the name of the
handling.
producer so I could get direct
And
feed for
generally, if
the
we were to
media
compare
coverage.
touch
And she
DNA
said, "Oh,
as
go through this
opposed to
process and fill all
transfer
this
of
out." And I
bodily
did.
fluids
And then
that
she's
we
like, "All right, cool. You're a
suggested
member of the media. You get
earlier,
access to all this stuff
which
now.
are
Go
more
get your
effective at,
fill this out and get your card. You got to
transferring
submit
DNA
like
from
a
one place to another.
like a headshot photo of yourself and stuff."
Typically, bodily fluids would
So I was
have
like, all
more
right, cool.
DNA than touch DNA, but of course, it could depend on how much bodily fluids there are and or how much touch DNA is on the object.
Thank you. After that educational aside, I'll transfer back to the report and I would ask you to discuss item G.
Steve
the
Gosney is
analysis
going to
you
be a
conducted
senior
on item
trial
G.
reporter for MLS Law
Item
Show.
G
That should give me
was
some credit,
swabs
right?
From a red substance
Absolutely.
on a
They
bedroom
should give
light
him some
switch.
credit.
It sounds official.
I developed
Yeah, he'll get some
three-person
credit.
mixture.
I'm more excited
He's
about
riding on your
Steve being
coattails,
an
right?
official reporter
Male.
for MLS than I am
And
for
I
getting the
analyzed
media
this
card itself.
assuming three individuals using star mix.
That's a whole new law card right there.
When I
Right.
compared the DNA profile from Taylor Schabusiness to this mixture, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture
Quadrillion.
resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. This provides very strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shad Therian
See this?
and
MLS?
also found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture
Oh,
profile.
you're kidding me.
If it is a mixture
Oh.
resulting from Shad Therian and 2
Interesting.
other people, than if it were a mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people.
When are we streaming together?
This
That's
also
my-
provides very strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from Shad Therian
You have to
is
sniper
present in the
stream
mixture.
MLS.
And then moving to
Yeah, I'd
item
rather stream
H,
together.
what was item H?
Item H was the sweatpants that I examined in this case.
And what did you do to then further evaluate those sweatpants prior to doing DNA analysis?
I examined the
All right, I'm gonna
sweatpants
jump off
looking
the
for
expert.
staining
All right.
that appeared
Everybody,
reddish brown color.
Volstrom.
That would be blood.
Sir?
I
Volstrom.
did observe staining.
I'm gonna pronounce
reddish
it wrong,
brown
sir.
I'm glad you guys see me.
on the sweatpants.
Yeah.
And I ended up taking 4 different samples.
Thanks
I'm glad I
coming
got
by,
to
man.
see you
4
guys.
different
too.
reddish
All
brown
right. See you,
stains.
Dave.
All right, take care.
See you later, buddy.
Again,
Bye-bye.
did you do presumptive testing for blood on,
That was fun.
that item? H?
Yeah, yes,
Yeah,
I did.
well,
All 4 of those stains were positive for the.
We got Yaya
they
some
were
positive
presumptively positive, so
attention. I put over there
presumptive
that
testing for blood is positive
I
on
said
those
Yaya,
sweatpants.
the lady in the middle,
And
knows
4
Taylor
different,
Schabusiness.
swabs that you generated, then we'll take those one by one. Can you?
I know
first
that's how
address
I've been.
item
That's how I've been
H1
pimping the
and
stream
analysis
on
you
Twitter.
conducted on H1?
That's
Item
awesome.
H1
The only
was
stream that has somebody that
first
actually
sample I
knows
took,
her.
A swabbing of a reddish brown stain.
Yeah,
on
cool.
the right leg.
Yeah.
of the
Yeah, you are.
sweatpants. I developed a 2-person mixture. One of those 2 appeared to be male. I was one of those individuals contributed more DNA than the other, and I was able to determine a major female contributor, which again is that DNA profile from that one female individual who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor DNA profile, and I concluded that Shad Therian is the source of that minor male DNA, so the lesser contributor of DNA to the mixture.
Yeah, and did you conduct a similar analysis on item H2?
Yes, item H2 was a swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the left leg of the sweatpants. I again developed a 2-person mixture, and one of those 2 was male. I was able to determine a major female contributor, and I concluded that Taylor Schabusiness is the source of that major female contributor DNA. I was also able to determine a minor male contributor, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that minor male contributor DNA.
And again, those source attributions, is that because it's more than 1 in 7 trillion times more likely that it would be them than some other person?
So that 7 trillion number is not a likelihood ratio, it's a different type of stat. It's a probability. So the probability of randomly selecting an individual from the population in general, that probability is more rare than 1 in 7 trillion. The probability of randomly selecting a profile that would match that evidentiary
does.
profile by
Otter.
chance.
What?
I wanted to
Now,
ask
moving
who
to
knew
item
Schabusiness.
H3, which is the third swab
It's,
from the
Yeah.
sweatpants.
It's you.
Beautiful lady on the
conducted a
end.
similar analysis, but the result ended up being a little bit different, is that right?
Yes, this one was a little bit different. I developed a 2-person mixture. At least one of those 2 appeared to be male. For this particular mixture, I analyzed using star mix,
Next witness, please.
I know, it's like,
assuming a 2-person mixture.
thank God I'm painting while
When I
I'm
compared
watching.
the DNA profile
She
from
looks like
Taylor
she's getting a
Schabusiness,
kick out of
I
this,
found that
though.
it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it
And
is a
she's like,
mixture
yeah, I was the
resulting from
major
Taylor
contributor to
Schabusiness
the
and
DNA.
one other person than if it were a mixture resulting from 2
She's probably
random
going,
unknown people.
I didn't finish high school. I don't
This
know what they're
provides
talking
very
about.
strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness
I think she heard you.
in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shadtherian and also
Those
found
eyes.
that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Shadtherian
Sorry,
and one other
Tay-Tay, but you
person
know,
than if it were a mixture
it hurts.
resulting from 2 random unknown people. That also provides very strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present in the mixture.
And Mr. Scott, can you explain why with this 2-person mixture you use
If you think this is bad, wait till the defense gets up
as
there.
opposed to the sorts of source attributions that you did with
oh
the,
yeah,
the
and then they
previous
start.
mixtures?
Yes,
Oh, God.
with the previous 2 mixtures, there was enough of a difference in the amount of DNA that was contributed by both, in which I was able to easily determine the profile from the major contributor and the minor contributor. With this third swabbing, the swabbing
Yeah,
of
expert. When the
reddish brown stain on
defense
the left
cross-examines, you think we could throw up
H3,
movie night real
there
quick?
wasn't as clear of a difference between the contributions of DNA between those 2.
And then the final swabbing of the sweatpants, item H4, what was your analysis as it related to that item?
This item H4, another swabbing of a reddish brown stain on the right leg of the sweatpants. I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that DNA.
Yeah, I'm with you, Texas Jen. I think
Move
she's.
on to,
They've cut down the
item
dose
I1.
today.
What item, or what was item I, and then tell us what item I1 is.
So item I was the penile
You say
swab
movie
from
night? Yeah, let's do
Shadtherian.
that.
Yeah, I said when
Item
when they
I1
cross-examine, you
is
think we could
the
throw up
cutting
movie
that I
night during
took
that
from
part?
swab
Yeah.
for the purposes of DNA analysis.
And what sort of analysis did you then conduct on that item?
I developed a single source male profile, and I concluded that Shadtherian is the source of that DNA.
Good for you, Shad.
And with respect to
Congratulations.
item J, what is that item?
You know, some
Item
dudes
J
they dig the
was
crazy
a
chick.
swab from a dildo.
That's how he's going to be remembered.
And what sort of
You know,
analysis
if you're gonna
did you
go
conduct on
in,
that?
go all in. That's what he
I
did.
developed a 3-person mixture. At least one of those 3 individuals was male. And I analyzed that mixture using star mix, assuming 3 individuals. When I compared
you
the
mean star
DNA
blue?
profile from Taylor Schabusiness, I found that it is at least 1 quadrillion times more likely to observe that DNA mixture profile if it is a mixture resulting from Taylor Schabusiness and 2 other people than
That's
if
a lot
it
of
were a
zeros.
mixture resulting from 3 random unknown people. That provides very strong support for inclusion or very strong support that DNA from Taylor Schabusiness is present in the mixture. I then compared the DNA profile from Shadtherian, and I received an uninformative likelihood ratio. So uninformative just means that statistical values in that range have been observed both for individuals known to be in a mixture and individuals known to not be in a mixture. Therefore, no conclusion will be made regarding the presence of DNA from Schadtherian to that mixture. Essentially, there is no strong support that his DNA is there, and there's no strong support that his DNA is not.
I have no idea what that means.
Me neither.
And then you mentioned, so does that summary that we went through, does that cover all of the autosomal STR DNA analysis that you conducted in this case?
We covered everything.
And you talked earlier about this, the YSTR DNA and conclusions that you, that there is YSTR DNA analysis that can be done. Did you utilize that in this case?
Yes, I did.
And what items did you test for using the YSTR method?
So using that YSTR method, I tested the oral swabs from Schadtherian for use as a standard for comparisons. And I also tested the swab from the dildo. So that swab from the dildo had a large
I'm sorry, I
amount of
laugh
female
every time.
DNA and a
Well,
relatively
I know
small
it's like
amount
you
of
can't
male
help
DNA.
but.
I'm a 12-year-old.
So I
I
decided
can't help it.
to perform this YSTR testing on it as well.
And with respect to item J1, what was your YSTR testing conclusion?
I developed a mixture of at least 2 males. So at least 2 different males contributed DNA to this mixture.
Oh Lord.
This mixture is suitable for exclusionary
I don't
purposes
know, but just look
only.
at what my wife. I've never
So
seen
I
that before.
cannot make an inclusionary statement, or I cannot say that somebody is
That's gonna be a
consistent
shirt.
with the DNA in this mixture. I can only make comparisons, and if there are enough differences between the mixture and the individual standard, I might be able to say that that person's DNA is not
Well, just
present,
say no
so
to
they would be
drugs.
excluded. Otherwise, if they cannot be excluded, they would be inconclusive. So for this comparison, I compared the YSTR profile from Schadtherian to this mixture from the swab from the dildo. And I concluded that the possible contribution of DNA from Schadtherian
You know, I object. Is dildo the correct nomenclature?
Mixture.
Did he say that was in there or wasn't in there? I heard there was.
Mr. Scott, the conclusions that you testified here to today and the conclusions that are contained in your report, are those your opinions to a reasonable degree of professional responsibility?
I believe so.
Did they say his DNA was on the thing?
So there's
I'll take
2
that.
males.
I would move for the admission of the exhibit, Your Honor. I think it's 88.
Any objection to
Is it the phallus?
So, guess what?
What?
No objection.
There's another
DNA to
dude.
be received.
No further questions for the witness at this
Well,
time.
she was
Okay,
married.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Got
Mr.
probable
Scott,
cause though, right?
good
Or not
Well,
probable
she-
cause. You got
As to the testing and swabbing.
reasonable
of
doubt.
item J1,
We've been saying this from the
You
beginning.
saying
That this
Uh-huh.
attorney, the only thing he's
could
trying to do is
not
try to do a
confirm whether or not
reasonable doubt. Well, now you got into this, like, oh wait a second,
on
there's
that
another
item.
guy that we don't know about.
Is that what you're saying?
What I could say something right now, but I don't want to
Correct.
gross
He
you
had
guys
an
all out.
uninformative conclusion for the autosomal results.
We'll save it
and
to
inconclusive
later, okay?
for the YSTR
All
results.
agreed. We'll thought.
I'm just saying.
That
if
item-
White
you're
rabbit.
supposed-
She
aren't
didn't
you
wash her
supposed
toys.
to-
Would it be
Aren't you supposed to
likely that
wash
DNA
those
would show
things?
up on that item?
Normally.
DNA can
put
transfer
them in
to
the
an item,
dishwasher?
that's possible. However,
No.
it is also possible that
dishwasher
I mean, not like I would know.
and we would not be able to detect a DNA profile.
Oh, jeez.
If I shook your hand, would my DNA likely transfer to your hand and vice versa?
It's possible.
Oh, there you go.
You tested a.
Audra, we don't know if it
light
was
switch,
battery operated.
I
or
tested
a profile from a light switch?
yes, I had a swab that was reportedly from a light switch.
Do you know which light switch it was?
It was from a red substance on a bedroom light switch.
And
Well, he did
it's
say
true
it.
that blood was
If
not detected on that that,
if her
light switch,
roommate
that's
just
item G.
touched it per
Correct, blood was
se,
not detected on that item.
it would, you know what I'm saying?
But you don't know
Yeah.
what location, correct, where they came from, which light switch, what address?
If
Good
I remember
point.
correctly,
That's,
I thought it was from Taylor Schabusiness's apartment, but I don't have that information in my report.
That would be at Eastman Avenue,
Brian Koberger.
on Eastman Avenue, you know?
Yeah.
I would have to check my my notes that I have with me to see if that information is available. I don't remember offhand.
You tested some penile swabs from Shadtherian, correct?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that? What was the purpose of the testing?
They were submitted to me.
Okay, but
To make sure it was his dick.
you were looking for DNA, correct?
I mean, really, it's
I mean,
true.
You know,
Hey, there's a.
Seriously.
It's in a
What-
bucket.
what's the
We don't know
reason
whose it
behind-
is.
What's the
'Cause it
reason
was
behind
present on the
testing
item.
it? Well,
you
a
think
because it was
woman-
cut off.
Sperm cells were not.
Hey, officer, could you fingerprint that penis?
It was his.
Mr. Therian, that was item I, correct?
Come on,
That's correct.
people. Here I am, here painting,
So
and I'm
when you,
hearing these
um,
things, and I'm going, what
Do
the?
DNA testing, you.
Exactly,
just
Jen.
test the-
Never touch other people's toys.
Typically, we do have the ability to choose which items that we want to test, and occasionally, if a case has a probative result, we may not continue testing other items depending on the circumstances of the case. But in general, I would test most of the items that are submitted to me.
Okay.
Most.
I know that you found some very strong support for inclusion as it results from the right and left-hand swabs of Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
That's correct.
And
They do
basically,
bite marks?
are you saying
Teeth
that
mark analysis.
you found DNA from Shadtherian on Ms. Schabusiness's hands? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that there is very strong support that DNA from Shadtherian is present on those swabs.
Okay. And if people are hanging out,
Oh, God, he's back.
going out for dinner or using drugs or whatever they're doing, and they have physical contact in some way, shape, or form, DNA can be transferred, correct?
That's possible, yes.
You did look at swabs from the inside of a box, right?
That's correct.
That was item F1.
Hot.
Correct.
And the major contributor to the inside of the box was Shadtherian, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No DNA from Taylor Schabusiness was found in the box or on the box, correct?
So there was a minor contributor, however, it was not suitable for comparison, so that could be from anybody, including Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay, if I,
It could be
just
from anybody
hypothetically
excluding
speaking,
Taylor
if I
Schabusiness,
picked
too.
up a box and put it in the back of my car or put it downstairs in the basement or wherever, would my DNA likely transfer to the box?
It's possible.
When you refer to a minor contributor, what does that mean? Can you explain that for me?
Yeah, so in a profile that has a major contributor and a minor contributor, the major contributor would just be the DNA profile from that one person who contributed the most DNA to the mixture. And the minor contributor would be the profile from the person who contributed the lesser amount of DNA to that mixture.
Okay. And
You didn't know that?
when you talk about
Really?
DNA being found, you're not necessarily saying it's blood, saliva, semen, or anything. You're just saying that it's DNA, correct?
Correct. Typically, when we generate these DNA profiles, they would typically be from any source of DNA that's present on the item, whether it's skin cells or blood or saliva.
And hypothetically speaking, if I have people over to my residence and I have a get-together, and people touch the light switch, maybe they go in the bathroom and use the switch, Does that, would their DNA likely transfer to the light switch?
It's possible.
Is that how
That is really a
sometimes you can
stupid
have
question.
a two or multiple person mixture? Is that how that results?
If there's DNA from multiple individuals on the item, then there could be a mixture, yes.
Yeah, of course.
He's still working on the one-armed man defense.
Okay, I have no other questions.
Yeah, it is the one-armed man theory.
Redirect?
Sort of a small point of clarification, as it related to item F, which was the swab reportedly from a red substance inside a box. You didn't actually do that swabbing yourself, correct?
Correct. I received a swab from the law enforcement agency.
And the swab itself specifically denoted that it was from a red substance inside the box, correct?
Yes, that was the information that was given to me.
Typically, if you saw that, that would not be suggestive that the entire outside of the box would have been swabbed and included in that as well, correct?
I would assume it was only from the swabbing of that substance inside the box, not the outside.
Thank you. No further questions.
I need to throw that tie in the garbage.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
It is pretty ugly.
Thank you, sir, for your
I wouldn't leave my husband, leave the house with that on. I'm Taylor Schabusiness.
Okay, state's next witness.
She laughed.
She got,
Good.
she's in my house like other YouTubers that know how I live.
like-
Holy shit.
I'm like, yeah, you in the courtroom? What's going on?
She's in her head.
She's in my She's able to see in my house like other YouTubers do, and they know exactly what goes on in my life. I want to see the interrogation. Come on. Right,
Yeah,
Misty?
no.
Misty knows what I'm talking about.
Yeah, she does.
Misty's my girl.
Awesome. Misty, I'm so glad you're over here.
Misty, I said when she was looking like that, I went, I'm Taylor Schabusiness, and she started laughing. But before that, what did I
Exactly.
say? What did I say earlier? And then her eyes opened up real wide.
Oh, I forget now.
Oh, what was
Um,
it?
I said something, and she opened her eyes really wide. It's like she's in my house and she can hear me, just like other YouTubers think.
Maybe she can receive your
Okay, we're right up here, ma'am.
your thoughts.
And then
she can hear
before you
your
have a seat,
words.
If you could just turn and face.
That's why
Taylor,
she,
look up
uh,
at the ceiling.
Place you under arrest.
Oh, shit, did her head
What?
lips go up?
Oh wait,
There
hey,
you go.
They're arresting
we have another
somebody.
redhead.
I used to be a redhead.
Once a redhead, always a redhead.
No, it's too much upkeep. I love my hair red, but it's too much upkeep.
Olivia Sassman.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr.
She's got on a
Saunders.
suit too.
Hi, Ms. Assman. How are you?
Her name's Ass Man.
I currently work for DCI, the Division of Criminal Investigations, and I am the Evidence Program Manager.
DCI, is that a state agency?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Did you previously have
She's
employment
pretty.
with a different state agency?
Yes, I used to work for the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Okay, and how are you employed with the crime lab?
I was an evidence specialist.
What does that mean?
That means that I receipted any evidence
That's
that
two
came into the
dictionary,
lab.
Diva.
I also released evidence once we were done testing it.
And can you describe the process, I guess, how the Wisconsin State Crime Lab receives items of evidence?
Yeah, so law enforcement
She's
agencies
very
can either submit
professional.
evidence in person or
She
they
looks
can
at
mail
the
it
jury,
in through
she's- look at her.
USPS, FedEx,
Yeah, she's done this
UPS.
before.
And once
Yeah, I
we
noticed that
receive
with
the
that- one of the
evidence,
other
we
witnesses.
enter it into our laboratory information system. And
Where's
we
that
create a
accent
case.
from? I want to pretend it's
That's Wisconsin.
Scandinavian.
And then
I want to
part
pretend
of
it's
the receipt
Scandinavian.
process,
Don't
is there
ruin my.
also documentation that's completed with respect to the condition of
I
some
like
of
the
those
idea
items?
of a
Yes.
woman that can't
Um,
understand me.
So
I sound
agencies will
smarter.
send in a transmittal
Most
that
of them
lists all
can't.
the items of evidence
I
that they
know.
are submitting.
That's a great.
Lori, she
We
does look
provide
like
them
that
with a
cop.
receipt. If there is
She does,
something
yeah.
But this
wrong
one's
with the evidence
prettier,
packaging, we will
more
make a
put
note of it on the
together, more
receipt.
professional.
Maybe they're friends.
Maybe they're sisters.
What am I gonna do if she looks up and says, "Hush, Heidi, you're making me laugh"? I would die.
You tell her you have some friends in Tennessee.
Yes, yes, Wabob, yes, we do have a lot of our, yes. Wisconsin is the majority of people, they're from Belgium, Germany, Ireland, Denmark.
Thank you,
I'm
T3
all-
gifted memberships. Sorry, I
Awesome.
didn't mean to
Thank
speak
you,
over
Shelley.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's okay.
I got distracted because I saw a bright color. I thought
In fact, my
that's honestly-
my father is a redhead, or his hair was that color when he was younger, and I have an aunt with hair that color. I wish, well, I didn't,
Is your family original Wisconsin?
yeah.
So do you know like how far back, like when they came into
Yep.
America?
I've been doing my ancestry, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Where are you from? Where's your family from originally?
I'd have to look it up, but Europe,
I mean, just like-
Europe, Western European, Belgium.
Okay.
German, Dutch, Welsh,
My
Irish.
great grandfather came here from Germany and moved to Wisconsin as a lumberjack for a while.
My great grandfather and his father, they were originally farmers.
Do you recognize Exhibit 89?
On my dad's
Yes, I do.
side.
And what is that?
That is a receipt of physical evidence.
And is that a form that's typically completed?
I'm even
by,
American
Wisconsin State
Indian.
Crime Lab as part of a receipt of evidence in
I'm
a
a
case?
mutt.
Yes, this is the receipt that we provide to law enforcement agencies once we're done entering their case.
Okay. And I should have asked, you being employed with the Wisconsin State Crime Lab, were you employed in that capacity in March and April? of
I love red
2022?
hair.
Okay.
Me too.
And then with respect to Exhibit 89, does
I'm
it
very
indicate who
blonde
the lab
right
would have
now, like in my
received
picture
the items of
in
evidence
chat.
that were submitted?
It said that I received them.
Okay. And is there
Because
also
they're
an
gray.
area to sign and date that?
Yes.
What was the date of that receipt at the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
March 10th, 2022.
Thank you. And does it indicate an agency, or I guess the Wisconsin State Crime Lab's case number?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
M22636.
And does the receipt indicate how the items were received by the crime lab?
It says they were received in person.
And then does it indicate? who
That's a
submitted
wig text, Jen?
Nathan Kolinsky.
No, that's not a
them?
wig.
Is he with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, he is.
Oh, yeah,
And then how
we
many
see
items
one,
were,
we see
uh,
two
received by
redheads
the
that we're
Wisconsin
making
State
over,
Crime Lab?
and all of a sudden they're wearing wigs.
She's not got a wig on.
Jeez.
They got
items
Throb
H and J.
Cop number
Those
7.
items that kind of get designated by the crime lab.
Yeah, and
he's
then they want to
him
pick
over
on
with
the
crackers.
redheads.
And
Yeah.
then,
Maybe the white rabbit needs to go dye her hair red.
Receipt that the crime lab received these items on that date.
Yes.
I'm afraid what would come
And
with
then I
it.
think earlier you also mentioned part of your responsibilities were also releasing
She
evidence.
does
Is that
have
accurate?
some
Yes.
natural red
And,
highlighting in it.
I guess when are
Which
items?
scares me.
Well, that's how my hair was too.
We release the items
When I
when
was
the
younger.
analysts are done testing them.
We were dating
One of
and
you were-
like
sorry, to
we
your
were
left is
driving
exhibit
and the
90.
sun was coming
Is
in
that
and
still
it
up there?
hit the side of her hair and it's
Do
kind
you
of like,
recognize
it wasn't a full on,
exhibit,
like you see
90?
through her hair a little bit. I was like,
Yes, I do.
I started
what is
staring. I was like,
That is
your
an
hair looks
evidence
like it has
release form.
red. And she's like, oh yeah, I've got.
And
whatever.
does that just
Highlights. I was
indicate
like,
that the previously
oh,
mentioned
wow.
items A through J
Okay.
were returned to the Green Bay Police Department?
What can I do? Because I
yes,
know I
it
did it
does.
wrong.
Does it
Well,
also
you know,
indicate,
think about it. This woman knew she was
those
going to
from
be
those
on
crimes?
national TV,
Yes.
And who would that
world
have been?
TV, so
I
she probably went and had her
released
hair done before
Is
she
there also
came
a
to
signature
the
and date
courthouse.
on that?
That's exactly what happened.
What's the date that they were returned?
April 21st, 2022.
Oh, well, Misty,
And
you're
those
right. You are a
documents
hairdresser.
that
and
you
You've
would
seen
believe
some
you prepared
definitely
based on your
strange
signature and time
hairline.
and date?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I'd move exhibits 89.
Put a lot of gel in that hair this morning.
Misty
89
or
will be
who?
received.
In either
Oh, this chick on
document,
stand.
is there any notation with respect to an irregular?
See, I agree with
issue
Diva.
with
White
the,
Rabbit rocks
state of
the
those items of evidence?
the blonde in the hair.
No.
You know, it's
That's
funny
what I
about
started
that.
doing when I started getting the gray, and now I'm real blonde.
Could I have exhibits 89 and 90?
Yeah, I'll post something so you can see how blonde I am.
Yeah. Did you see when we did the wig stream?
There.
You work for
No.
the Division of Criminal
Do you
Investigations.
see in chat
otherwise
how
known as
blonde my hair
DCI.
is?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of the
Oh.
Wisconsin State Crime
Yeah.
Lab?
No, it's part of the Department of Justice,
Okay.
but we are separate from the crime lab.
Yeah, it is.
Part of DOJ?
Oh yeah.
And
That's good.
your role is
It's
to
black
be the,
underneath.
evidence specialist?
That's how my
At
soul
DCI,
is.
I'm the evidence program manager. When I was at the crime
Oh,
lab. I
wait,
was
Rabbit,
an
you
evidence
tried some red
specialist.
wigs?
Okay.
Cool.
So you supervise other people?
No, I'm, at DCI, I'm in charge of things like audits and scheduling
Yes,
those
she
things
is.
and
She
making
is
sure all
beautiful
the evidence rooms
regardless.
are running
White Rabbit
smoothly.
is.
Okay.
Yes, she is.
Back in,
This guy is boring as,
March and
take the
April of
frickin'
2022,
toupee
you
off,
were the
dude. Are you
evidence,
frickin' kidding me?
specialist,
It's
is that correct?
2023.
At least prosecution
And
went
that-
through her fast.
that job was to do what?
Yeah, wouldn't you?
Track evidence and keep it in proper custody?
Well,
Yes, we would receive the evidence as it came in. If the analysts needed the evidence,
Yeah,
we
do
would
what you gotta
release it to them, and then we would release it to the agencies once we were done with the analysis.
Yeah, she does have red eyebrows.
Exhibit 89 is here, and it's the receipt of physical evidence. You saw that, correct?
Although
Yes.
You have it up by you?
I color my eyebrows.
So you received
I was
I was fixing to say
Now,
you can
when I
dye
was a redhead-
eyebrows.
items A through
When
J, is
when
that
I was a
correct?
redhead, yes, I did.
And these items were in sealed manila envelopes, correct?
That's what I need to do.
Some of the items.
And the items that you received were basically buccal swabs or various swabs from different items. Is that fair?
What do you think the term quickie means?
There's also a pair of sweatpants,
Wham bam.
but
thank you,
everything
man.
else is, and a dildo.
Right, Audrey?
You received all that?
Yes.
I have to color them now just because mine are getting gray.
When you get it, when you get this,
Dildo.
this evidence, where do you put it?
Oh,
It depends on the type of evidence that we receive.
Well, this, I'm talking about this case.
She
For
changed her
swabs,
shirt.
We would put them in the
Yeah, from
freezer
earlier.
for
Okay.
storage.
Okay.
For the sweatpants, we would put them in our general storage.
Okay.
Taylor,
And at the
look at my fish slips. Make a fish slips look.
DCI, Department of Justice, you have like a evidence room where you keep
it's like she's
things?
focusing.
At DCI,
She's
yes.
falling asleep.
She's looking
And,
at something on the
is it
floor.
secure,
Yes,
locked?
yes.
And are you responsible for who takes items out and who puts items in?
At DCI, it depends on the location. We
Yeah,
have multiple.
Audrey, that's how I
DCI,
am.
Offices around the state.
All of the items that we're talking about, were they kept in Madison?
Yes, they were kept at the State Crime Lab,
Okay.
not at DCI.
Oh, at the State Crime Lab, okay. But were you working there at the time?
I was working for the Crime Lab, yes.
Okay. Can other people have access to these particular items, or is it only analysts?
So the only people that have access to the evidence room are other evidence specialists and supervisors.
Okay.
So an analyst cannot access them.
If an analyst wants to do testing on these items, what do they have to do? Do they have to confer with you and get approval from you?
They have to contact us, and then we will provide them with the evidence.
Darth
Is that what
is
happened in this
watching the
particular
stream
case?
on her phone.
Yes.
No.
When an analyst wants to do testing, do they do the testing on one day and then
explain
put
it.
it back?
Squabob.
Usually, no. That's a better question for the analysts. They tend to keep the evidence until they're completely done with it.
Could they keep it for days on end or not?
Yes, they can.
Okay. And so when they go home at night for,
Gizmo
work,
stop.
where do the items
It's
stay?
the wind.
The analysts have their own secure locations to store the evidence.
Okay. When you received these items, do you inspect them to see whether they got damaged in the mail, or if there's any issues with the packaging or labeling or anything like
Do
that?
you examine the package?
Yes, so we will check the evidence packaging to
Personally?
make sure there's no tears or damage. And then we if there are labels on the packaging from the agency, we will
Don't want-
make sure it matches the
You
transmittal.
don't want the packaging to be
Have you ever
torn or
seen
damaged.
items that are received by the
Gotta have a good
state
package.
crime lab that are damaged?
I've seen damaged packaging before.
Oh,
When you
no.
got these items A through
Yes,
J, were
yes.
any of the items, the packages damaged?
No, they were not.
Okay, everything was intact?
Yes.
Anything about the items that you received that were cause for concern?
Misty, I've noticed that too.
I'm sure in your experience, you've seen labels that are mismarked and things like that, correct?
Yes,
It happens sometimes, right?
it does.
Did that happen
does
with
happen
any of the items that
sometimes.
you received with regards to this case?
No, it did not.
And then is it protocol then to fill out this form and identify the item and then describe what it is?
Yes.
Do you fill out this form?
Yes.
And then do you sign it as the recipient?
Yes, I do.
And you received items A through J on what, March 10th of 2022?
Yes.
That was at 11:01
No, that was a
a.m.?
police officer, Chris.
What'd you think when you had to write dildo on
With
the form?
regards to Exhibit 90, the evidence disposition hyphen release form,
Was
is
that
that
the
a
first
form
dildo
you
you
prepared?
Yes, it is.
And does this evidence disposition release form contain all of the same items that are
think it was too big.
on the other one? Or does it contain more?
It contains more.
Why are these two forms different? Why do they have different items?
So the evidence receipt form, that is all the evidence that was submitted to the lab on March 10th. The evidence release form is all of the evidence that's being sent back to the agency, and that includes a DNA packet that the analyst creates, as well as all the extractions from the analysis that they completed.
It's so weird because
This
she's
Exhibit
smart.
90,
It's like you
did
could
you
carry on a
sign this
conversation
evidence
with her.
disposition form?
That's odd.
Yes, I did.
Did you type it up?
Yes.
She
And
was,
was
as
it
long as the
dated,
camera was on.
Why would you have anything to say?
April 21st or April 22nd of 2022?
So I created it on April 21st, 2022.
And then someone else signed it on April 22nd of 2022?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because you're right. All redheads do
So
look
we
alike. They're all
returned
after
the
me, Lucky
evidence
Charms.
through Speedy, which is a
Good
courier
Lord.
company. And so Green Bay Police Department would have received it on April 22nd, 2022. And that is their signature.
So after all the
a
testing
horseshoe
was done and
thing
all
on
these
me in a
items that the
second.
Wisconsin State Crime Lab received, Speedy Delivery Service was used to transport it back to Green Bay to the police department?
Yes.
Don't try chipping her up,
Why
buddy.
didn't
She's a redhead.
someone from the State Crime Lab deliver it to the Green Bay Police Department?
It is not our policy to deliver the evidence back to agencies. We either ship it back or they have to come in person and pick it up.
Did you call the Green Bay Police
I'm watching
Department
the
to
redhead,
ask them
Clumsy.
to
I don't
come
know
and
what
pick
she's
up these
talking about.
items once they were done being tested?
No.
Why not? Wouldn't that be something you would do?
Generally, we always ship the evidence back unless it's for an agency that is near the crime lab in Madison, or if it contains a lot of large items, like. for
It's
example,
2.5
a
hours away,
rifle,
dumbass.
which would be much harder to ship back.
Was
Overnighting
everything
it is
shipped
easier
back,
than shipping or having. Never mind.
shipped back to the
I
Green Bay
got you.
Police
It's
Department?
flat up
On
there,
April
too.
21st of 2022, or was it a different day?
Just a cruise
It was
control.
shipped back on April 21st, 2022.
And is it true that the Green Bay Police Department received these items the next day on April 22nd of 2022?
That's what they wrote on the form.
A day later?
Yes.
So we don't know where this stuff was sitting for a whole day, do we?
No.
In the mail.
Thank you, nothing further.
Contact UPS. Jeez.
Thank you, you can step down.
For fuck's sake.
They
Sorry.
do have to have a protocol for chain of evidence. What if this attorney knows that there's a major problem with the Green Bay Police Department with keeping their evidence straight, and he's doing all this and it'll expose like a big thing, and like a whole bunch of cases have to be redone and stuff
He's
like that.
not. No, this guy's just being a dildo.
There's a lot of dildos in this.
There's a
case.
lot. That attorney looks like Josh Heupel.
I thought it looked like. Here's the deal.
Oh, Yeah, I could see that.
Here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Now, what's he waiting on?
If you want to step up here and before you have a seat, turn and face her and raise your right hand.
Maybe this is the UPS carrier.
Probably.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
She likes him.
Can I speak right now?
Yes.
My name is Alexander Gannon.
Okay, the witness is yours, Mr. Saunders.
Sure it is.
So I introduced you as AJ. Is that a preferred nickname you go by?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but your proper name is Alexander.
Yes.
Okay. So is it okay if I call you AJ?
That's fine.
All right. So AJ,
He
how old
does
are
not
you?
want to be there.
25.
Do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes.
Did you
How long have you
grow
been a
up here
member
as
of
well?
Al Qaeda?
Yes.
Did you go to high school and middle school here?
Yes.
AJ, do you know somebody by the
Bad.
name of
Bad.
Shad Therium?
Yes.
And how do you know Shad?
I've known him since middle school.
And what middle school did you go to school with him at?
What's this guy's name?
Alexander?
I think I saw him before a couple times.
Alexander
Like
Gannon?
intermediate, but
Yeah.
he mainly ran up
Okay.
at
Or AJ?
Bayview.
Okay, I'm gonna ask my son if he
Bayview
knows
Middle
him.
School?
Yeah.
And throughout, schooling, and I guess now you're an adult, did you keep in touch with Shad?
Well, after about maybe it was the first year I moved into my apartment was when I started really connecting with a lot of people from that I've ran into or I've talked with, and Chad was one of them.
Okay. So there's a reacquainting period, I guess?
Yes.
All right. AJ, do you
name
also know
sounds
somebody
familiar.
named Taylor Coronado or Schabusiness?
Yes.
And how do you know her?
Since middle school.
Similar to Shad?
Yes.
Did you remain kind of friendly with Taylor as well?
Yeah, we did.
Yes.
Sorry, is that a yes?
Yes.
Sorry. So AJ,
I
I want
love
to ask
Baker.
you about February 21st of 2022.
I just want to hang out with him.
It was a Monday. Do you recall the date I'm
I
talking
love
about?
his take on stuff and the way his accent
Yes.
sounds.
I don't know when.
He just puts everything in a different perspective.
He'd be a trip.
Sure. So do you recall a day where you were, I guess, hanging out with
Oh.
Shad and Taylor?
Okay, I didn't. You were saying the date, but I didn't.
Sure.
In that context, so.
Sure. So I want to ask you then, let's get this way. At some point, did you become aware that Shad had passed away?
It was only. It was only after when the day
After he died.
before I was heading out to
Yeah.
vacation to see my parents,
Okay.
my dad specifically.
And was that in February of 22?
No, it was like a week after. I think it was. So it was in February. No, I went. I had vacation in June, but I don't remember. I'm sorry. I have a lot of mental problems.
Sure.
So it's hard to
Don't we all?
keep it constant catalog.
If you have mental
What?
problems, then why are you a witness?
Why is he on the
Are
stand?
you referring to when you?
No,
learned
I
Shad
don't
had
know
passed?
this boy, and I just
I'm-
died. I
I-
just
all I
texted
knew
my
was it
son,
was
and
like
he
a
doesn't
week.
remember him either.
It was a week after, something like that. I don't know for sure.
Bye,
All I
Shelley.
knew was
Thanks.
Basically, the day
Shelly, take care.
after, a couple days after, I was going to the Eastman apartment buildings because that's where I knew Taylor was at the time. And ironically,
Is he the
same
second
day that I
DNA?
went there, the police were knocking on my door specifically to try and get into reach for me with the situation. And the only thing that I knew at the time was basically they asked if I knew the whereabouts of Shad and Taylor. So that's the closest thing I can remember. It's just
Sure, and
so.
I know we're talking about something a long time ago, and dates may be a little fuzzy. Is that fair?
Yeah, so when you don't.
So that time you were talking about where law enforcement was asking you some questions, do you remember telling them about a time you were hanging out with Shad and Taylor?
Yes.
Okay. Can
The
you
night
tell,
of.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. I was drinking a
No.
little bit belligerently, so it's the only
Never-
time that I looked at like the clock was like before I left the apartment, my apartment. So it was like after 10:30, 10 around that time frame. And like basically it was like I hit up. I just decided to stop dissociating a lot, and I felt bad for not talking to a whole lot of friends that I used to talk to, like Taylor and Chad. So I just hit up Taylor randomly. I was like, hey, like, what's up? Are you going to hang out? And then basically I went over to the apartments, and when specifically when I got there, we were just chilling, chopping it up, like how we always do. And basically, I was
Walking Bill, come on.
like, Taylor was asking like, do you wanna hang out with Shad? She was asking me like for consent to hang out with Shad, to bring him over, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, that's cool.
No, I don't know him.
And so
Uh-oh.
Okay, could I stop you right there? I'm sorry. I just have a quick question. So when you said you were at the apartment,
Why is
which
she covering
apartment
his
is this?
face?
the Eastman, the Metal View.
She was laughing.
Is that kind of where you thought Taylor was staying, or whose apartment was it?
It was it was the same apartments that
There's something
I
going
lived there.
on here. He's a second DNA.
So
Could be.
it was like I'm sorry, what?
Sure.
sorry,
so
what?
The apartment is on Eastman that you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I interrupted. You were with Taylor, and then she brought up hanging out with Shad?
Ooh, super
Did you meet
sticker.
up with Shad that night?
Guys,
Yes, I did.
my stupid thing to
And
work.
where were you
Wow.
sort of hanging out with Shad then?
We picked them up, went back to the apartments, and was just chopping it up.
Is that the same apartment you were just
Chopping
talking
him
about?
up.
Yes.
All right. And
Fair.
Kicking it,
I didn't do
talking about whatever.
Eliza, thank you for the
Small
super
talk or
sticker. I wish I could pull it up. This little guy
Kinda having
spinning around
conversation.
here.
is it
But
pretty
yes, a
good?
hippo and a
Chill
office
atmosphere?
chair is how I feel right
Yeah,
now.
it was a good vibe.
No major issues or anything that stick out to you?
I
Same.
never saw one
That's
thing that-
exactly how I feel right now. Thank you
Kinda
so
Shad
much.
was acting normal.
Yes, he was.
Taylor was acting normal.
Yes.
And you said this was about 10 o'clock, 10:30 at night?
This was when we. This
What's
was when I
your
went
normal?
To the apartment.
Right.
Around that time frame.
And this is still the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
Okay. And
Chopping
then,
it
at some
up.
point, do you leave that apartment?
It means
I left.
goofing off.
I did leave. I left. Probably like at least maybe like a couple hours, maybe until like 1, 2 in the morning. I don't know for sure. It's like I said, I only looked at the time.
Me too,
Before
mine.
I left the apartment, and I was a little drunk. So
Okay. But at some point, you left the apartment. Were Shad and Taylor still at the apartment when you left?
from what I saw, I don't know, but that's what, yes, from what I saw.
And then after that point, had you ever seen Shad again?
What?
After that point, after you left that apartment, had you ever seen Shad again?
No. Ironically, I hit him up the day after, or like a couple days, like the first week into the situation, and I call him. I message him about a song that he posted on his Facebook, which was like some it was like some rap song that I liked, and I was like, yeah. I just like randomly sent him a message that day. I was like, yeah, that shit's dope. And then I was like feeling a little, when I don't have people talking to me a whole lot, I get a little anxious. And then I'm like, hey, what's up? Like, a little concerned immediately. But like, I didn't.
You guys have no idea why I'm
realize
actually
until
laughing.
After I talked, my friend mentioned to me specifically.
I'm laughing at Diva.
About what happened.
Yeah, I like that one too.
And I'm sorry, I'm jumping around on you here. I want to go back to when it was you and Taylor. and
He
you
sounds,
went to go
when
pick
he's
up
talking,
Shad.
he
Is that
sounds
right?
like my kids.
Okay.
Yeah, we
How did you pick up Shad?
Me?
Did you
does.
and Taylor go and pick him
Except
up?
for they don't. I've never heard my kids say we were chopping it up.
We took a minivan.
Who drove?
Taylor.
Do you know whose
Exactly,
minivan
White
it
Rabbit.
was?
Why is this guy on the stand?
Was it a minivan that was at that apartment that you were at?
You know, I was looking for
Yes.
a witness list.
And you went
I couldn't
to
find
Chad's
one.
house to pick him up?
Yes.
Thank you, AJ. I have nothing further. Thank you.
Where, what was the point of that?
Yes, I do.
I'm sure you
Mr.
do.
Gannon, Good afternoon.
I don't.
That was useless.
You knew Taylor and Shad since middle school?
Yes.
Okay. And you went to school at Bayview Middle School?
Bayview.
Yes?
Yes.
And then did
Well,
you go
yeah,
to
that's
high
middle
as
school here.
A little bit until the freshman year.
Okay, did you
I
go
went
to
to
Like
3
Bayside?
different high schools in my freshman year,
Okay,
so
Did-
it's a bounce and all that.
that's okay. Did you go to high school with Taylor Schabusiness
Yes.
at Bayport?
Yes.
Okay. And you kind of knew her pretty well, correct?
Yes. Enough
I could
to
show you Bayport right now.
associate with her.
You were friends with her?
Yeah.
From
to
your-
associate and
from
be
your
friends
house.
From
with
my
her.
house. Seriously.
Oh, God.
Was it your understanding that at least in
Prove
high
it.
school, Shad
Hold
Therian
on.
and Taylor Schabusiness kind of were boyfriend and girlfriend? They dated a little bit?
Yes. I don't know how the connection between them, but it seemed like at the time after the breakup with Corey, it seems like that's like
Yeah, I was
the
thinking he
person
was
that
the other guy in the room.
she
Yeah.
always chill with sometimes. That's
No.
like whenever I see Shad more times over, especially when he's like chilling, I see Taylor or
So she's
a couple
married and
other
running guys
friends
in and out of that
in
apartment.
circle in there.
Okay.
They were pretty cool people.
Sure. Did you sometimes go over to Shad Therian's mother's house, Tara Paxton?
Can you see it?
20 Brook Lane?
Yeah.
Oh
the
my
year
gosh.
that
Hold
I-
on,
Oh,
wait a
yeah.
second.
I
That's how close the high school is to my
at
house.
least a handful of times.
Okay.
Hang on a
Would you
second.
go over there
Not
to
you.
eat or play
That wasn't
video
what I
games
wanted.
or watch TV?
There we go. Wait, that's not what I
We
want.
wouldn't do a whole
No.
lot, but I
Why can't I
Get
do
closer.
this?
That's
typically
better.
I was like the
I'm an idiot.
Yeah, that's a high school right there.
the
Oh, wow.
I would just be chilling with the
Oh,
whole pack.
that's crazy.
Basically, the dogs
Jeez.
that we're chilling with,
So
you know
this
what
guy
I'm
went to
saying?
high school right
You
there.
just kind of hang out with the group?
Yeah, so did
Yeah, just hang
Taylor.
out with the group. yes.
Okay.
I don't want you guys just
Oh,
Okay.
right there.
Would
yeah,
you
it's across
sometimes
the
go
street,
over
guys.
to
Like, that's how close
Shad's,
this is.
father's house, Michael Therian's house?
Yes.
Okay. And was it such
Holy
that
cow.
Shad Therian, he lived with his father, Michael Therian?
At the time that I heard of,
I gotta find them.
So you had been
so I
to
can't see
Shad's father's house and Shad's mother's house, correct?
Light.
yes.
Come on, yes.
And fair to say that you'd been over to the
Washington Heights
apartment
is
on
right
Eastman
there.
Avenue where
There you go.
Taylor
That's
Schabusiness was
crazy.
living, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And so
Thank
you'd
you,
go over
Yaya.
to that
Yeah,
residence
right
to
across
kinda
the
chill
street.
or
Isn't that
hang out,
crazy?
listen to music, watch TV, whatever, correct?
So that's how close this is, y'all. That's why I was like,
You
you
had Taylor's phone
Yaya's
number?
great.
You're not going to get that anywhere else.
No, nobody
And
else is
as
showing
far
me.
as
Never
Shad
thought to
Therian,
show you that
had
before.
His phone number or
This is
Facebook
right across the
information.
street.
Yeah, I had his Facebook at the time too.
Fair to say that all three of you, yourself, Mr. Gannon, Taylor
You ever see
Schabusiness,
Yaya's
and
Christmas
Shad
tree?
Therian, you all had
Unbelievable.
each other's contact information, correct?
Yes, but after like a rough like patch with like a friend, I was like chilling. I just
Oh, thank you.
started dissociating and I just like
I'm a
I
hoarder
do that
though,
a lot
remember?
for the past
That's awesome.
10, 20 years. I just like if I feel like people don't if there's like a sort of discrepancy, I just like cut you off. It's like block you or whatever. And then that's the reason why the day before that situation with the murder, I hated
There's a
him.
dog.
I hate Taylor because I just wanted to associate again.
Okay.
So
Now, Taylor Schabusiness has a father. Do you know her dad?
yes,
Okay. His name is Arturo Coronado. Is that correct?
yes,
Had you been over to Arturo
see her rec-
Coronado's house?
Let's see your expression now.
And was that with Taylor?
It was not the. This was like maybe like a year.
You guys see my monkey
or, like,
Christmas tree is
so
still up.
Before I visited. There's been very few
Oh,
times
awesome.
since I personally talked to Art. So
But had you been over to
Brandon
Art's
came
house
over
with
to
Taylor in
Valhalla's
the past?
birthday party.
yes, I have.
So you kind of
Do
knew
what?
Taylor pretty well, fair?
Yeah.
When Valhalla had his
And you
live
knew
stream,
Shad
Brandon
very
came
well,
Yeah.
over.
Nice.
Yeah, I love her.
Was it such that there were times when maybe you'd be hanging out with Taylor and Shad where they would be using marijuana together?
Oh, there you go.
Prior
Yes,
acts aren't
Wait. No.
Stop.
Do you smoke weed?
Are you
Your
high
Honor, I'll
right now?
withdraw.
Thank you.
Question's withdrawn. Okay, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Did you see Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
February 23rd.
Yes.
No,
How about the day before on February 22nd of 2022?
no.
You saw her on February 21st of 2022, correct? That was a Monday?
I don't know what day that was.
Okay.
That's just a little bit too out of my polymath. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
I'm on what?
But you
Say
did all hang
polymath?
out together and you drove over to Michael Therian's house. Is that your testimony?
Michael Therian.
Yes.
I think like all I remember. I'm not.
Man, I'm so stoned.
I don't know.
Okay.
So,
You're not good with
Man,
dates,
I'm so
correct?
high.
Dude, you know how
better
much
with
weed I
dates,
had to
just
smoke before I
not,
got
like,
in here?
recently up for like the past 5, 10
Okay.
years. So
That's fine. So prior to you being told that Shad Therian was deceased,
I've never heard of this before, really.
the days before you were told that, you were hanging out with
Anybody got some
Shad and
Funyuns?
Taylor, correct?
yes.
And did you notice anything odd about Taylor as far as her mannerisms, her eyes, her speech, anything like that?
No.
Did you have any feelings that she was acting weird when you had contact with her? Bizarre?
No more than usual.
Had there been occasions where you've seen her and you felt that she was acting very odd or unusual?
Judge. Relevance.
Mr. Freilich?
Well, I think it goes to his observations of my client, Your Honor.
Well, then you need to narrow down with it for a time frame for him. So I'm going to sustain the objection, ask another question, Mr. Freilich.
Okay, sure. Mr. Gannon?
Yes.
In the week before you had contact with the police where you talked to the officer, had you saw Taylor Schabusiness at that period of time, is that fair?
Yes.
And when you saw her, was it just one time or was it several times? Do you
It
know?
was only one time.
Okay, and that one time when you saw her,
That's all I needed.
did you observe her to be acting in any kind of bizarre manner?
No.
Okay. Manner?
No.
Okay.
Well, that's much
Man,
better.
do you see that? How much YouTube had us throttled?
Yeah.
We're doing all that. We're doing HK. HK? I don't know what that means. Look at that.
Okay,
What a
nothing
big
further.
difference,
Thank you very
man.
much.
Any redirect?
There's no
So
thought about
much
it. It's like, this is
clearer.
getting worse and worse. What's wrong here?
I thought it was them.
It is them. Well, see, it's on auto, so YouTube is throttling how much
Ladies
bandwidth
and
there
gentlemen, we're
is.
going to take our afternoon
I was like, 'cause
recess.
I'm
It's
on
just a little bit before 3. We'll
Ethernet.
try to
I'm running.
reconvene
I'm at
at
120% of
10
what
after 3.
I'm supposed to
So
have.
all rise
speed.
to adjourn.
Oh, what are we doing? Taking a
10-minute break.
Yeah, there's no reason to be sorry. Ooh, I'm gonna get my tea refilled. You guys want anything while I'm downstairs?
Yeah, I'll take a Dr. Pepper while you're
I'll
doing
take
that.
a nice cold iced tea, sweet iced tea, whatever.
Yeah, I got tea. I don't have. I've got Dr. Pepper, but it's not cold.
I'm just
I don't
kidding.
care. I don't care if it's cold.
I got some ice. I do have ice, so I'll be right back.
All right.
I'll put my get my
Mr.
headphones
Saunders,
put
as far as
charged too.
witnesses go, last night we went to about 5, although that just kind of.
I thought they were going to
A
go
little bit as
through
far as timing.
Oh, hang on,
And I
look.
guess I'm
some
wondering if you
videos.
can give me a sense of what we're looking at this evening.
Depends on who they bring up.
Have 6 more witnesses that would be available today. I would think they'd be on the shorter end, but I think we could finish them.
All right. Very good. Then we're in
6
recess
more
until
witnesses.
3:10.
Well, they're better than the last guy.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
I think the whole thing behind that witness
Yeah.
was the fact that they asked him, did she seem to out of sorts, whatever, and he said no.
Yeah, yeah. But of course, though, look at his credibility. He was out of sorts sitting there.
Oh yeah, his credibility is shot. They're like, this guy doesn't remember a damn thing. Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
I'm like, why bring this guy up? Makes no sense.
Oh, okay.
I got my Dr. Pepper after all. Huh, how about that? Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. That last little bit from lunch till now had to be the most boring part of the trial.
Badger. It's the Badger State. Wisconsin Badgers.
Badgers. That's why the University of Wisconsin has a badger as its mascot. See, I can relate everything to college football.
Yeah, we're the Badgers. The Badger State.
Clumsy. I can't spell. Words are hard. I know how you feel. I have those days. He is feral housewife. He has powers beyond all recognition. Let's see.
I just had to make sure the dog's appointment was at 4:30.
No. Murph says the witness placed Thad and Taylor together as a couple. He also had testified to the fact that she drove the van.
Right.
Last bit was she was normal prior to the incident. My key takeaways. Yeah, very good points. Go ahead, Yaya.
No, that's what I was going to say. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that was the only thing I could think of as they were trying to establish, no, she's not going to be able to use the crazy self-defense because she was acting perfectly normal. Leading up to it, at least. Oh my goodness. Makes you want to hear the beaver story again.
What beaver story?
I have no idea.
Not going to ask. No, I'm learning not to
Yeah.
ask questions.
Yeah, that's a good thing. Unless you're wanting to hear about the adventures of White Rabbit and Expert when they went to Buc-ee's.
Hmm.
Yeah, Murph, the state is pushing a bunch of the witnesses through. I guess they're trying to get everything rolled up today as far as the prosecution side. See, I don't know if they have like a time limit. If each side has a time limit, including both presenting the witness and for cross. I know some states you have a set time limit and you can only use this, and after that you're done. Your case is done.
It's a badger.
Badger. Dogs. Where are you going here?
There's boys out there weed eating. Good boy. Good boy. I raised him right.
Can they come over to my house and weed eat my yard? Oh, says you're getting a Buc-ee's over near the Madison airport.
You know how far away that is from here?
Probably very far.
And I love Buc-ee's. I went to my first one last year.
Yeah, where at?
I was in August last year on our way down to, I think, down to Nashville.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we've got one that's probably about an hour and a half outside of Nashville, and then they're putting one, or they just put one in Pigeon Forge, Gatlinburg area. So I will go nowhere near that one because it's just going to be jam packed with all the tourists and everything coming in.
Oh, I'm wondering if we're going down to Nashville next month. I haven't talked to them. Probably not. I don't know. We talked about it. We had so much fun.
Good. Good.
I like my country music. He's a headbanger. And I'm like, oh, we're in Nashville. Yay, country music. First bar we go into, they're playing Metallica.
Oh, yeah. It's, see, a lot.
Like, are you serious? I mean, come on. My first trip to Nashville, been dreaming for years ago. The first bar I have to walk into, they're playing Metallica.
If you'd have gone down there about 15, 20 years ago, it would have been exactly the way you would think it'd be. But now it's so,
yeah,
it's changed so much down there. It's not even funny.
Oh, we had it, and it was just my husband and I. We just had a great time.
But it's funny because going down there and visiting some of the offices in downtown Nashville, like streets and everything will be real quiet till around 10:30 or 11, and then the noise from all the bars and everything just comes up to the heavens.
Yep.
I mean, I've been in very tall towers, and about 10:30 or 11, all of a sudden you hear it, and it's just like, yep.
We stayed at the Moxie.
Okay.
And that's right, like almost 2 doors down from what Kid Rock's place.
Yes.
And at night we never heard nothing.
Really?
No.
Nice.
Are drugs bad in Wisconsin? Right now, in the past couple of years, yes, they are really bad here. Meth is very bad here. I think it's everywhere, actually.
Yep.
And I know it's a great hotel, and so is heroin. I have an 18-year-old cousin a few years ago who got herself mixed up with some bad people, and she got busted. There was something going down, a stabbing or a shooting, and she walked down to check it out, and she got busted for having heroin on her and ended up going to jail. And she came out, sober, and planned on staying sober. Her first night out of jail, a friend of hers came over, a quote friend of hers, as I'm saying that, and her grandma found her dead in the bathroom the next day.
Oh my gosh, that's awful.
They don't know if well, her parents, if you see her videos on her Facebook and stuff from that night, she was so excited to have a friend over. They were going to eat snacks and watch movies and this and that. And she died the next day of that night of an OD. So they think that she was possibly killed because she knew too much.
Oh. Wow.
Yeah, it's bad.
Shoo, that's awful.
We get a lot of calls, people, especially in the winter, car crashes. people in snowbanks crashing their cars because they're trying to shoot up at the same time they're driving.
Yeah, yeah,
And
I could see that.
you wouldn't expect that of a smaller town like this, but over the past 10 years, like I said yesterday, and it's not a derogatory thing. It's just it's fact. A lot of people from Chicago, Milwaukee, they're moving it into Green Bay.
Right. Plus, living in a small town might not have a lot going on. You get bored.
I mean,
And-
we just got police cams within the last 2 years.
Really?
Yeah. The badges that are showing now, with them walking through,
Yeah.
didn't have those 2 years ago.
Oh, wow. See, I never, because most places that have an NFL franchise, big cities. Yeah, I just never, I never really thought that about Green Bay.
What did I say yesterday? 150,000 in the Green Bay area.
Wow.
And that's all the little surrounding communities too included in that.
Right. Right. Well, as I said, it's going to get worse before it gets better. Yeah. I mean,
I agree.
You've got a lot of rural areas in Tennessee, and that's why the drug problem's so bad. It's 'cause you
And
got
that's what's happening here in
Yep.
all the rural areas. Yep.
Yep. Because you got people back in those hollers and everything that are just bored. And then,
We don't have hollers here.
well, I'm talking about here. I know you don't have hollers, but we do. We have plenty of them. We have mountains, we have hollers, we have a little bit of everything.
We just have country,
You just have country.
farming. But it's still small enough where I mean, basically, if I go somewhere, I will run into at least 2 people I know.
Right.
It's not like it's sad. It really is. Our poor little town. You used to feel so safe in it. We never locked our doors, and
Right.
So, Caitlin said she wanted to stop by.
Come on.
Well, yeah, that was before I went downstairs. I was like,
Oh.
I just came running upstairs. I was like, oh my gosh, she might. She only came in for a minute. I think I missed her.
Well, she wasn't in the chat or anything, so
Just letting you know that always messing up.
they started back yet?
No, that's live right now.
Oh, okay. So they said they were going to start back at 10 after.
No, I got
Who
put my
knows?
headphones in.
yeah. So that showing you how close is there cash? Is there catfish noodling? And what the fuck is that? You don't have
Noodling.
I don't know.
It's where you stick your hand in a hole and you pull out a catfish.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I was like, going to go on a lake and stick your hand down a hole.
I was like, no, absolutely not.
If there is, I've never heard it before. So we'll just say that. It's bad enough they have smelt season.
What is snout season?
Smelt, it's a small fish.
Okay. I've never heard of it before.
It's a really small fish,
Sardines, I
and
think.
I guess they're very, very good to eat. I don't know. I don't do fish. Oh, come on. Really, dog? You're not going to be barking in another hour and a half when you get the jab.
Hey, Purple.
Hey, Purple.
Purple.
Smelt is my mom's favorite fish, Emily. Crafting Emily said, see?
Huh.
We used to go to where people would go smelting, and like a whole group of us back when we were in our 20s out on the bay by the lake, wherever up north. But we'd end up sitting there with a keg of beer drinking instead.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, you would.
Some guys might have went out and tried to catch some, but they usually came back wet and not being able to stand yet.
Yeah, all the guys could go try to catch a smelt all they want to. I'll be sitting back there with the chicks and the beer.
Exactly.
Yep.
Y'all go ahead.
But yeah, that's not a good idea. Go get a
It
little
was.
fish.
I think it
I'm
was
not
just
gonna
an excuse for us to go out on the bay or where out on the bay and sit on some big ass rocks with a bonfire and drink.
Sounds like a good night.
It was till your ass got hard from sitting on rocks. I mean, they're big rocks, big stones. And no, at 19, 20, 21, we didn't think to bring chairs.
I want some old-fashioned yard chairs.
With the vinyl crisscross straps on it.
I hate those.
Oh, we have two of them up at our campsite.
I hate those little the little fold up all into looks like an umbrella chair.
Yeah.
I can't sit in those. No.
I hate them. They're just like you're sitting in a ass sling.
I found one at Dick's for like $60, and it's flat. The seat is flat, and it has like shock absorbers on the back, and those are the only ones I can sit in because of my back.
I've seen those.
That's what I want. Shock absorbers.
Yeah,
that's awesome. Has it been 10 minutes yet?
It's been 20 minutes.
Well, guess what? Is the stream still live? Oh, guess
there we go.
They cut it off.
Shortly before my arrival at the Green Bay Police Department,
Sorry.
and I was contacted at approximately
Over here,
4:45 in the morning. Shortly before my arrival there, I was advised that they located the suspect involved in the incident and also a vehicle that she was driving at that address.
And when you got to the Eastman Avenue address, what did you do?
When I first arrived at the address, I made contact with two different supervisors, one of which was Sergeant Jeff Schilling, and the second one was Lieutenant Tom Buckman, at which time they informed me of the status of the scene.
When you arrived, had the area sort of already been secured by other officers?
Yes, it had.
And can you describe how it was secured?
Officers, prior to my arrival, they noted some red substance in the snow along a sidewalk trail, and that area had some cones by it, or they're soon about to put cones by it. The entrance door to the apartment complex itself, and then within the complex common hallway, they had evidence tape securing that area.
I thought he said
And,
raccoons.
were some
at first.
officers also providing
Yeah.
security or monitoring of the crime scene to see who was entering and leaving?
There were.
What did you do, I guess, after speaking with those initial supervisors who were on scene?
After I spoke to the officers and supervisors that were present, I determined that we would need a search warrant to proceed with the search of the interior of the apartment, which was apartment number 1. I took note of the description of the building and area to be searched, including the apartment. I also took some preliminary pictures of the exterior of the building, including the suspect vehicle and the entranceway to the apartment, which was number 1.
And I want to ask you about some of those pictures
I do.
What is that?
That is a picture of the side of the apartment complex as previously described. That is the north side of the apartment complex. The main entrance to the apartment 2353 to the common area is on the right side of the picture. That has some evidence tape in front of it. And that is a picture of 3 vehicles parked in a southbound direction.
Who's
And
this
I
guy?
was informed that the middle vehicle, which is a van,
Detective?
was that in which the suspect arrived to the scene in.
And Exhibit 80, as you're looking at it, does that appear to fairly and accurately depict that area and those vehicles as you encountered them when you arrived on scene?
That is correct, it does.
And that's a photograph that you took as well?
I did.
You then, yeah, that's fine. You then indicated you were waiting for a warrant to authorize the search of the inside of the apartment. Is that right?
That is correct.
Was one then obtained?
I did obtain a warrant.
And did you then participate in the search of that Eastman Avenue apartment?
I did.
And what apartment number was the subject of the search?
Number 1.
Oh, that's.
I guess was that reported to be the apartment where Ms. Schabusiness and Mr. Tomes were residing?
That is correct.
And I guess what was, generally your role in searching the apartment?
My role in searching the apartment was to look to evidence or look in areas where evidence that were listed in the warrant may be found. I did receive information of the type of crime that was committed at a prior address, so I listed those items which would be used in that particular crime, and we searched the apartment for those type of items.
In the course of your occupation, have you received training in searching areas such as apartments for items of evidence?
I have.
And have you received training in collecting physical evidence such as DNA and blood and other substances?
I have.
And in the course of your 30 years in law enforcement, is that something you've done in the past?
Yes, I have.
In this case, when you were sort of searching the residence, were you wearing any special attire?
I was.
Can you describe what that was?
I believe I had on some protective wear on my feet, but I also wore rubber gloves at any time I handled or collected evidence, especially that containing DNA.
The steps you took were consistent with your training and experience?
Yes.
All right. So I want to then show you what's been marked.
Come on, Bob, get it up there.
What's the matter?
What happened? Did somebody get lost?
No, evidently. I mean, they're going to take up all the remaining time for the day, just waiting on the evidence.
They're gonna drive that van in there.
Well, there's a chain of custody, you see.
Oh yeah. I'd be so bad at chain of custody. Like, just trust me. Look, I didn't mess up. Well, maybe I did, but I mean, it's only on paper.
How was I supposed to know the bag had a hole in it?
The point is, that guy did it.
That guy right there, he's guilty as hell, Your Honor.
Yep.
Well, she's grinning at whatever it is.
She's just, I just can't with her.
First,
Yeah, I know.
Detective, could you describe the inside of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue for us?
Apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman is a single-bedroom apartment. Entrance to the apartment is located on the east side of the hallway, the common entrance. As you walk in, there's a kitchen to your right, which is kind of an open kind of concept type kitchen. To your left is a bedroom, or I'm sorry, to your left is the living room. The living room has a window showing the parking lot, which was indicated in this picture. As you proceed east, there is a bedroom located on the furthest east side of the room in the north corner, and there's a bathroom to the right of that bedroom.
I'm going to show you exhibits 91 through 94.
So what you're saying is she lived in an apartment with another guy in a one-bedroom apartment. Okay. Well, that doesn't mean
I
shit.
do recognize those exhibits.
What are those?
Those are photographs I took of various locations within the bedroom as described in that apartment.
And do those appear to be consistent with the scene you encountered on February 23rd, 2022 on Eastman Avenue?
Yes, they do.
I'd move those exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection? No objection, subject to cross. 91 through 94 will be received.
So then, Judge, I'd also ask permission to publish those exhibits.
No objection. All right, those can be published.
All right, so Detective, are we looking at Exhibit 91 projected?
Yes, you are looking at Exhibit 91.
All right, and what does 91 depict?
I'm sorry?
Sorry, what does 91 depict?
91 depicts the bed located in the bedroom of apartment number 1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue.
Okay, and then Exhibit 92, what does that depict?
That depicts a cell phone that was on the bed at the time I took the picture.
And is that consistent with the area that you recovered that cell phone from?
It is.
For instance, it wasn't moved from its location to your knowledge prior to taking this photograph?
That is correct. It was not.
And then did you collect that cellular device as part of your evidence collection in this case?
Yes, I did.
I also then want to move then to 93, I think. 93, is this what we're looking at?
Yes.
And what does 93 depict?
93 is a light switch for that bedroom as described. That light switch is located on a west wall. As you walk into the bedroom, it'd be to the left or to the north.
And it's the same bedroom, and I guess the sole bedroom in that apartment that we looked at earlier?
That is correct.
All right. And then Exhibit 94, what does this depict?
Exhibit 94 is a close-up of image 93 of the light switch. And I also have scale indicators on there showing the location where I took the picture.
Look,
where
they're
it's located.
OCD. See how the screws are straight?
Thank you. So then, with respect
my
to
God.
Exhibit 94
You're
here,
right.
What?
Did you conduct any further processing of that area?
There's
The screws were lined up
Collected
perfectly.
a DNA sample,
The screws are straight up and down
or I
perfectly.
collected a
Those you put
swab
that on there as
of a
OCD.
potential DNA sample of the red substance on that light switch.
And how did you collect that DNA sample?
I collected that by way of using a swab, sterile swab, in a prepackaged
Swab Bob.
container, so to
Swab
speak.
Bob.
For this particular swab, because it was dry, I added distilled water to the end of that cotton swab, and then I simply rubbed the swab on there, and then I packaged that swab and sealed it at the scene.
Rubbed a swab
And,
on the.
Swab that you collected and the procedure you just described, is that how you're trained to do it?
I am.
No, I've only been on my job 30 years. I don't know how to do
What
that.
did you do with that swab once you were completed?
Must be a new technique.
processing?
Yeah.
When the completion of that particular swab, it was packaged and sealed. All items of evidence were returned to the Green Bay Police Department, where they are submitted into our evidence department, a secure property locker.
And I do want to just go back a little bit. I'm going to go to, I believe this is Exhibit 92. Sorry to jump around on you.
You're fine.
Is this Exhibit 92?
It is.
You indicated that phone was collected by yourself, is that right?
That is correct.
When you enter an item of evidence such as this into evidence, I guess, does it get assigned a unique identifier of some kind?
When we enter an item of evidence, we create a number showing who collected it or who processed it into evidence, yes.
Okay. And was that done to your knowledge for this phone?
Yes.
And do you recall what the number was offhand?
No, I won't be able to recall that.
Okay. Are there a lot of numbers that you're keeping in your head with respect to the exhibits you collected?
That is correct.
Would you have documented that or memorialized that in your details?
I would have,
Okay.
yes.
Would that assist you in refreshing your memory and what the exhibit number for that item is?
It would.
Does it matter?
Yeah, no relevancy. That's the problem with relevance stuff. Is like you don't know a lot of it until after it's already been put in.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why it's.
Exhibit 95 are my details related to this case and the search of that apartment.
And I'd ask if you could
I love
review
you so much,
the
babe.
details, particularly the top of page 2. And then I'll ask if that helps refresh your recollection as to that item, that exhibit number.
It does refresh my memory.
Okay, and then what is the item number of that cellular device?
That cellular device that was collected, which was on the bed, is evidence number 22-229-240-370-004.
So those last 6 numbers, 370004, what do those signify?
370 is my personal computer number that's associated to our reporting system. 004 is merely a item that I collected associated with my computer number, and that is just a sequential order that they're placed in as I put these items into evidence. So that was the 4th item that I categorized.
God, that defense attorney will have a field day with that one.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Detective. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Thank you, Detective Pacala. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Quick.
Sir, you were contacted by your Lieutenant Pagoon, on February
That's what I
23rd
heard.
of 2022 to come into the station. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Greatest names in Green Bay.
Regarding an apparent homicide, correct?
Oh
Yes,
my
sir.
God, she did change
And,
shirts again.
The information that you received was
did.
that a mother discovered
Holy cow!
something in the basement, correct?
That is correct.
What is with
Why
this
is she
chick?
changing?
I don't
There
know.
are different officers or investigators or detectives already involved, correct?
Yes, sir.
That being Detective Like, Detective Groff, Detective Kempf, correct?
That is correct.
And you gained information that someone by the name of Stephen Hendricks had called Brown County Dispatch at about 3:25 a.m. to report this. Is that fair?
That is fair.
Yeah, the shirt's the one that gets
And then
me.
while en
She
route
gets
to
convicted on
the
the
Green Bay
shirts.
Police
The rest of the
Department,
stuff,
you
man, I don't
heard
know what
other
happened.
officers calling out
Like,
with
was she able to
a
bring
need
so
to
many
possibly
changes
go
of
to,
clothes?
2353 Eastman
I
Avenue.
have
Is
never
that fair?
seen a trial where someone
is
has
fair.
changed clothes this
So when you
much.
got to the station, you
Never
were
seen him
briefed
change
by Lieutenant
clothes.
Bagoon, correct?
He was one of them, yes.
And were you told
This is
to
the
go over
third thing
to
today that
Eastman
we
Avenue?
caught.
Yes, sir.
I'm surprised
And
she
so
doesn't
did you go there by
change.
yourself?
I did.
Okay, and you met
She's
up
done
with
it for
other,
every break,
detectives,
but I'm
correct?
surprised she hasn't
At
changed
the
for every
scene
witness.
at that time, I was the
Right.
only detective at the scene.
Okay. There are other officers there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Officer Garth Russell was there?
I don't recall Garth Russell being
Anybody
there.
else keep wanting to call him Garth
Do you
Brooks?
know who else was there?
Yep.
The two that I made contact with
I wonder
were
where
Sergeant
Wayne
Jeff
is.
Schilling and Lieutenant Buckman, Tom Buckman.
And what time did you get to the Eastman Avenue apartment complex?
I don't know the exact time, but it was
Was it on
after
February
4:45
23rd?
and still in the hours of darkness during that day.
All right.
The hours
There
of
was snow on the
darkness.
ground, correct?
There
It's
was.
cold outside, correct?
Hello,
Yes, sir.
darkness, my old friend.
And
It was
you
the
made
end
your
of
way up to
February,
the,
you dumb asses.
front door of the.
Was
Was
it
it
cold?
cold?
Correct?
Well, there was
I did.
snow on the ground.
Had individuals already been arrested by the time you got there?
They had, yes.
All right.
They had,
When you walked up, did you see crime scene tape
Her
at all?
and her, the guy
I
that owned
did
the
see
van.
tape
Both of
in the
them.
doorway entrance, yes.
Okay. Later, did you see crime scene tape around the Town and Country minivan?
I don't recall that.
Okay. All right. And then your plan was basically to go into apartment number 1 at this apartment complex to conduct a search, right?
That is correct.
And did you have a search warrant at the time?
I did.
Okay. And so then you walked into the unit, correct?
Following the search warrant, yes.
Okay. And the bedroom and living room windows face the parking lot, is that correct?
The living room window for sure does face the parking lot. I'm uncertain on the bedroom window.
Were any individuals inside of apartment number 1?
No.
And so you walked around and started looking for things, correct?
I began my search, correct?
You searched the living room and the kitchen?
I searched the bedroom area.
Okay.
Yeah, you
There's
did.
one bedroom there, correct?
Correct.
I can run it out. I said, I
In the
found it. I
bedroom area,
found
Did you
it.
find any
There's a pink
body
donut.
parts or human remains?
No, not outright, no.
Okay. Did you find anything of evidentiary value in
She
that
might
bedroom?
be, Jen. She might be medicated again.
I believe I collected items of evidentiary value, yes.
What did you collect? A telephone?
I collected 2 cell phones.
Okay. Where were the cell phones?
Where are they now?
No, where were they?
Oh, one
Where
was
are they now?
depicted on
Yeah, where are
the bed in one of the images, and the
I
second
bought
one was
one.
in a purse.
Okay. Exhibit 91, that photograph depicts a bed, correct?
Yes, it does.
And there's a phone on the bed,
Yes, it
correct?
does.
Yes,
Bed's got a gray comforter on it, correct?
it does.
And there's a phone cord there.
Correct.
And there's some other device, I don't know if that's a fan or something else. Is that true?
Correct.
And then Exhibit 92 is just basically a close-up picture of the comforter, correct?
Correct.
Exhibit 93 is a light switch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that light switch is on the wall in the bedroom of
Covered in
Unit
blood.
1 at 2353 Eastman Avenue?
That is correct.
That light switch is cracked, correct?
It is correct.
And there's smear marks on it, correct?
Yes, I would describe those as smear marks.
You looked at those smear marks, was that an issue for you? Like, as far as, were you concerned about what that was?
I was concerned due to the marks and the coloration. I felt it was a value for evidence to collect that, yes.
And did you collect it then?
I did.
You had no contact with Taylor Schabusiness on this particular date, correct?
No, sir, I did not.
all the contact with Ms. Schabusiness was with Detective Groff and Detective Kempf, correct?
From the best of my knowledge, yes.
You never talked to her at all, correct?
No, sir.
You never saw anybody in the gold Town and Country minivan that was parked, correct?
No, sir.
You saw, that's true, right?
Yes, sir.
You never saw any people inside the van when you walked up or when you left, fair?
Fair. I did not.
And you never saw that gold Town and Country minivan move at all, correct?
No, I did not.
How long were you at the scene at Eastman Avenue?
I was at the scene initially for approximately an hour. Then I left to complete the search warrant and returned. And then I was at the scene for several hours to complete the search.
And this apartment complex, is it called Meadowview East Apartments?
I believe that's the name of that section, yes.
And the vehicles, they park basically in a line next to each other, is that fair?
That is fair.
In front of that, there's a sidewalk,
These are the
correct?
dumbest
There is.
questions I've ever
And the police
heard.
tape was around just the gold minivan, or was it around the vehicle on either side of the minivan?
I don't recall the police tape organizational or if there was police tape around the minivan itself.
Okay. At some point in time, was it such that a gentleman, maybe part of the facility or whatnot, but he was shoveling and he continued to shovel down the sidewalk underneath the police tape into the crime scene? Did that happen?
I recall a person shoveling, but as I said, I left prior to, I was gone from the scene, so I don't know where he shoveled to or if he made it to the crime scene area.
Whose responsibility was it to protect and preserve the crime scene and where the yellow police tape was located?
Lieutenant Buckman and/or Sergeant Schilling would have assigned a patrol officer in uniform and/or a squad car to sit and watch that scene.
Okay. In preparing for trial and reviewing all the records, you did review most of the police reports, correct?
I reviewed my police reports.
Okay.
I
Did you
reviewed
review other
mine. I don't know about
officers
the
or
rest of them, but I
detectives'
got mine
reports?
done.
I did not.
I'll be right back.
But did you
All
come
right.
to find out that that really did happen? That
Yeah,
someone
I'm not worried about
shoveled on the
anybody
sidewalk
else.
into the crime scene underneath the police tape?
I got mine.
I observed upon my arrival back, there was somebody shoveling, but they were a distance away. So as far as that explanation of what you're describing, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. If I told you that that happened, would you be shocked?
Objection, calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Yep.
Thank you.
Questions withdrawn.
Jerk.
So when you got there, you took pictures of the doorway to the apartment, correct?
The doorway is depicted in the picture, correct?
It's in the picture.
Did you dust for prints on the minivan at all?
No,
I did not.
I?
Start doing the Mona Lisa defense. You know it is. You know it. They were.
I just went for the Chewbacca defense.
You collected some additional DNA swabs
Chewbacca
in two
from
different
Endor.
areas of the apartment, is that fair?
Or he's not from Endor. Everywhere is.
One different area, I believe.
Endor is.
Okay. If your report says two different
You are.
areas, would that be accurate?
Thank you.
It would be.
Okay. And as you were searching the apartment, did you note a red
You walked
substance
through like
on the
American
hallway
koala
wall
bear.
leading
Yes.
from the living room to Ms.
Without the
Schabusiness's bedroom
disease.
and the bathroom?
Yes, sir, I did.
And then at some point, did you determine that
Well, we don't try to mate with them.
you were not going to be concerned about that?
I collected that in the same manner as I did the other item of DNA evidence. However, I did indicate in my report that it was, it did not appear to be a biological substance.
Okay.
It was.
How did you determine that it was not a biological substance?
Because under normal circumstances, and when I say normal, it's just based on my past experience, when you try to collect a sample and you add distilled water, which is the proper protocol to rehydrate something, if that does not come off very easily, it could be anything from paint to nail polish or something of that nature. And this did not come off the wall as it should have if it was a substance of DNA interest.
Interesting.
Yeah.
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
In the bedroom, did you find anything else that was concerning?
Well,
I collected another item of evidence in the bedroom, yes.
What was it?
I collected some syringes that appeared to be somewhat melted, for lack of better terms, together.
Why would you
Ugh.
do that?
Oh, he cut that off, didn't he?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're excused.
Why would you have melted syringes?
He cut that off quick, didn't he?
State's next witness.
They call it Nick
That's it.
Kaminsky.
You know what sucks? It's like
What?
now it's like you get into this and like it's like this is a real boring thing, but it's like now I had this like feeling of addiction to it. Like, I gotta see how.
Yeah, because
I
for the
don't wanna
most
miss
part, it's been
anything.
for the most part it's been boring. But every once in a while, you're getting those little tidbits in
let's
there.
just
It's
face
like,
it, it was about this
ooh,
time yesterday
Sir,
that
if
they
you want to
flashed
step
a
right up
dildo.
over here.
Yeah.
And
before
a
you have
chunk of
seat,
thigh.
If you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
it was like the gruesome images from the end of yesterday to leaving the jurors' minds. Wonder what they're going to do today.
Nathan R. Kolinsky. Last name is Kolinski.
Okay, then Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I am a evidence tech with the Green Bay Police Department.
He
What
likes
do you
anime.
do as an evidence tech?
So our job is to, once the officers package and seal the evidence, they hand it over to us, and our job is to keep it safe and secure, basically until the case is over.
Okay. And how long have you been employed in that capacity as an evidence tech?
About 6.5 years.
All right. In addition to
This guy's your
maintaining
chain of evidence.
custody of items,
Yep.
is it also the case that you're responsible for transmitting certain items to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
Crime Lab, yes.
And that's for, I guess, further testing by them?
Yes, yep. We send it out to the crime labs, and then the crime lab also mails it back to us. We receive the packages back.
And how is it that items are sent to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab?
They are either mailed, or in certain cases, we will drive them down and we do just a physical hand drop off with the crime lab.
Is there any documentation that memorializes that transmittal?
We have a form on our end that we fill out, and then the crime lab has like a receipt form that says everything that they received and the date they got it in.
It's a packing list.
Exhibits 96. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is a transmittal, looks like to, it's all three, so it's a transmittal to one of the state crime labs.
And is that a form that sort of would bear indicia that you were sort of involved in the transmittal of these items?
Yes, correct.
And what is that?
So we have here listing, do you want me to read them off or just give the numbers?
Well, first I'll ask, is there any indication that you signed it or notated on it?
Looks like has my name on the bottom of it, and then it went through, and these look like there's little checkoff on the side of the form. We do that just to make note of every one that we have, just to ensure we.
They have a nuclear vessel.
And is that consistent with your practice, just to make sure you've transmitted all the items you're supposed to?
Exactly, yep.
Okay, so it's a form you believe you kind of filled out as well here?
Measure twice, cut once kind of thing, yes.
Sure.
I hate
and
that
then what
term.
was the agency case number associated with this transmittal?
So that is going to be agency case 22-209.
I like ready, fire, aim better.
And is that, I guess, with respect to the case
Well,
you're
yeah.
subpoenaed here for
I
today?
mean, you gotta get that first shot off, so that way they know you
could I
mean
move,
business.
Yeah. 94?
Schabusiness.
Any objection?
No.
That'll be received.
What items of evidence did you transmit to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in this case?
So this one, we have a buckle swab taken from Taylor Schabusiness. Swabs taken from the right hand of Taylor. Swab taken from the left hand of Taylor. Oral swab from Shad Therion that was taken at the autopsy. A swab of the blade of exhibit 543033. Swab of red substance inside exhibit 543072. Swab of red substance on light switch from suspect's bedroom. Black sweatpants with dried blood on it. A penile swab and swab of exhibit 5.
penile.
Yeah, I heard that. I heard that. Oh, they said peanut.
And
Never
based on
mind.
your recollection and your
I
review
got
of this
it.
exhibit, are those
I know
items
what's
that
happening now.
you would have been transmitting to the crime lab?
Correct, yes.
And are you aware of how you transmitted those items to the crime lab?
I believe for this one, they were dropped off. We drove down and the Madison lab has different rooms you can go in and like hand over evidence, and then they'll give you the receipt right away that you dropped them off.
Okay. So in this instance, you personally delivered them to the
Yep, we
crime
drove them down.
I drove them down. Good.
lab? When you are transmitting items, in this instance personally, if there's an issue with transport, if there's a disruption of the evidence, is that somehow noted?
Yes. Mhm.
And was that done in this case?
No, it was not.
So there's no belief in your part that any of the items were tampered with or manipulated in any way?
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. That'll be all.
Apart from the transmitting, I think you mentioned earlier, one of your responsibilities is to, I guess, oversee the storage of evidence in the police station itself. Is that
Yes.
right? And can you describe the Green Bay Police Department's evidence room for us?
So we have several rooms that are throughout the basement, and all the rooms are generally the same. They're all locked rooms. They have an alarm system, a keypad entry system, and then they have cameras and motion sensors. So there are only, I believe, 5 people inside the department, including myself, that have access to these rooms. It's a very tight control. Our belief is that the fewer people that can get in there, the more secure the evidence is.
Well, yeah, that's a pretty good
Is it the
thought
case
there.
that any member of the Green Bay Police
I haven't
Department can just
fine
go in the
police
evidence
work there,
room?
Lou.
No.
Is that something that either yourself or your colleague would
Call
present for
him
or
a
supervise?
genius.
Yes, if there's anybody outside of the 5 of us that wants to be in there, we have to escort them in the rooms, yes.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
There we go.
Do I address you as Mr. Kalinsky or evidence tech Kalinsky?
Mister's fine.
Okay. So.
How do I address
These
you?
items were transmitted down to
Jesus.
Madison by who?
That would be, I believe.
You forgot about your
myself,
microphone.
And then there are normally 2 of us that go with.
Me?
Sometimes it's a light.
Not
duty
you,
officer,
yeah.
Sometimes
The
it's
attorney.
my coworker Gene, depends.
Yeah,
on
he's got bent way over
free
there.
at the time.
My son just sent me a text and said, man, when the doctor explained the actual trauma she inflicted on
Correct, there's
Shad,
a parking.
oh my God, I didn't
right
realize
across
it was
the street
that
from the door.
bad.
You walk
She
inside,
removed all the
walk
chest
upstairs,
cavity organs
and go in
and
this
put
little
his foot in his chest. What
large
the F?
closet-sized
If that's
room
for
right
real?
there with the little
Yeah.
desk,
Yeah.
I
and
missed-
you hand them over
that's the part I
one
missed
by
this
one.
morning.
They receive
Yeah.
them, and then you get a
Put
paper
his foot in.
receipt from them with everything that they
Yep.
received. It's basically their transfer of custody from us to them.
See if I can add any more.
Similar to it, we just don't lose contact with it. There's no slot or anything. We're there the entire time until we hand it to them.
And then did you get your receipt right away?
Yes.
And then, after the lab analyst did their.
Yeah, this is the diagram of the autopsy.
We either pick them up in person
And
if
I
we're there
will
for
send that to you.
Wow.
some other business,
I'm gonna send
or
it to
they
you,
mail
okay?
them back.
It's pretty
All right.
detailed.
Do you know if these items got mailed back to you?
I'm not sure. The paperwork would say it. I can't remember off the top of my head how they got back to the department.
You've been an evidence technician for 6.5 years. You've got a lot of training and experience, correct?
Yes.
You know how to package items, you know how to make sure they're safe and secure, correct?
Yes.
You follow certain procedures when you cut the bag open, and you have to be careful,
Correct,
There
yes.
you go.
Any issues at all with sending the materials down or getting it back?
No, none that I'm aware of.
Nothing further, thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir. You can step down.
I knew that guy would make his job short. He was very direct and to the point.
State's next witness.
State calls Gene Rakers.
I like that. I like Yamahas.
You've obtained a buckle swab. How do you know she was wearing a belt? Are the belt buckles hers? I submit, Your Honor, there was no belt or no buckle. I demand a mistrial.
With
Okay, ma'am,
prejudice.
just step right up over here. And
With
then,
prejudice.
before you have a seat, if you
Absolutely.
can turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Your name.
My name is Jean Rakers.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
All right, how are you employed?
I am currently employed as an evidence technician with the Green Bay Police
She
Department
looks a little.
How long have you been employed in that capacity?
for the past 4 years.
Little what?
Is one of your colleagues, Mr. Klinsky, we
she's
just
gotta have some
saw?
Yes.
All right.
fun
you work
answers.
in the same role as him?
Yes, I do.
Do you have the same job responsibilities?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you about Green Bay PD case number 22-209240. Is that a case that you remember being involved in?
Yes.
All
I
right. And,
remember that, yeah.
I want to show you what's previously been marked exhibit number 90. Do you recognize exhibit 90?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a transmission of evidence from the Wisconsin State Crime Lab in Madison to the Green Bay Police Department.
And I guess what are those documents used for?
It itemizes the evidence that is sent between agencies. So in this instance, these are items that were returned to the Green Bay Police Department from the State Crime Lab in Madison.
And does the form indicate which items were returned to your department?
Yes, it's the State Crime Lab assigns a letter to each piece of evidence that's designated on the form, and then our evidence exhibit number is also stated on the form.
Okay. And does the form indicate who would have been the person taking receipt of those items of evidence with the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, my name is signed on the bottom, and I indicate that I received it on April 22nd of 2022.
And so it's your belief then in reviewing that document that you received those items of evidence?
Yes.
Okay. I'd move 95.
The objection, Mr. Fraley?
No.
Right, that'll be received.
It'd be funny if you said, what are we talking about?
What?
The
What
objection?
happened?
Could I see
What
that
is this?
exhibit?
Sure.
Yeah, I object to everything. What are we objecting to?
I just learned something.
Ms. Rikers,
Clumsy
you've
doesn't
been
know who
working
Matlock
for
is.
The Green Bay Police Department for 4 years as
That's
a
not true.
evidence technician,
She
correct?
said it?
That's correct.
And you work
No.
with evidence tech Nathan
Yes.
Kalinsky?
Yes.
White Rabbit, are
Work
you
in
listening to
tandem,
this?
correct?
That's correct.
That's immediately who I thought of.
Your role in this particular case was to send items or receive items or both?
In this instance, I received the items that the crime lab
Wait a
sent.
second, you can't say he's
When
just a
they're
baby.
delivered,
I mean, it's like saying you don't know who Perry Mason
that they're
is.
delivered in, and I
I mean, these are
ensure that
classic
the seals
shows.
are all
Everybody should know this
intact.
stuff.
Then I open the box
Favorite
and
movies, Gone with the
verify
Wind.
that the items on the list on the transmittal are indeed the items I'm receiving back.
And this exhibit number 90
Yes,
indicates that you received all of these items back on April 22nd of 2022, correct?
that's correct.
These items were sent from the State Crime Lab on April 21st of 2022 by Olivia Sassman.
Yes, the State Crime Lab in Madison.
Do you know why
The
it
redhead.
took a day for you to get these items back?
Yes, that's generally the turnaround time. They're sent on one day, we receive them the next day. And again, the boxes that we received are sealed. We verify that the seals are intact before we open it and verify the contents of them.
Who transported these items from Madison back to the Green Bay Police Department?
The
Brett
crime
Farr.
lab utilizes speedy delivery.
Speedy delivery.
When these items came to the Green Bay Police Department on April 22nd of 2022, did you have to meet them at the front?
Yes, they call me up and I meet the delivery driver at the door.
And then you signed the release at that time?
That's correct.
And
I signed their little machine that they have indicating that I'm receiving it from them. I don't sign this transmittal form until I've gone through and verified that all the items on their list are indeed the items that we've received.
And on this form, there's a cross off. It's got evidence tech Nathan Kalinsky on there, correct?
Yes.
And then your name is stamped on there, is that right? Is that
Yes.
right? Okay.
Expert, I'm
That's
gonna
just
go
their
bring my
form.
dog
They
in.
just have Nathan.
Okay, yeah, yes,
I'm gonna
As a
stay-
form. So
I'm
if
gonna
I'm the
stay
one
up here
receiving
'cause
it,
it's not
then I'm
gonna
the one
take long.
signing it and stamping it.
But if you do go off,
Okay,
just
then you
boot
keep
me
this
off.
in your records?
Okay.
That's
and
correct.
Okay,
yeah,
nothing
I'll
further.
message
Thank
you if something happens. Okay.
Okay,
I
I
was
should be
really-
back.
All
right. All right.
Clerk and I are
Bye.
running the numbers, and that can't be
Thank you so
95.
much. Be safe.
This is exhibit 90,
Okay,
90.
You asked for 95 to be admitted.
I love y'all,
This is
yeah.
90, but it's already
I know it.
admitted. So I just want to make sure.
It's
we're
just
all-
great having that insight.
Okay?
I wrote
Oh, I
90
know.
down.
Sorry.
Her walking
I
out
did write
front,
90 down.
it was like,
Very good.
Yeah, there's the high school.
Thank you.
yeah, there it is, right there. That's where Schabusiness went to high school at. Every time
Every time. What?
her husband out there mowing the yard, Schabusiness thinking, I'll cut his pecker off.
God.
Oh, Levy. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Hey, Levy, what's happening, man? Levy, we're trying to get through the end of the
Levy.
trial here. It's been a long day. We've learned that Schabusiness put
Ma'am, if you want
the
to just
dude's
step up
foot
right over
in
here,
his
and before
chest,
you have a seat, if you could turn in
and
your
that there
seat.
are
organs.
multiple male
Filleted him-
swabs.
Filleted him like a fish.
You
Yeah,
solemnly
she
swear the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter, not before the court, so help you God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the
And it's
record.
possible to
Hello?
swab the
Kendall Danelski.
penile area.
Well, hello to
Okay, then,
you.
Mr. Lozay, the witness
Hi.
is yours.
Ms. Danowski, can you state for the record how you are employed?
I'm a certified forensic computer examiner with the Green Bay Police Department.
And what is a certified computer forensic examiner?
So you come over and
I
help me with my
basically take
USB.
all digital devices that come through the police department and extract and sometimes analyze that data.
I don't have
How
enough
long have
power.
you been employed in that capacity at the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost 7 years.
Do you have any sort of
Oh, Jim, we don't
educational
want to hear it
background
as
or
much as
training
you
that
talked about
is
Throb
related to
Cop.
that position?
I do, yes. Training and certifications are very important for this position to keep up with the ever-changing technology. So a couple of the more valuable ones that I've had over the past couple of years, I'm certified through IASIS, which is the International
Oh,
Association
I'm here.
of Computer Investigative Specialists, as a certified forensic computer examiner.
I think Guava's
and a
never had anybody
certified
look like
mobile
that in his
device
IT
examiner.
department.
Yeah,
I'm
no
also
kidding. They're
certified
hiring
through
them.
SANS as a GFCE, which is another crucial training and program that we have to go through. I'm
Yeah,
also
I've
certified
heard of
through
that.
Celebrate as a
GFCE.
Celebrate certified mobile examiner. And I'm also certified through Magnet as a Magnet certified forensic examiner. And lastly, I'm certified through ACE as an Access Data certified examiner.
And can you just describe for the jury generally what your process is when you are analyzing, not analyzing actually,
You
but
got
the
the
download of
the
a
attorneys
device?
up there.
Yes, so I get the device
Yeah.
in, and depending on the make and model of that device, it has to be placed into
You
certain
had the
settings for
bearded-
extraction so
broken-
that it can make a connection and
Breaded
communication with
baker.
my computer.
The
So I get the
broken
phone in the
baker.
correct settings,
It-
and then I hook it
exactly.
up to an adapter, and then from there I
You
use a
love
set of
Baker,
software
had
to perform
Dave.
the extraction.
You would love
Once
him
that
when he,
extraction
had
is
the
complete, I then
favorites.
open it
Oh,
up
I
in a
bet.
readable
I bet.
program
He had on
that I
his-
then can get out to officers
He's
and
like, "I'm gonna be
detectives
like
to go through
Valhalla.
that
I
data.
don't have a tank top. So you had like a,
Is
a
it
New York
typical that you
Nets
yourself will review the data on the
jersey.
phone, or is your
Interesting.
typical practice that you will
Interesting.
conduct
Please
a
don't
forensic
flexing.
download of the device and
I
then
about
provide it
died.
to another party to review?
It is typical. I perform the extraction, view some of the data
He's
to
a-
verify
he's
things
exactly
parsed
the kind of
correctly,
guy
and then I
we'd go
usually
drinking
pass
with.
that data on to officers or detectives.
Can you estimate
And these are the pictures of how
approximately
the Swedes
how many
cheat.
times per year you conduct a forensic
It's so Jeff.
download of a device?
I perform,
Relevance here on? Because there's
Well,
all
I mean,
different
you
kinds of
know,
cases. I mean,
I don't know what your
it's an
taste
homicide
is.
Case, but there's many cases out there.
Overall,
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
I perform
tribute
about
to that
600
guy.
phone extractions a year.
I should have announced that a
Have you
little bit
performed
earlier.
roughly that
Your
many,
regularly
phone
scheduled
extractions over the
programs
course of
ain't
your 7-year
happening.
career at
No,
the
they're
Green Bay
not.
Police Department?
It increases
not.
every year, but roughly yes.
I don't think Friday's gonna be happening either.
Probably not.
Were you
There's
asked
this,
to
and there's
assist
two other
in
streams.
the investigation of a homicide that occurred at 829 Stony Brook in around February 22nd,
Gotta go while the getting's
23rd of
good.
2022?
I was, yes.
And who asked you to assist with analyzing devices in that case?
Multiple detectives. For this one, I believe Detective Graff and Detective Luberta.
And do you recall specifically how many devices you analyzed or how many devices you downloaded on this case?
I would say 10 or more.
Ooh, 10 or more.
And was one of the devices that you were asked to download a device that was attributed as belonging to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
Or was it?
When you conduct a forensic download of a phone, do you use any paperwork to outline the work that you did with respect to that particular device?
I do, yes.
What is that called?
For every phone or computer that comes through my office, I create a cell phone or computer analysis worksheet.
What was on the phone? She take pictures afterwards?
Yeah, right.
That's what everybody wants to know. Hey, T-Rex.
T-Rex was having it, brother. I just wake up and hear something about genitalia in a crockpot box. There you go.
Drink.
Yes, this is a cell phone analysis worksheet that I completed for exhibit number
I
370004.
need her to come over and hook up my
That exhibit
streaming
number,
system.
that
Needs to work on my microphone.
37004, where does that number come
It's
from?
not,
That
plugged
comes
in
from
yet.
evidence, so every case number is assigned to a case, and then the evidence
Where's
within that
Guava
case gets an exhibit or evidence
know.
number.
We need him here
So
for this.
When an officer
You had to
collects an
pour
item
it
of
in.
evidence, they assign it that number?
Correct.
That's what it is.
And
It's for easy.
then
Never
that is
show his
the
face.
piece of evidence that was assigned to you for download?
It was, yes.
Does the cell phone analysis worksheet for that particular piece of evidence, does it outline the process that you used to conduct a forensic download?
It does, yes.
And could you describe for the jury what process you used in this case?
I bet she used to swim in
Yes,
college.
so for this particular
exactly
phone, I
what
put
I
the phone in the
thought.
correct settings for
We
extraction,
spent a lot of
where it
time
could
in the,
communicate with my
swimming pool
computer.
area.
From there,
Yeah.
I hooked it up to the Celebrate 4PC adapter, and then I used the Celebrate 4PC extraction software to perform that extraction. Once that extraction completes successfully, I bring that into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, which is that software program that parses the data for me.
Are you able to determine when you do an extraction whether or not the extraction was successful?
I am, yes.
How do you do that?
I can compare the data on the phone
Why
after
that made
the
me laugh.
extraction completes successfully to verify that the data on the phone is matching the data in the extraction. And also the program will show that the extraction completed successfully, or it would indicate if it did fail.
Yep.
So for this particular device, in addition to doing the extraction and looking
There's
at the
Baker.
information on the extraction, are you able to manually manipulate the phone itself?
That's more his speed.
Yes,
So that's how you're able to confirm that the data is consistent on the device and on the extraction?
correct. That is always done after an extraction to make sure not to
Baker needs
manipulate
a
any
green
data
card.
before an extraction.
In addition to
She gave him
conducting
one.
the extraction, did you do other after the
First time I
extraction
read
was
that, I
done?
thought it
did you
said,
do
"Hello, Miss
additional
Hotness."
manipulation of the device itself to obtain any evidence from the
That's when you
device?
say it like
Yes,
that.
after that
Yeah,
extraction
yeah.
completed successfully, I manually navigated the phone and took additional screen captures using that same set of software.
Is that the redhead chick?
And what is the
Oh, wait,
purpose of
there
doing
two
those
redhead
screen
chicks.
captures?
Yeah, there's two of them.
With certain types of extractions,
cop,
some
the chick that worked
applications
at
or
the
data might
lab.
not always be extracted or parsed correctly. For example, Google Photos might not always be extracted or parsed with that type of extraction I was able to get from this phone. So then I go on after that extraction completed successfully and manually navigate the phone and then take screenshots of those certain applications that were not included in the original extraction.
And for this particular device, did you then conduct a closer analysis of the content of the extraction, or was that tasked to another person?
I went through and verified that the data was parsed correctly and that everything that officers and detectives might need were captured with the screen captures, but after that, that data was passed on to detectives.
You know specifically which detective was tasked with viewing the report from the extraction of this device?
Detective Luberta.
And you mentioned that certain
We're
data
gonna
may
do- we're gonna
not
start
be
skipping
captured by
the,
the extraction.
DNA
Can you explain
parts
why that might
of
be the
trial.
case?
Right.
So certain types of extractions can extract different things. So there's different levels of extractions. For this one, I was able to get a full file system, which will capture a lot of application data, but it isn't a full physical extraction, which captures a bit-by-bit copy identical of the flash memory on that phone. So basically, everything that's on that phone would
I'm
get
not gonna be able
captured.
to do this
So for
tomorrow
this
morning.
instance, it did not
I
parse
think she used
the
soap.
Google
Did I-
Photos, the Google Chrome history,
use
or
soap?
some recent Facebook Messenger
think she
chats.
used
So I went through and
soap?
captured screenshots of those.
Well, they
In
used to have to
addition
tell
to
her
capturing
boyfriend to take a shower.
screenshots, Did you
Well, there you go.
advise Detective Luberta in any way about some things that she could do to obtain additional data that's relevant to that device?
I did, yes. So when manually going through a phone, the phone stays in airplane mode. So that means that I'm not connecting to the network and no incoming text messages are coming in, no incoming chats, things like that. I'm not connecting to the network or internet. So I can only sometimes see a limited amount of data when I'm manually navigating. So I can always tell them, like for instance, Google Photos, I could only get to a certain date without being connected to the network. So then I would say, maybe it would be a good idea to get a Google search warrant for that additional data that I might not be able to see on the phone.
What sorts of things might be captured on a Google search warrant that aren't necessarily readily available on the device?
More additional photos, Google searches, location data.
Ooh,
Do
that's
you know,
scary.
does Google also store things in the
Yeah.
cloud that might not be physically on the device?
It does, yes.
Do you know if Detective Luberta actually then did subsequently make a request to Google for the information that would have been related to this device?
She did, yes.
You know, somebody
And
said
did
the
you
other
have
day I
any
was reading
further
something about
contact
how
with
you need to
Detective
get a
Luberta about that?
GPS for your car.
I did, yes.
Like a
She got that
dedicated
Google
one?
return
Like, you know, like
in a
little
zip
portable?
file
Yeah.
And then
from
just
her search
never
warrant
use
that
the one on
she
your phone.
created for that. And then from there
Huh.
on, she
I'm like,
wanted me to put it in a more
makes
readable
sense.
format for her. So basically, I took that zip
Don't
file
open
that
the
she
program.
got from Google and just ingested it back into Celebrate Physical Analyzer, where it puts it in a readable, easier format that they're more
Used to have
comfortable
one
with
of those
going
little
through.
Garmins.
And the
I threw one
process
away
that
the
you
other day.
utilized to take that zip
One of my
file from
dad's
Google
first
and put it
one.
on the UFED
Like a
reader,
4x3
is that something that
screen.
you're trained
Yeah.
in and you do in the regular
So you
course of
can't
your
use the
duties?
stuff for anything
Yes.
else.
And were you comfortable that when you took the data from Google and put it into that format, that everything performed correctly in this instance?
Yes.
And again, did you do the analysis then once it was placed into that more readable format, or is that
Okay.
something
She
that has
could-
to Detective
You
Luberta as
said
well?
she could search
Pass
my
on to
browser
Detective
history,
Luberta.
please.
Do they have GPS with radar detectors? That's what I need, the radar detector.
Mm-hmm.
I'm tired of the man being able to look at me speeding, and I'm not able to look at him speeding.
When you extract data from a device, does the device tell you what date that particular photographs, for example, are taken Or is that information always accurate when you put it into the UFED reader program?
It would be accurate, yes.
Are there instances in which you manipulating the device or taking it off on that date, the date that you manipulate the phone would also capture?
It could update some dates and times, yes.
No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fraley.
Good
Thank
Lord,
you.
Baker.
Ms. Danelski, good afternoon.
Pull that up.
Hello.
So your role was basically.
Covered a Danish
to,
trial where he had a GPS
extract
installed
data
he
off of
believed
a
was
cell
turned
phone?
off. Nope.
Correct.
So the police
you know
knew
who
what
the
he
cell
had
phone
done
belonged
before he parted the girl
This
in
particular cell phone
231
belonged to
pieces.
Taylor Schabusiness.
And you only looked at and examined one phone, correct?
I extracted multiple phones, but I didn't go through every
makes
single
Schabusiness look like a-
extraction.
Amateur.
Your testimony and Exhibit 91 deal with this phone that you're talking about belonging to Taylor Schabusiness, correct?
What's this chick's name? Does she
I
have an
believe
Instagram?
this, is this 90, Exhibit 97? or
Probably.
91?
I think that when they come up to
97.
a stand,
97, okay.
they should have their name and like their Instagram account.
So basically, you were looking to extract data off that phone for.
Makes sense to me.
For you to turn over to
isn't for that?
Detective Jenna
Yeah.
Liberta, correct?
Not an equal opportunity. Throb Cop could have his up there too.
Yeah, you know he's got one.
You were looking for searches, correct?
A magnitude of things, cell records,
Okay, well,
call
let-
logs.
Okay, let me just ask, I just want to ask you, were you looking for searches, like what this person was looking
No
for on
names,
the
just
cell
your
phone?
stage.
That would be
name.
included, yes.
Okay, and then you were looking
Hers
for
would be
photos,
forensics
correct?
TK421.
You were looking for iCloud photos, correct?
Well, in airplane mode, correct.
Okay. And then you were looking to see a GPS location to see where this phone had been, correct?
We gotta
You can
get
check
an
the Google
OnlyFans
Maps
girl
on the
on
phone,
like,
but you cannot
question
check the
her.
cloud when you're not
We'll
connected
get
to that
Baker up
network.
here to do the question.
And cell phones
yeah.
oftentimes have GPS, so if like you want to know where your teenage kid is, you could put that on your phone and you could track where they are, correct?
Correct, sometimes yes.
Is that what you were looking for?
I was looking most likely for recent Google searches for
Okay.
the Google Maps application.
Okay.
See,
And
Google
you had a
Maps.
search warrant for this phone, correct?
Correct.
What was the condition of the phone? Was it damaged at all? Did it have a cracked screen?
The phone appeared to be in, I said, okay condition with an unknown substance on the front screen,
Oh,
but otherwise in working condition.
It was in working condition?
Yes.
Any issues with the charge or anything like that?
No.
Any problems with the extraction at all?
No.
With regards to doing the extraction, is it such that sometimes the date might be off or the time might be off?
Usually the dates are accurate when they're set for the correct date and time, the UTC -6 or 5, depending on the time zone we're in. That's adjusted in the program.
Okay. And the program that you used was Celebrate?
Correct.
celebrate.
Celebrex?
After you, well, when you get the data, then do you put it on a separate zip drive or something, or what, how do you do that?
It goes on a shared drive that all detectives can access.
Okay. On the Fred computer?
No, that is, these are not performed on the Fred computer.
Okay. So how would Detective Liberta then access this information?
So the original extraction is saved on a Synology that only I have access to in my office. And then that's where the original dump goes in the extraction. And then that UFDR file that I create from that Cellbrite Physical
She has a bathroom in
Analyzer
her office?
software, then I can send that to a shared drive that all detectives have access to. So that would be where Detective Liberta accessed the UFDR file.
Okay. And then this information, this data, is it stored at the police department?
It is, yes.
Where is it stored?
Permanently stored on a Synology in my office.
Okay.
Synology.
And then if someone wants to look at
If
it,
that
they
guy
have to go
doesn't have a
through you?
clue what term
Correct,
she's
unless they
using.
can access the UFDR file that was created and put on that shared drive.
Oh, yeah, I want
Is there any way that
access
that
it.
information,
We gotta
that
go to our
data that
office
you
so we can
extracted,
access it.
could it be tampered with or lost or misplaced somehow?
She said it.
Not the original
I know,
extraction
I
that
know.
I save in my office, but the UFDR file could be deleted if a detective wanted to delete it for some reason or move it to another folder on that drive. but they can't actually manipulate any data in the program, like
she has
switch a
green
text
eyes.
message, date or time,
Maybe.
something like that.
Did anything like that happen?
Me a close up.
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. And then you were saying, you were talking
Well,
about
I've got another
on these screen
browser
captures. Is it kind of like taking a screenshot of something where you want to capture like maybe a text message or picture or something like that?
Very similar, yes. I use that Celebrate for PC program, which basically has a screen capture function built right in, which will capture the entire screen of the phone when you basically click a photograph button on the program.
Okay. And then you said something about parsing data correctly. What do you mean by that?
I just verify, like you said, the dates and times match up. If for some reason Facebook Messenger didn't parse and I need to go through and take screenshots of that, I would note that and go into that application and create those screen captures.
Okay. And so your sole role is just to extract the data,
Know
get it
your
to the
role.
detective so they can analyze the information, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. State's next witness.
What's he got, like 3 more, 2
State
more?
calls Jenna Luberta.
I think you're right till
He said he had
5
like
o'clock your
6,
time.
but they'd be quick.
How come radar detectors are like $300 to $500?
Because they keep having to upgrade the technology in them.
Cops,
Right?
they're sneaky.
Well, they're supposed to be sneaky. Trying to catch you in the act of doing something you shouldn't.
Okay, if you want to step up over here then, and before you have a seat, if you could turn and face her and raise your right hand, she'll place you under oath.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luberda.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, Mr.
Yeah,
Lozano,
no,
this is
we got
yours.
the
Good afternoon, Ms.
house
Luberta.
mom.
Good
This
afternoon.
chick would know how to like write checks.
Are you currently employed in law
Yeah.
enforcement at the present time?
I am not.
And had you previously been a law enforcement officer?
I was, yes.
The decision to no longer be in law enforcement, is that a voluntary decision on your part?
It was.
And talk to me about your previous law enforcement experience.
Sure. I started as a
DC2,
dispatcher,
T-Rex.
actually, in 2007. In 2011, I was sworn in as a police officer at the Green Bay Police Department, where I served for 12 years.
Let her
And
arrest me.
what roles did you have with the Green Bay Police Department?
I started as a patrol officer, I was there for 7 years,
Yeah, you
and then
did.
I moved to the detective division for almost 5 years, just shy, and then I left as a lieutenant on the afternoon shift patrol.
Were you working as a investigator with the Green Bay Police Department in February of 2022?
Yes.
And as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department in February 23rd of 2022, did you assist in a homicide investigation involving the decedent Shad Therian?
Yes.
What was your initial role in that investigation?
My initial role was to go to the place where the suspect in this case was apprehended, and there was a van involved, and basically take ownership of the van and everything that happened with the van.
And the location, was that on Eastman Avenue?
Well, that sucked.
And when you arrived,
Back to
ultimately go
Amazon.
to that scene on Eastman Avenue?
I did.
And when you arrived, what did you observe?
That ever
I
happened to you?
observed
You're like,
some other officers
damn,
there.
what's
I
this
observed-
Yeah.
Oh, it's
Oh, yeah.
broken. You're like, you get mad and you're just like, I'm ordering a new one right now.
And that was pretty much it.
Oh,
I used to be.
earpiece. My earphone just fell out.
Oh, and it stopped the video.
Oh, wait.
It was pretty much it.
Okay.
By the time I got there, it was just the van and other.
There you go.
officers.
Speed it up.
Oh my god.
And what did you do to conduct further analysis or investigation relative to that van?
Yes.
You know who the registered owner of the van was?
Yes.
Who was that?
Scott Tome.
THOMS?
Correct.
And once you got the warrant for the van, what did you do?
Once I got the warrant for the van, I returned to the Eastman address and I called the city contracted wrecker
what I
or
really want.
towing company. And then we towed the van to our evidence storage unit on
Good to
Broadway
know.
Street, the city of Green Bay.
Did either you or another member of the Green Bay Police Department follow the towing company as it brought the van to the storage facility?
Yes, myself and Detective Bray.
When you arrived at the Green Bay storage facility, what did you do?
We put the van into the secured area of the storage or the evidence unit, and we left.
And what, did you return at some point in time to that van?
Yes, around 3:30 in the afternoon.
Why was there the delay between dropping the van off and then returning later?
Yeah, we knew that there were potential body parts in the van, and the forensic pathologist was currently at the home, and we wanted to wait for him to go into the van.
So then when you returned about 3:30 in the afternoon, did you have contact with the forensic pathologist?
Yes.
And what happened at that point?
At that point, our forensic unit started taking pictures and swabs of the outside of the van, and then we opened up the hatch or the back of the van, and the forensic pathologist took some items out of the van. We didn't discover anything in the back, but then we went to a box behind the driver's side.
Which box?
Driver's seat.
Which
where he
box?
located body parts.
And
Is she
who
talking
was taking the
about-
lead in terms of actually
Yes.
removing items
The crock
from
pot
the
box?
van and then
Yes.
having contact with the human
That
remains?
looks like it
The
came from that
forensic
crime scene.
pathologist, Vincent Tranquita.
What was your role on that scene at that time?
I was observing.
And the forensic unit was present and
The forensic-
photographing?
Yes, sorry. The forensic unit was processing the van, yes.
Once the forensic unit and the forensic pathologist had an opportunity to complete their search of the van, what did you do?
I talked with the doctor, and he told me that he believed that all
I
of
object, that's hearsay.
Oh,
I wasn't asking specifically for what anyone told you. What did you do with the van afterwards?
So
the
the
fr-
the question's withdrawn. Go ahead and ask your next question, Mr. Lozay.
the forensic unit finished processing the van, and we left.
the judge had to wake up. He's like, "Wait, did I hear
In
hearsay?"
addition to.
What?
Instead of saying I don't know what you
you
said, I'm just going
subsequently
to withdraw
have
that
a
question.
Further role with respect to this investigation.
I did.
And what was that?
I looked through one of the cell phones that was located at the Eastman Avenue address.
Like she has that
belonged
look
to
like she'd be
Taylor
like
Schabusiness.
Now, when you say you looked through the cell phone, did you look through the device itself?
mean.
I did not.
What did you
Oh,
review?
yeah.
Our computer forensics person who was in here just before me downloaded the phone to what's called the UDRF file, and then we're able to view the contents of the phone that way.
And is using that type of, what they call it, a UFED report, is that something that you review regularly in the course of your duties as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
Almost every day.
So you're familiar with reviewing those reports and then locating the information that might be of interest in an investigation?
Yes.
And is that what you were asked to do with respect to a phone that was believed to belong to Taylor Schabusiness?
Yes.
What sorts of things were you looking for when you reviewed the extraction of that device using the computer forensic program?
I was looking for search history on the internet. I was looking for photographs. I was looking for phone calls, text messages,
Did you-
messaging application chats, things of that nature.
Did you notice anything of evidentiary value?
There was some search history that I found interesting, like internet searches that I found interesting.
Ooh, why are they
Yes.
interesting?
And what
That's
was that?
subjective.
There was searches, things
what?
of like
Your Honor, I'm going to object.
Here it goes.
Relevancy. I mean, searches on the phone, people search, research, look at all kinds of different things. I would argue that some of these things, I believe, could be inflammatory and more prejudicial than probative.
Well, they're all make-believe. They're all subjective, man.
things such as
He overruled it.
pentagram, Jeffrey Dahmer.
That's not Jeffrey
things
Dahmer.
like that. KKK, I believe, is one of them.
KKK.
Klan.
You know, I spent an entire summer
And
doing research on that.
Detective, do you know,
For
did
a
you
law
know
firm?
the dates and times of
Because
the
the
respective
KKK wanted to
searches
come
that
to
you
speak at
believe
the
were
town.
relevant?
It was around the
The
time.
mayor said,
The
"I will
homicide.
spend, I'll
And the
empty
day
the
shortly
coffers to
before?
keep them from here." I was like,
In the days shortly before,
"You're
yes.
not gonna win."
And do you recall when you reviewed that,
free
did you
speech.
prepare a report?
Even the
regarding your
ACLU stuck up for the
observations?
client.
I did.
If you
I mean,
were
like,
able
just
to
the,
review your report,
blanket
might that refresh
KKK,
your
that's
recollection as to the
not bad.
specific searches and the dates and times of those
3
searches?
Ks is a strikeout in baseball. I mean, there's so many different things here. I look at stuff like that daily. I mean, it's just it's taken
The
out of
Jeffrey
context.
Dahmer stuff. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, think about it. You have conversations like, how many times do I talk with you, the chat here, and they're telling about so and such serial killer? I'm like, well, I don't know who that is, so I'm looking up this serial killer. Then I go down that rabbit hole.
No, and I do the same thing. I was thinking about this the other day. It's like something just kind of pops in your head, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to look it up, not thinking about, what kind of history you've just created.
Yeah, because I don't have to. It's free speech. It's America. You cannot control what random thought comes into your mind. Thomas
Right.
Jefferson said that. He had a lot of random thoughts.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to Exhibit 98. I know it's Detective Liberta's details. It's 2 pages. But there are dates going back to December 12th of 2022, and we're talking about an alleged incident on 2/22 or 2/23 of 2022. So I've got an issue with that. I'm also going to reserve a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Ooh, outside the presence.
Well, I think all she's been asked is to review the report, so I don't know yet what she's going to be testifying to. So I'll reserve ruling on your objection, Mr. Freilich, but I'll turn back to the state. Go ahead, Mr. Lozay.
Your Honor, I forgot, I want to say that another objection would be on grounds of relevancy. So,
Okay.
thank you.
Always on grounds of
Reserve those
relevancy.
objections.
Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
And Ms. Luberto,
We'll go
does
hear it
reviewing that
anyway.
report refresh your recollection as to the nature of some of the searches that you observed on the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's phone?
Yes.
And specifically as it relates to February
I love
12th
everything
of
about Jefferson.
2022 and February 13th of 2022, did you note anything, was there anything noteworthy with respect to searches?
Objection relevancy to that question?
Overruled. Go ahead and answer if you can.
Yes. She searched Jeffrey Dahmer.
While it's
And
on my
then
screen.
She searched cadaver definition, Jeff Boyardee, blow-up doll customized face.
Oops.
I know. I was just looking
In
up.
particular, Jeffrey Dahmer, did you note that there were several searches that were related to Dahmer?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled. Go ahead and answer.
So,
Can you repeat your question?
Were there
Hasbro,
several searches
you can
related to
create
Jeffrey
your own,
Dahmer and other items on the device were consistent with
action
Jeffrey
figure.
Dahmer?
Yes.
What
Oh, I
other
know.
portions of the
I think a
extraction
blow-up doll
also
with
showed
custom
an
face.
interest in
Hey,
Jeffrey
you know what?
Dahmer?
That's what I want.
Objection relevancy.
Look at the expert store for blow-up dolls with custom face.
There was a. I wrote
I
another
may
search
have been
warrant
trialing
for her
in Green
Gmail
Bay.
accounts, the Google accounts, a bigger search that you can do to get more information stored on the cloud. And in that extraction of that information, there were more references to Jeffrey Dahmer and searches for Jeffrey Dahmer, pictures,
But it's subjective.
and things of that nature.
On the device itself, did you also locate photographs
What
of
does Jeffrey
Dahmer?
Dahmer have to do with the
Objection
day,
relevancy.
unless they're going to say that she did eat him?
Yeah.
And they haven't said that yet, even though we all know she had a bite. She had a nibble.
Yes.
Do you know what a device screenshot is?
Yeah, yes.
What does that term generally mean?
So when you take a picture of your screen,
A screenshot
she's reading
is
it.
where you take a shot of the screen, basically a copy of the screen.
And do you know if there were screenshots that were prepared in this case by analyst Danelski for purpose of your analysis?
Yes,
And did you review those screenshots as well?
I did.
And in reviewing those screenshots, were there also several mentions of Dahmer and Dahmer-related interest?
Yes.
Objection relevance.
Overruled.
Yes, there were.
Was this just, a one-off, one or two photos, or were there several photographs?
Same objection relevance.
How do you know her stuff wasn't hacked? How do you know it was her, not her boyfriend, looking at these things?
There were several.
No, that's true.
Now, you mentioned that you subsequently did a search for information, a search warrant for information from Google. Can you talk about the process you utilized to do that?
Yes, so from the device itself, we could find out how many Gmail accounts that she had, and there was a total of 5. So from those 5 Gmail accounts, we can write a warrant to Google for more information.
I've got
that's not
phone
technically
accounts
stored on the
or
phone,
mail accounts, I don't even know what they
in the
are.
cloud.
And did you draft such a warrant?
Yes, I did.
And ultimately, did you obtain a warrant from the court for that
chop
search?
anybody
Yes, I
up.
did.
You'll be fine.
Did Google subsequently respond to your warrant and provide information from those Gmail accounts?
Yes.
And what happened then when you received the information from Google?
I was able, so Google provides it in a way that's hard to figure out. So Analyst Danowski is able to put it into the same computer program to allow us to look at that information.
And once you then reviewed the information in the program, do you know the name of the program?
It's the same one that you did.
Okay, the Celebrate, the UFED reader?
Celebrate, yes.
Okay. When you reviewed the information in Celebrate, were you able to
Dance to the
find
music.
similar information regarding an interest in Jeffrey Dahmer on the Google search?
Objection relevancy.
Overruled.
Yes.
Do you know, does Celebrate give you the opportunity to parse out certain relevant things and generate a report that only includes certain items that are of interest to the person creating the report?
Yes.
Are you familiar with those
If you're
reports from
lucky,
Celebrate that allow you to do
grumpy.
that?
Yes, I am.
I mean, those Google searches, never mind.
Yeah.
Like, that's like looking at
Seems like a
dog poop and say you're into scat.
seems like a First Amendment issue.
It is. It's free will. That's the problem. It's freedom of thought.
Because then aren't you just allowing the jury to speculate? You're not really doing facts.
Yeah, it's like, oh, she looked up. You're condemning off of a social idea. She looked up KKK. Yeah, and the KKK under Woodrow Wilson visited the White House. Lyndon Johnson was a member of the KKK. Oh, by the way, I just realized I just struck my stream. Big time.
How'd you do that? Oh.
I mentioned those 3 words. It's all about strikeouts and how, and we need to get rid of bigotry. End bigotry and go back to baseball and do your strikeouts. 3 Ks of strikeout.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. Dude, what's taking so long?
They're trying to read. Words are hard.
Words are hard.
Thank you, Audrey.
Exactly. You can't even get this guy up to the plate. Come on. Isn't there a
She's
pitch
leaning
count
in.
here?
She didn't graduate high school, and she's helping the attorney read. I like this.
Well, she could read enough to have a search history. Now he's going. Why'd they turn the volume off?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to these three exhibits and the photograph. Could we argue these, please, outside the presence of the jury? I think it's crucial.
Okay.
Ooh, it must be some bad stuff.
20 minutes to 5. I think I'm going to excuse you for the afternoon.
No,
Oh,
And I'm going to ask.
we're ending early. Good.
Jury room tomorrow morning, no later than 8:30. I'm going to give you that instruction again that I've given you before. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as
Oh,
a
that's
juror
it.
while you are serving.
That's
on
it.
guys,
That's the
I'm
day.
gonna put up a
your cell phone or other
thing
electronic
for
device
tomorrow.
with communication
I will
capabilities to
be.
share any information about this case.
Where will I
For
be?
example,
I have.
do not communicate by
I have to
blog,
go to the
email,
doctor's
text
now,
message,
morning.
Twitter, or
So I
any other way
may
on or off
turn
the
it
computer.
on
Do
and
not permit
just have
anyone
it
to
run.
communicate
But then
with
Cool.
you
also
about
part of me
this
says
case, and
don't
if
do
anyone
that. I
does
don't
so,
know.
despite your telling them not to, you should.
Well,
report it.
you'll have your mods here.
I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home
Yep.
in the evening to discuss this case with
Yeah.
another member of your household, but you may not do so.
I think what we'll
This
do is
case
tomorrow
must be
have
decided by you,
Texas
the
Jen
jurors,
run
based
the
on the
stream.
evidence presented in the
So
court.
There you go.
People not
and she can
serving
talk
on this jury have
That'd be
not heard the
awesome.
evidence, and
Well,
it
that'd
is
be great.
improper for them to
Have her in-
influence your
you can have her in,
deliberations and
Miami up.
decision in this case. After this
Miami's
trial is
in,
completed, you are free to communicate with
airport somewhere, I
anyone in
think.
any
Oh.
manner. These rules are intended to assure that the
So,
jurors remain impartial throughout
well,
the trial.
that is.
If any juror has a
That's
reason
it.
to believe that another
Yaya,
juror
I am
has
going
violated
to
these rules,
do what
should
you
report
said
that
and
to
kick
me.
from studio.
If jurors do not comply with these
Peace.
rules, it could
We'll be
result
removed from
in
the
a
studio. If you
new
want to
trial
prevent this person from
involving
rejoining you,
additional
you should
time
ban
and
them instead.
significant
No, I
expense
want her to
for
be
No.
here.
authorities and the taxpayers.
All right,
There you
so-
go.
Ladies and
And
gentlemen,
then
have a
we're
good
going to
evening.
go
All
right
rise
here.
for the jury.
All right.
We are not going to rise with the drill. What we're going to do is we're going to stop that. And Volstorm, I appreciate you, man. This has been fun.
Sir, absolutely. Thank you.
Divinity, if she's listening, it was fun this morning. Thank you. Guys, thank you so much, chat. Best shot there is. Unbreaded Baker. Sorry, the Broken Baker. Thank you for coming by.
Broken Baker.
Michigan Law, same thing. Steve Gosney. And why do I keep wanting to say Legal Mindset? I kept wanting to say
Legal Mindset.
Legal
That was
Mindset.
awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, that was cool. That was very cool.
That was
And you guys,
awesome.
we have some good people here, and this is we'll have to see what tomorrow is. The most exciting thing is like it's very prejudicial, and I need to talk to you outside, away from the jury.
Yeah.
But
This
with,
could hurt my case. So let's talk about it away from the jury.
Yes, and
Jeez.
Shizzy with the super chat for Clumsy. Well, you know what? That is just
Get it.
that's very nice of you, Shizzy and Clumsy. You know what time it is, wherever you
I
are.
think we got a super chat. I think